62 was good bowler-friendly conditions yesterday. They were the ground most of the day, which also led to the early curtailment of play with 20 overs left. So we'll have 104 over day today as they try to claw some of those missed overs back. Today as they try to claw some of those missed overs back. And it's bright sunshine, blue skies. Temperature's going to be around about 17, 18 degrees today, possibly even up to 19. So it is really gorgeous out there. Durham then bowling Sussex out for 162. Durham closed the day on 54 for 1. Sean Dixon the man to go LBW to Sean Hunt for 14. Hunt bowled really well actually in those early exchanges last night. The top scorer for Sussex was Ali Orr, the opener, who made 36. The only other person to get into the 30s was Fahim Ashraf, who made 33, and Carson, the last man, not out 25. But the rest of them, only one other person got to double figures. That was Hunt, who made 10. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players didn't even get to double figures. 3 wickets for 50 didn't even get to double figures. 3 wickets for 53 runs for Matty Potts, and in the process he also passed 50 championship wickets for the first time in a season. Paul Coghlan taking 3 for 33. And after the close of the day's play, I spoke to Matty Potts. Matt, good day to win the toss.
Yeah, not a bad day to win the toss. I mean, the overheads were there with us, but we've still got to execute. And I thought as a bowling unit collectively, we were outstanding today. We put them under some pressure, got wickets in crucial points, and didn't panic when they got a little partnership going together. So all in all, yeah, a good day. But tomorrow's very important.
Ben Rain got you off to a good start, and he got a wicket, I think, first 2 or 3 overs, didn't he? And then Paul Coghlan, that spell from him, 6 overs, 1 wicket for 6 runs, 4 maidens, something like that, really put the pressure on.
I think Cogs' spell was actually like the highlight for today. Came on at a crucial time, bowled really tightly, but looked threatening with every ball. And he'll be happy with himself as well. He deserves to be, because he's bowled really, really nicely this innings, and deserves his rewards.
Now, last week, a career best for you, 13 wickets in a match at Leicester, and today the 50 mark for the first time. Talk us through that.
Yeah, obviously it's nice to get a milestone. But yeah, for me, it's just having a good season. It's nice because of injuries and whatnot that it's been a bit sparse, and wickets haven't been in great numbers. It's nice to kind of repay that faith and the hard work and dedication that I've put into my body to be able to do this and be playing all season. And to notch past the 50 mark, and not be done yet as well. I'm still going to try and notch towards the 60 if I can. But yeah, it's just nice to get that milestone.
It could have happened last week, couldn't it? When all the wickets falling there. Would you have known it was there if it had happened last week?
I might have had a rough guess at where I would have been, but didn't think in my wildest dreams that having a 13 would be on the cards anyway. You don't think about that, you just go through the process, and I think that's what it's been good for me this year. Just trusting my process, and just backing up my basics, and it's paid off. And in 9 games as well. Yeah, in 9 games, yeah. I've been going quite fastly, averaging five or something wickets a game, which is nice, and it's where I want to be. That's kind of the standard that I hold myself to. So I just try to keep on putting that out for the boys, because if I get wickets like that, I know someone else is going to take wickets down the other end, and that puts us in a great position as a team. You mentioned tomorrow's an important day. We've seen it's difficult to bat. It's very seam friendly. This is the sort of conditions you'd normally expect to see at Chester Street, which we haven't really seen, but it's been quite damp. The lights have been on all day. Hopefully it's a better day tomorrow weather-wise, but important to try and build on what you've achieved with the ball today in bowling them out for 162. Yeah, I think the overheads had their part to play, but the actual wicket itself isn't as seamer friendly as you would think. There's a little bit of nibble about there, but once you get past the new ball, it's actually very hard. I mean, today we were asking the question around the ball if we could have it changed or not, and for some reason it just kept on going through the gauge. But once that new ball wears off, it can actually be a nice pitch to bat on. So I think our guys, it's about digging in and winning that first hour or two tomorrow, and trying to put us in a good position at the end of day 2.
And finally, I mean, it's something a lot of us have known about for a few weeks. It's now been made official. Sean Dixon's going to be leaving for Somerset at the end of the season. He's going to be a big miss. He's achieved a lot with the bat in the last couple of years.
Yeah, he has. Sean's been great for us over the last couple of years, and obviously it's saddening because he's a big member of the dressing room. But I think he'll be looking to go out on a high, and hopefully second innings as well, he can score some runs and kind of sign off at home in a nice way.
Just one from me.
So that was. Oh, there's that wasp again on our microphone. That does not scare me when I hear that coming through the headphones. And that was Matty Potts, who I spoke to last night. So, gorgeous sunny day here. The players just finishing their warm-ups. They will be coming out in about 5 minutes' time, and I'll be back with you then. Myself and Adrian Harms will have Rob Rush and probably Ash Thorpe as well if he's around today, depending where his coaching commitments are. So we'll be back with you for the commentary in a few minutes. Remember, play gets underway at 10:30.
Please welcome the match umpires, Neil Manager and Saranthagan Suretara. The match referee is James Saranthagan Suretara. The match referee is Whitaker. The scorers are William Dobson for Durham and Graham Healy for Sussex. There are a minimum of 104 overs to be bowled today. Lunch is scheduled to be taken at 12:40 and tea at 3:30. Please welcome the Sussex side led out by their captain. Jones and Scott Hall.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Durham for the second day of this county championship game. Welcome to Durham for the second day of this county championship game between Sussex and Durham. The players are making their way out to the middle on the most glorious day here. The sun is out, bit of high cloud around, but the forecast is good for the rest of the day. A day in which we're going to be having 104 overs. Will be bowled, making up for some of the overs that we lost for bad light yesterday. Looks like Sean Hunt's going to open the bowling for Sussex. He picked up the 1 wicket yesterday. And if the light holds, as I say, we should get a good day's cricket. Marty Emerson is here with me. Marty.
Good morning. I've already said my hellos, Adrian.
Have you?
While you were off gallivanting. played in an interview with Matty Potts as well.
Oh, that was nice. What did he have to say last night?
He said the conditions were good, but it wasn't seaming around that much. There was a little bit of nibble with the new ball, but other than that, it was just them putting the ball in good spots, really. So, anyway, different conditions today. It's nice and sunny, and it'd be interesting to see how this one pans out.
Better batting conditions than they were yesterday, and Sussex are a bowler down with Henry Crocombe taking no further part in the match, and I suspect no further part in the season either after that nasty injury yesterday. Perhaps so we could discuss actually during the day, Marty, that the merits of fast bowlers charging around the outfield.
It always absolutely frightens me when I see them clattering in towards the ropes.
Well, in comes Hunt, bowls to Michael Jones. He's on his way straight away. He's gone on his way with at least 2 or maybe even 3 runs. A little short from Sean Hunt. It's clubbed away through extra cover. Chased all the way back to the boundary edge by Tom Haines, but not before Michael Jones comes back for 3 runs. That's a nice way to get underway. Yeah, I'm with you completely. And the times you do see it, I mean, I sort of get it in a T20 match where every run is crucial. I'm not saying every run isn't crucial in a county championship game, but even in T20s, you think crumbs. If you're a bowler, you're an integral part of the side. It's just fraught with danger, really. And
yeah.
And
I remember.
Here comes Hunt to bowl to Scott Borthwick. Let's go outside the off stump, taken by the young wicket keeper of Sussex, Charles Tier.
I think you were off air when he injured himself yesterday.
He was.
I was calling a match here when Durham played Sussex a few years ago, and Yasser Arafat went diving in along the boundary in front of the pavilion, and he badly dislocated his shoulder, but he was in a right pickle, and he couldn't get up. And I was commentating on that with Martin Spade.
In comes Hunt, bowls, and Borthwick guides that down to third man. More runs here, and I suspect that's going to go all the way to the boundary. James Coles is in hot pursuit, but I don't think he'll cut that off. A little too wide from Sean Hunt, and dispatched by Borthwick for a boundary. He goes to 13, and Durham to 61 for 1.
And they couldn't lift him up, and he was in a obvious deal of distress, and we were commentating, and we were really worried that he'd done something badly to his neck, and it wasn't just his shoulder or collarbone. And eventually they had to bring an ambulance onto the field and put him on a spinal board and take him away. Thankfully it turned out to be a dislocated shoulder. I think he might have fractured his collarbone on that occasion. It was a very hard outfield that day. Seen Paul Coughlin last year in the T20 trying to stop the 4 on the boundary, damaged his knee ligaments.
Here comes Hunt, bowls to Borthwick, short, pulled away, 4 more, and this is a good start from Durham. 2 boundaries in the opening over, 11 coming off this over from Sean Hunt, 2 short and pulled away by Borthwick for 4 more. He goes to 17, Durham to 65 for 1. But even I was watching, Matty Potts yesterday. He chased a ball down to the boundary edge, and he went diving off. It just seems to be something that happens in the professional game. And Poor old Henry Crocombe rather got the bad end of it yesterday. We kept saying it was his 21st birthday, which it was. I understand where would you go for A&E from here, Marty? I'm just wondering whether
there's a hospital just up the top of the hill in Durham.
Right. Well, he was gone for a long time. He didn't come back till quite late last night, I understand.
Unless they took him for if they wanted to do a full scan, they would possibly have gone to the Washington Hospital, which is a private hospital.
In comes Hunton Bowles. That's a better delivery outside the off stump taken by Tier, and there is no run. Yeah, my understanding he went to an A&E where he got it assessed, and now he'll go off and see. They'll get a specialist to look at it. But I think initially it's about getting that initial. I guess it's damn painful. I think probably just initially getting some pain relief sorted out and an initial diagnosis. But
well, the hospital in just up the hill from where you're staying in Durham, you come up to the top and you've got County Hall there.
Yeah.
And the hospital's just across the way from there. It
Right.
was called Dryburn Hospital for many years. I think it might be the North Durham Hospital now or something like that.
Hunt. Lovely sunshine runs away from us. Bowles and Borthwick just covers up, plays to mid-on. There is no run, so he finishes the over with a couple of dot balls, but he won't be very pleased with the previous 4 because that over went for 11. And Durham up 65 for 1 with Jones on 26 and Borthwick on 17.
Email from Marylebone Cricket Club. Lords to host England matches against Australia, Ireland and New Zealand in 2023.
Ooh.
Thursday, 1st of June, England's men will play Ireland in a test match. It'll be the 4th time Ireland have played test cricket, with their last match being at Lords in July 2019 in the middle of a heat wave when Tim Murtagh ran through England and England fought back and won. On Wednesday, the 28th of June, they welcome Australia. Because the Ashes series has been brought forward, hasn't it? There's no Ashes tests in August next year.
So the Ashes is all going to take place in June, is it? Is that the... Oh, yeah.
June and July, I think. And then and Lords on...
Quite early, isn't it?
The 15th of September. One day international against New Zealand. Tickets, if you can afford them, will probably be available now. Ashraf in. Driven by Jones down into the ground and back to the bowler. So I'd imagine then if they're announcing that, there'll be a full list of fixtures coming out shortly, and we'll probably be able to find out what Durham have gotten, who else has got what elsewhere. If you want to get in touch, at Marty Cricket on Twitter, or you can email weircricket@yahoo.co.uk. Are you on? You're not on Twitter, are you, Adrian?
At BBC Sussex Sport. Or email sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
Ashraf, right arm over from the Lumley end. That's played by Jones into the covers. No run there.
It's a nice striker of the ball, Michael Jones, Marty. That's a lovely looking cover drive.
Yep. He's come along leaps and bounds this season. I think it's something like his first 6 or 7 innings in first class cricket. He only got past 10 once. There were 2 or 3 ducks, and it was a real struggle for him, and then he managed to get an 80 at Nottingham a couple of years ago, and then this year 206 against Middlesex, got a century against Leicestershire as well, earned a recall to Scotland. 2 dot balls so far this over. Ashraf bowls and a play and a miss. He was tempted into trying to cut a slower ball there, and then I think halfway through the shot decided it probably wasn't the best of ideas and tried to pull out one-handed.
Yeah, you're right there about the Ashes. Starting to come like the 16th of June, so there's not a lot of time. I wonder whether...
Have you not seen all the hysteria and anger on Twitter about it?
Well, I didn't realise it was quite as early as that. 16th of June, Edgbaston. 28th of June, Lords. So it's all over by... Well, last match is at the Oval on the 27th of July.
Yeah, because Australia have got another series somewhere else in the August. Are they playing India or something? Ashraf in. Ball played down into the ground by Jones, and quite a bit of firmness in that wicket still. They've used the rollers obviously, but that bounced quite a long way up and into the hands of the bowler. A lot of anger yesterday at the scorecard at Essex.
Yeah.
This is a disgrace, shouldn't be playing cricket in September, and I'm pointing out to people that as long as I've covered Durham, they've always played cricket in September, and generally up until the last week of September.
Yeah.
You know, they won the title in 2008 in the last week of September, 2009 last week of September, and Worcester was beautiful sunny weather. It was a gorgeous week. Ashraf bowls. This is turned by Jones towards mid-wicket. And well, look at the wicket. Look at what's happening at Chelmsford. It's a disgrace. I mean, there might be something amiss with the wicket down there. Maybe it's just bad batting, good bowling. Maybe the conditions have helped. But I then pointed out, you'd be stunned to discover that Essex were once bowled out by Lancashire for 20 in late June, in the height of the British summer. Fancy playing cricket in June.
There were a lot of wickets around the country. I think there was 23 down at the Aegeus yesterday.
Yeah. Well, they've had a lot of rain there the last few weeks. In comes Ashraf, and that's defended by Jones on the off stump, and that's the end of the over as the ball runs back up to the bowler's end. Yeah, they've had quite a lot of rain down there. Certainly when down at Derby 2 or 3 weeks ago, there wasn't much play on the south coast. There was a band of rain came across sort of Hampshire, Sussex and Kent, and it stayed there for a couple of days. Then last week they were struggling with the weather down there as well.
Well, we had a very wet day last what day was it? Last Wednesday, where we only got 32 overs. It was very wet, and then we got play after.
Didn't they lose 80 overs in that match or something?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. And you know, have to say, if those 80 overs had been bowled, Worcestershire would have been a very firm favourite. Still won that game. Short Hunt, that was a maiden over from Ashraf. As in comes Hunt over the wicket, bowls to Borthwick. It's a better delivery, pitching right middle and off, played to mid off. There is one. You were talking about that injury, and Randy's been in touch, and he's we're calling that injury. We think it was Rana Navad who was injured. We were talking about Yasser Arafat. Randy thinks it was Rana Navad. Yeah. Either way, it
must be at least 10 years ago.
Yeah, horrible injury. So I don't know if Henry's on the ground today. We might see him around, if or maybe he's gone back to Sussex. We'll see. In comes Hunt, bowls shorter, and Borthwick just covers up, plays it back down the track. Hunt fields up his own bowling, and there is no run. So thank you, Randy, for getting in touch. Nice to hear from you. 2 slips, a third man, backward point, cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a fine leg.
What year was it? The Argus has it on its website. The Daily Mail described it as horror injury. 2007 it was. Right. September 2007.
So 15 years ago. Hunt in bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Really good delivery by Sean Hunt, and he beat Scott Borthwick, who played forward a little tentatively. The ball whistled past the outside edge, taken by Charlie Tier. There is no run.
So this was written by Bruce Talbot in the Argus. 12th of September 2007. Bruce would have been up at the game as well. Sussex coach Mark Robinson admitted the sight of stricken fast bowler Rana Naved had been very distressing for his players. The 29-year-old suffered a serious dislocation of his right shoulder trying to stop the ball from going to the boundary.
Here comes Hunt, bowls right pitched up into the block hole, and well played by Borthwick back to Hunt, and he's got his line much better in this over.
Play was held up for 45 minutes while he received treatment from the club doctor, paramedics and physios from both clubs. I remember they had to put him on a spinal board and take him away. Now this is back in the days, 2007. Bruce wrote that copy and it got into that day's edition of the paper, because of course now there's only one edition of a regional paper and they're printed overnight, aren't they? In most places.
Hunt bowls, another good delivery, pitching around middle and off, and again Borthwick is very studiously forward, plays that into the offside, and there is no run.
Most of the daily papers in this neck of the woods, they're all printed overnight in Sheffield, brought up on a lorry early in the morning. So they're actually out on the shelves the same time, and these are the evening papers. They're out on the shelves in the shops the same time as the morning papers.
In comes Hunt, runs over the wicket, bowls, and driven by Borthwick. Hunt fields to his own bowling. That's a much better over by Sean Hunt, who was a bit loose with his first over. Went for 11 runs, but that's a maiden over. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 32. And Durham going on very nicely, 65 for 1 with Borthwick on 17 and Jones on 26. I had an email in this morning from Colin Taylor. He says, "Good morning, Colin here from Lowestoft in Suffolk, the most easterly point in the UK." I didn't know that. A word on young Charlie Tier, who looks superb on debut. Definitely one for the future. And I'll be very surprised if England don't snap him up from Scotland. Enjoying the commentary and looking forward to a good day of cricket, says Colin. I guess what I'm interested in, Colin, is how he keeps. He batted very nicely yesterday, and we were talking about Chris Adams down at Seaford College, and Chris has obviously brought him up through the ranks there, but it's how he keeps I'm really interested in today, so we'll keep a close eye on him.
Ashraf, start of a new over from the Lumley end, tries to York Jones. Jones digs it out, plays it back past the bowler, and it's racing up towards the far end of the ground. There's a chase on, but the ball goes for 4. That's a cracking ruler that Collins got then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Must be a long one.
It must be a bit. It must be a bit chilly there in the winter, I'd imagine, if the wind comes in off the North Sea. It's chilly in your neck of the woods, Marty, when the...
Well, yeah, you see, it doesn't really come off the North Sea. Even during the winter, generally the prevailing winds are from the west. I mean, you get the occasional flurry off the North Sea. But if you look back through history, I think the greatest storm recorded in Britain was in the 1700s. And the naval fleet, as a bowler comes in, it's defended by Jones. The naval fleet was docked off the coast of either Great Yarmouth or Lowestoft, and most of the ships got blown to Denmark. Hundreds of church steeples were destroyed right across Britain. That was about 1770, something like that. Don't know what that is. It's a pre-rec going on in our studio, which is linked to us. I've been to Great Yarmouth, but I haven't been to Lowestoft. Ashraf to Jones. Jones plays the ball to mid-on to Carson. No run there.
I don't think I've been to Lowestoft in part of that part. I know on...
Would you get the ship from there to somewhere? The ferry out of there, or is it more a container port?
Yeah, I think it's more container. I've been to Felixstowe because I think I caught a ferry there on one occasion to Holland.
Hook of Holland.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I've been to Cromer, but that's in Norfolk,
there,
isn't it?
Yeah. Wroxham's nice. Norfolk Broads. In comes Ashraf, that's played by Jones to mid-off, no run there. Aldborough's nice, up just above Orford Ness, it's lovely round there. But they're all faulty beaches because they're all full of pebbles. You know, we do sand up here. And you've got pebbles where you come from, haven't you, down there?
Well, certainly...
Brighton Beach is full of pebbles.
Brighton is... the nicest...
Wording is.
Yeah, the nicest beach down there, for my money, is Wittering, which is just close to Chichester. That's a beautiful beach. That is a beautiful long sandy beach. And the tide goes out for miles.
Do you go swimming there?
Yeah, and take the dog for a walk there as well.
Yeah,
it's lovely down there.
Ashraf in, left alone by Jones. That actually passes the off stump and then skips a long way down the leg side, taken by the keeper. Right, William, the scorer, sent me this today. So assuming no further interruptions of play, we will have 104 overs today. So that's what I said yesterday. So this is what happened last week after losing so many overs on day 1 at Leicester. They then claimed 8 overs back on day 2 and 8 overs back on day 3. But in this game, because they got so late last night when they went off, they were only about 3 or 4 minutes from the actual close of play when they sent the players off at about 5:25 or something like that. And Ashraf comes in again and bowls. That's wide of mid-off for 1. And that takes Jones on to 31. Both have gone to 17. 70 for 1, Durham, and this partnership now 34. Yeah, so they could only claim half an hour back. So that's what they're going to do today with the 8 overs, plus 2 minutes tomorrow, which will be an over.
Right, okay.
So effectively 11 overs lost yesterday.
I tell you, it's complicated being a scorer, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, trying to work all these things out. We're talking about the weather forecast for tomorrow. There is rain about tomorrow, but just chatting to a couple of people upstairs, people are saying, apparently had spoken to the groundsman and had said they thought perhaps not till later in the afternoon. So we'll have to wait and see. But it looks like we will get some interruptions tomorrow. But this game is going to be well advanced if we do get 104 overs in today, because I mean, if Durham bat the day, if they do, they would be, well, if they scored at 3 and over from now on. 100, it gives them 300. That gives them 370. That's a lead of well over 200. Sean Hunt's going to see what he can do about it, though. Runs in around the wicket. Comes into bowl to Michael Jones, and Jones drives handsomely through the covers. This is going to race away across the outfield. Jack Carson in hot pursuit. Don't dive for it, Jack. No. The ball runs over the boundary rope. 4 more. Lovely shot by Michael Jones. Just slightly over pitch by Sean Hunt. I don't mind that too much, actually. When it's short and it's pulled, I don't think that's great bowling. But I think at this stage of proceedings, with the new ball, or ball only what? Is that Martin? When the 21st over, there's still a bit of shine on the ball. It's still hard. And I think it's right to get the ball right up to the bat. OK, you may get driven away through the covers, but you might get a nick as well. So I think where Sussex are in a situation where they're struggling in this match, if you're getting driven through mid-off and the covers, I think at least he's giving the ball a chance to swing.
According to the Met Office, it will become increasingly cloudy through the morning tomorrow.
Here comes Hunt. Bowls, and Jones is forward, plays to mid-on. There is no run.
As a band of rain, which could be heavy in some areas, gradually moves south through the afternoon and the evening. Breezy, maximum temperature 17 degrees. So they're suggesting, and this is how things are now, a 50% chance of rain after midday, with some heavy showers through the afternoon until about 2-3 o'clock. Then eases off, and then it actually gets a lot heavier later in the day, around about 6 o'clock.
And comes Hunt again, bowls. Jones works this one down to third man, and that's going to race one, I suspect, before James Cole's in hot pursuit. He's got no chance of cutting that off. It's another boundary to Michael Jones. He goes to 39, and the total to 79 for one.
Highs today of 18, sunshine and a bit of cloud cover today, no rain forecast.
So it would seem at some stage tomorrow we're going to be lucky to get too much cricket in, maybe after lunchtime tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I think Friday is good. Right. I think it's a good forecast for Friday. So we'll just have to see how it plays out. But certainly today, it looks like we're going to get the full quota. I'm not sure that coaches and players take too much notice of weather forecasts, but we're only in the second day. As in comes Hunt, bowls, and Jones works this to backward point, fielded by James Coles, and there is no run.
I've lost count of the amount of times, because we're in a bowl here, and I've lost count of the amount of times when we've turned up and basically been told you won't get a ball bowled, and we've had a full day. And there's other days when we've turned up and the weather forecast looks okay, and it's this drizzle mizzles coming off the North Sea and sits on you, and it doesn't actually show up on the radar, and they've never had a ball bowled. So
yeah, and it's a bit like that at Hove, actually. Just along the coast, you're never quite sure. In comes Hunt. Bowls to Jones. That's a better delivery. Dug out by Michael Jones. Played to mid-off. Fielded there by... who's that down there? Jack Carson. And there is no run. So Sussex are bowler down. They will have obviously Hunt and Ashraf. In terms of other people who can bowl, Tom Haines, the skipper, can bowl his little medium paces. Tom Clark can bowl. I think he bowls a bit quicker than medium pace. Then there's the spin of Jack Carson and James Coles. But in comes Hunt. Around the wicket, bowls, and it's on the pad. I'll be surprised if that was anything like out. It looked as if it might have also hit Michael Jones around a very painful area, and he was looking to flick the ball down the leg side. It was too high, and it was down the leg side. End of the over, 78 for one. Sorry, I think I said 79 previously. 17 Borthwick, 39 Jones.
See, Steve Harmison was helping with the bowling warm-ups today, doing a little bit of mentoring with the bowlers.
Right. Does he do that officially? Is he?
Well, he's not been here for ages. I can't remember the last time I saw him here. He was commentating on Sky or something like that.
Right.
I haven't seen him for a long time. Friday is the autumn equinox, so we have equal day and equal night again, don't we, on Friday? But we're currently losing daylight per day at a rate of 4 to 5 minutes a day.
Oh, don't, Martin.
Winter's on the way, but Hawaii man says aye, but it'll be getting light again in 3 months, which is a good point.
Yes, it is.
Turn the corner just before Christmas.
Yeah, that is true. We get the 21st, yeah.
78 for one. Borthwick on 17 as Ashraf bowls to him. He plays this back defensively to the bowler.
Sorry, I very quickly looked at my watch then. I thought we were playing half an hour, but I was thinking I needed an update, but of course it's not until my first one, not till 11:30.
Alright.
But I'll have a look and see.
Why have you been bunted off until then?
They just decided they wanted to do hourly, which I do slightly prefer it, particularly when you're away and having to run out of the commentary box every 5 minutes to do an update. So yeah, we just do hourly updates on the radio now.
Ashraf in, defended by Borthwick, who's down low to play that one away. Matthew Mullins has emailed. He says, "Good morning, Marty and co. Hope you're well. I'm emailing in from a slightly cold Shaftesbury. My email about Essex was a bit salty yesterday. Let's hope for a good day today for Durham. What's on offer for lunch?" He said, "Well, sandwiches this week."
So your wicket's already gone down at Chelmsford. Lancashire 52 for 7 in their second innings, leading by 76. That might be enough in that game, you know.
I think Lancashire could declare. Ashraf in, driven by Borthwick off the toe of the bat up to mid on no run there. Doug Rains emailed. He says, "Good morning, Marty and co-commentator. I was in attendance yesterday and saw Steve Harmison in conversation with Marcus North. What is his role at the club at the moment?" Nothing official has been said, but he's just doing a little bit of mentoring from what I gather. A bit like Graham Fowler did about 2 or 3 years ago, pre-COVID. He says, "I'm saddened at the loss of Sean Dixon, but fully understand his reasons." And he says, "I voted for my player of the season, only one contender for me, Matty Potts." As Ashraf bowls, Borthwick plays and misses. That's just left him outside the line of off stump, gone low to the keeper. He said he's been simply outstanding in the games he's played. And he said there's a few nominees and incumbents for the worst player.
Who presumably you're not going to...
And he said, "I will be renewing my season ticket next year as I'm classed as a concession and it represents good value for money." Yes, the emails have come out about season ticket renewal in the last 2 or 3 days. I think the thing that's putting people off is the lack of cricket in October, isn't it? In terms of membership renewal. Ashraf bowls. He's just defended. I'm going to go through a period of from mid-August to mid-September, 5 weeks without a home game for Durham. And yeah, it's because they failed to get out of the one-day group. But equally, they could have got out of the one-day group and still not played here because they could have played away in a quarter-final and a semi-final.
Well, as I say, Sussex had 5 games in 60 days at Hove from after they finished their game against Leicestershire in July. And people are saying for a seaside town, you get a lot of visitors to the town. You get a lot of a lot of casual people coming along to watch the game if there was any cricket.
Ashraf bowls to Borthwick. That spits up and Borthwick fends it away one-handed. Top hand over the ball, end of the over. That's another maiden. There have been quite a few maidens already today, haven't there?
Well, it's tidy, Ashraf, isn't he? 8 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 20. In his second game for the club, certainly bowling better in this game than he did last week against Worcestershire when...
How many overs had they batted last night?
They'd batted 16 overs.
16, so...
Yeah.
So the first over this morning, there was 2 fours and a 3. Then we had 2 maidens in a row. The next over, a 4 and a 1. And then a couple of 4s in the next one after that. And then another maiden. So 3 maidens in the first 6 overs.
So Ashraf hasn't conceded a run this morning? I don't reckon. Or is he? We've got to change of bowling, I know that much. And it is going to be the skipper. Tom Haines is coming on to bowl. He's had a tough old season as Tom. Never easy. Took over the captaincy last year, but and had a very good season with the bat. But it hasn't been so straightforward. Made a very good double ton at Derby early on in the season, but since then has really struggled. And actually, when you take Tom's double 100 out of his total runs, he's only averaging just over 20 this season.
He's conceded 1 run off Jones.
Thank you.
Today.
And as well broke his hand against Leicester. Then that kept him out until the semi-final of the One-Day Cup against Middlesex. So it's been difficult. It's never easy when you're skippering a side who's not winning matches as well. Sussex with just 1 win in the Championship all season. Anyway, what can he do here? He's got a very attacking field, which I shall describe in a minute. He's coming into bowl to the right-handed Michael Jones. Charlie Tier standing up to the stumps. And Haines bowls, and Jones tries to force that one away through backward point and doesn't time it. The ball just bobbles down in front of him. I thought it might have played on for a moment, and there is no run. So that field, there's a slip, a backward point, cover mid-off. There's a silly, what's a shortish extra cover, almost a silly mid-off actually. I'm going to say it's short extra cover. There's a very short straight mid-wicket, a mid-on, a more orthodox mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Haines is in and bowls, and Jones is forward, placed to mid-on. There is no run. He's very tidy, is Tom Haines. He's got quite a strange approach to the wicket. Well, he wanders back to his mark, and as he gets to his mark, he sort of wheels round in a big circle, starts his momentum, and carries on. We're watching him now. He goes, he's turning, running, and now he's coming in again. Around the wicket. In and bowls to Jones, who drives back down the track. Haines fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. He bowled 3 overs last night, Tom Haines. 3 overs for 10. Yeah. And I think he'll have to do quite a bit of bowling today. With obviously Henry Crocombe not able to bowl. He's in the bowls, and Jones drives nicely, but only as far as Coles is in there at short extra cover. And it is another dot ball. Lancashire have lost another wicket. They're 52 for 8 at Chelmsford, so 28 wickets in the first day and a little bit. Keep an eye on the other games as we go through the day. Haines in and bowls, and that's down the leg side, clipped away, and it's got a nice looking shot. Whether it's going to go for 4, let's have to wait and see. Chasing after the ball is Daniel Ibrahim. He does every time somebody does a sliding stop now, I slightly wince. In fact, Daniel Ibrahim, that's a good throw actually, but 3 to Michael Jones. He injured his shoulder in the first game of the season against Notts, sliding around the boundary, and he was out for several weeks as well. So it is fraught with danger.
Fraught with a capital ought.
Yeah, I'm sure that the coaches, there are ways to slide after the ball, isn't there? I mean, I think if you're going head first, that's probably not a great idea. But
well, there
must be some techniques, Marty.
Yeah, the thing yesterday was with Crocombe, he was diving forwards to try and drag the ball backwards and then put himself off balance. I think that's the Emirates flight coming into Newcastle.
All right, where's that come from, Marty?
Dubai.
Nice. Comes Haines around the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Borthwick and runs this. I'm not sure it quite worked where he intended. It's the thickest outside edge down to third man. Ali Orr's in hot pursuit down to third man. He decides not to dive. Well done, Ali. I think that's a very wise move. Gets in the throw. It's 3 more to Borthwick, who goes to 20. And Durham are making good progress here. They've already added 30 runs this morning in the half hour's play that we've had, and batting looks a lot more comfortable than it did yesterday.
I got the tail sign wrong there through my binoculars. It's the Air France flight from Charles de Gaulle to Newcastle.
Right.
The Emirates flight used to come in around about this time, but I think they've moved it to, it arrives late afternoon now and then takes off as an evening flight, an overnight flight.
I was up your way a couple of weeks ago, Marty.
Were you?
But not on the road. I was in the middle of the North Sea.
Were you? On a ship?
I was. Yeah.
Where were you going?
I went from Southampton to Norway. And never ever been to Norway before. And went to see the fjords.
All right.
But I looked at the map and I thought, it showed all the towns as you went up the east coast.
Ashraf in bowls, played by Borthwick safely to the offside, no run there.
Because we had a lot of cricket early season, Sussex. We had 8 weeks on the spin.
Yeah, Durham did as well.
So we had a week off, so I penciled that week in for a week's holiday.
Yeah.
And as we went up the North Sea, the weather was beautiful actually, and I was looking across as we went. We went across the Dogger Bank. There was a map on the
very shallow there.
Yeah, it is. You're right. Yeah,
they're building the world's biggest wind farm there, and by the time it's finished, it's going to be the size of Greater London.
Is that right?
Yeah. So a lot of the kit for it is coming in and out of the River Wear and the River Tyne. Ashraf bowls to Borthwick, that's played to mid-on, no run there. Some of the huge vessels that come in, they're in and out all the time. So they're building the big wind farm there, and I think the service centre for it will be in the port of Tyne. Right.
Well, no end of gas rigs and oil rigs. I couldn't tell the difference out there, but it was really interesting. Just and we were lucky. The weather was very good, so it wasn't rough at all.
When was this?
That was we went on from the 4th of September. We went
right
for a week.
Yeah.
It was my wife's 60th birthday, so it was really nice.
Ashraf in, driven beautifully by Borthwick. It's a half volley and he's hammered it through the covers to the Health Club boundary for 4. Nice shot that. Well, we got back from, I had 4 days in Menorca.
Oh, nice.
So there's the partnership of 50 runs for these two.
Lovely shot, Borthwick. That was the shot of the morning, wasn't it? Beautifully belted away through the covers.
81 balls. Yeah, I didn't do the last one-day cup game because it was pretty apparent that Durham were not going to get out of the group, so I flew from... did a game at Warwickshire, then drove up to Leeds Bradford and flew across to Menorca. As Ashraf comes in and bowls. Oh, an attempted cut from Borthwick. He's played and missed at that. Had 4 days there, came back, and then the Tuesday after August bank holiday, which was possibly the week you were away, we hired a canal boat on the Shropshire Union Canal.
Oh, lovely.
The weather was gorgeous, because the last time we had a canal boat, it was late October and we were in ski gear and it came in dark every day at about 4, so you had to moor up. Whereas this time it was beautiful sunny nights and mooring up about 8 o'clock, so you could do double the miles. Got about 55-60 miles in.
Lovely.
Ashraf to Borthwick. Borthwick drives at that. That's gone through the covers as well. It's been chased towards the boundary by substitute fielder Carter, and he's slid in on his thighs. All right. They'll run 3.
That was exactly in the place where Henry Crocombe was injured yesterday.
Yeah.
Anyway,
but at least with that one, Carter was able
to
get alongside the ball.
Yeah.
Oh. Durham will host 2 games next year. England men and women T20s.
Against
New Zealand here on the 30th of August. The women will take on Sri Lanka on the 9th of September. They are said that would be coming out. Well, it's nice to hear those fixtures because I was waiting for that email to arrive so I could announce them on our commentary. Anyway, good news that international cricket is coming back here next year. In the sunshine here today, it's a beautiful day. Durham in their first innings are 91 for 1, so they trail Sussex at the moment by 71. We've just seen a 50-run partnership as well from Michael Jones, who has 42, and Scott Borthwick 27. That came in 81 balls. Jones heading to what would be his, I think this is his 4th half century in a row if he gets there in a few runs' time. And Durham doing nicely here, looking to build runs and build a lead while the sun is shining. The weather forecast tomorrow is not the best, but hopefully as the day goes on, from a Durham perspective, they'll have a decent lead and then be able to put Sussex back in and try and have a go at them sometime later today. Commentary on the BBC website and the sports app.
And a little break in play, some towels and things brought out. No, so it was we're up the North Sea, Martin. We stopped in 4 places. We stopped in a place called Stavanger, I think it's pronounced. Stavanger, which was a lot of oil business there. Yeah. And then into the fjords, and one of the fjords you went 120 miles inland.
Wow.
And it was, and the weather was that we were very lucky. There were people on the boat who had done the same trip in May, and the weather had been shocking, and it was so windy they couldn't get into Stavanger because it was so windy and it had been cloudy and miserly and horrid. You couldn't really see the fjord, so people had gone back again. But we were very, very lucky, and the weather was gorgeous, and the scenery was spectacular. Tom Haines is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Borthwick. 2 slips in place, he's in on bowls, and Borthwick is forward to a good dent delivery. Punches that to mid-off, there is no run.
You used to be able to get a DFDS ferry from the Tyne to Norway. I'm just trying to remember where it went because it was cancelled a few years ago.
Well, the final stopping place was Bergen, and when we got there, the captain of the boat said, no, Bergen is known for the amount of rainfall that it gets, apparently. Right. In comes Haines, bowls, and steered by Borthwick to backward point, fielded by the eager Alior, and there is no run. It gets apparently something crazy, like 270 days rain a year. The day we were there, we were very lucky. But then a bit inland, where the fjord was, where we went to the end of the fjord, the fellow there was telling us it will start snowing at the end of September. Yeah. And he said, I'll have snow in my garden until the end of May. In comes Haines and bowls. Borthwick forward. Coalsfield's at short extra. There is no run.
I think the ferry might have gone from the Tyne to Bergen.
Right. That was a lovely town. I liked Bergen.
They used to also have a ferry that went to Esbjerg in Denmark, but they cancelled those 2 routes, so the only one that leaves the Tyne now, which heads across, is the one that goes in IJmuiden in Amsterdam.
Comes Haines bowls, cut away by Borthwick straight to point, to cover actually, where it's fielded by Daniel Ibrahim, and there is no run. Sean has sent me an email, Sean Sullivan, about bowling, and I'll read it at the end of the over, Sean, but thank you for getting in touch. Durham made a good start this morning, 91 for 1. Closing in on this Sussex total of 162 as Haines is in bowls, and Borthwick covers up, plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. 5 dot balls from Tom Haines. Oh, he looks rather weary, Tom, as he sort of wanders back to his mark. But he always does he does a good containing job, I think. And he's one of these, he reminds me a little bit, just in terms of the sort of bowler, a bit like sort of Greg Chappell back in the day. Someone who comes on, he can pick up wickets, bowls a good line and length. He's in now, bowls, and forward comes Borthwick, plays to short extra, a maiden over from Tom Haines, very tidy from Tom today. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 16. So Sean says, morning Adrian and Martin, with Sussex having a bowler down, is it time that cricket moves with the times when an injury is sustained in the match and allows substitutes to take a full part in the game like they do with concussion? It's always puzzled me why they can't do it, not like they purposely get injured or seek to gain an advantage. Any news on why Jamie Atkins hasn't been involved? He's always looked impressive when he's played and offers more pace than the other bowlers. Best wishes, Sean. It's a good question, Sean, and I think suddenly Jamie was injured in the early part of the season. I mean, he's barely played. I'll look at his stats in a moment. He was around the team for the 50 over, but I haven't seen him here this week. So whether he's injured again, I will ask the question later on.
You mentioned playing Middlesex in a semi-final in the One Day Cup.
Yeah.
Was that not the quarter? Was that this
year?
Quarter final?
What wasn't Middlesex at all? That was the last group game. They played Lancashire in the semi because Sussex went straight through as group winners.
Right. Yeah.
To the that was incorrect information.
Daniel Ibrahim in bowls. This is played away by Jones up to mid-on. So Ibrahim has replaced Ashraf, and this is his first ball. Ashraf so far has bowled 9 overs, none for 27, 3 maidens. Hunt 1 for 40 from 10 overs, 2 maidens there. Crockrem just the 1 over last night before he injured himself, 4 runs. Haines none for 16 from 5.
Yeah.
Ibrahim comes in and bowls. It's turned away down towards long leg for 1 by Jones. Jones moves on to 43.
Yes, I wrote a piece about the 50 over cup, and Sussex did really well. They got through to the semi-finals and they beat some good sides on the way, but I did caveat it slightly, Martin. I got a bit of stick for it actually, because I said I felt that they did very well, but Sussex were fortunate in that they didn't lose too many players to the 100.
Yeah, well, that's what benefited Durham last year.
And also they played some sides who were considerably under strength. Now, you could only beat what's put in front of you, and Sussex did really well, and there were some excellent performances. There's no question of that. But, for example, when they played, certainly with the games against Surrey and Somerset, they were vastly reduced in terms of strength.
Ibrahim in bowls, defended on a length. Over in there.
As I say, you can only beat what's put in front of you, and I didn't mean it in a derisory way at all, but it's no use pretending they were playing full strength sides. No. Sussex were, in terms of player availability, if you took out Ollie Robinson, who by that time had gone to play for England, George Garton with long COVID, pretty much anyone else who could have played was able to play, because Tamal Mills is only T20, so they were almost up to a full strength.
Bowler comes in, Borthwick plays this out into the covers, no run there.
Actually, my fault there, Martin. I should have said Daniel Ibrahim is into the attack for at the far end of the ground as a replacement for Ashraf.
Yeah. Durham last year in the One Day Cup basically kept all of their batting lineup, so Alex Lees and Dixon, Beddingham scored runs for fun. Ashraf in bowls, driven by Borthwick out towards the cup. There's no run there. And You know, their opening game at Beckenham, they scored 405 against Kent, who were fielding a very young team. It was a record score against Kent, and then this year Durham couldn't win a match. They'd lost Lees to England, Potts to England, and you know, there's Kent making the final this year. Durham were the whipping boys. Finished pointless because the 2 points they did get from a win against who had been bottom, Somerset, were then taken off them. This is defended by Borthwick at the end of the over.
Having said that, Martin, in the semi-final against Lancashire, who were a strong Lancashire side, and Sussex had Lancashire 67 for 5 in that semi-final, and Lancs went on to get 319. And Sussex were going really nicely, 126 for 1. Ali Orr was going nicely on 71, but then Ali was out. Tom Haines made 49, and then really Sussex didn't really get anywhere near after that. They lost to Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire, who were both strong, but they beat a strong Middlesex side. So, you know, certainly not everybody was, but most sides.
Yeah,
had
Middlesex were good this year with Stevie Eskenazi.
In comes Haines. Bowls to Jones, who drives straight to Coles, a short extra no run. And when Middlesex came down to Sussex, that was a game where it was sort of all or nothing for both sides, really. Both sides could win the group, both sides could not have qualified. And Sussex absolutely trounced Middlesex. Sussex made 400 for 4. Tom Alsop made 189. Cheshire Pujara 132. As in comes Haines, bowls, forward comes Jones, plays to mid-wicket, they run, and then they bowled Middlesex out for 243. So that was a really good win against a strong Middlesex side. Stoneman, Eskenazi, Cracknell, Robson, Milan, Holden, Holman. So, you know, so that was really good opposition, and they absolutely thrashed Middlesex.
Well, Eskenazi this year was the first player in one-day cricket to get 4 consecutive centuries.
Haines in bowls. Jones clips this one backward or square on the leg side. He's picked up one. They'll look for 2. They'll go back for 2, but they'll need to get a move on. That's a very good throw right over the top of the stumps by, who's that all the way down? Fahim Ashraf. But Jones is very quickly back for the second. He goes to 45.
I think there was he broke a few records, but one of them was his highest lowest score during that run. So his average was the highest by a player over 4 matches in this day, and then his highest lowest score was the best as well.
Yeah, no, he did have a good season. Haines.
One of those hundreds was against Durham.
Jones just 5 short of a half century. Durham 94 for 1. Haines is in. Jones forward, plays to mid off. There is no. And Jamie Atkins figures this season. He's played in 3 matches in the county championship. He's only bowled 55 overs. They've included 6 maidens. He's taken 4 wickets at 63.5 a wicket. So he hasn't had a great season. Someone was asking me about Steve Finn yesterday, how much Steve Finn had played in the championship. I'll give you his stats in a minute. In comes Haines, bowls, and forward comes Jones. Plays to short extra, there is no run. Steve Finn has played in 5 matches, in 6 innings. He's bowled 141 overs. He's taken 7 wickets at 66. And hasn't played in a championship match since the game at Lord's in July. Played right through the T20 campaign. In comes Haines, bowls, and played into the offside by Jones. Another good tight over by Tom Haines, just conceding the 2 runs. But in reality, batting looks a lot more straightforward than it did today. That's not to say, we have to stress, the lights were on yesterday, it was cloudy, but you've still got to bowl well.
There was a bit of rain at the start as well.
Yeah, there was, so it wasn't easy, but you can't take away from the fact that Durham did bowl really well. Ben Rain and Matty Potts set the tone early on, then really well supported by Paul Coughlin in particular, who I thought was excellent yesterday. So it is better batting conditions, there's no question about that today. But it wasn't just a case of Durham running in and bowling. That they really did bowl well yesterday, and certainly batting looks a lot easier and bowling a lot more difficult today.
Bernard's been on, another War and Peace tomb from him. He says, "Dear Marty, is it because I, or brackets we, are so used to listening to the style you bring to the commentary team on Durham cricket matches, as Ibrahim bowls, Borthwick forward, defends the ball, bounces back the bowler, that when there's no Durham game, listening to others around the country is difficult, as they don't flow like you and your colleagues, do, and long may it continue." So I don't know if, don't know what he wants to continue.
Well, that sounds like it's a feather in your cap, Martin, and not in mine.
Well, no, because I think he's now saying that you flow nicely with me. I think that's what I'm reading into that. As Ibrahim comes in and bowls, turned by Borthwick off the legs to square leg to Ashraf, no run there. He says, apart from the important details of the cricket, there is so much variety as you try to occupy a minimum of 6 hours or more broadcasting time for your listeners. As the season heads to its close, whilst Durham Cricket's season has been disappointing, it has been rare to lose playing time from bad weather. And without trying to accurately do an accurate assessment, I would estimate at least 95% or more of the available playing time has kept you busy. Borthwick turns this one wide of mid-on for 1 run. Yeah, I mean, what did I say last night when the losses last yesterday? The bad weather.
We've known each other a long time, Martin.
Yeah, so there was 11 overs yesterday, wasn't it? 370 and another 377. 377 overs have now gone this year, which is minimal, really. There's more than 1,200 went in 2012. Ibrahim in bowls. It's chopped down into the ground and out through the covers on the offside. No run there. Bernard says, obviously some England tours can be last minute now. It shows the folly of the 2022 scheduling. We have England and Pakistan for 7 T20 matches, and I believe some tests afterwards in the last 2 weeks of the season. Although England won, I still have misgivings about recalling Alex Hales, as Owen Morgan wasn't happy with him and what had gone on previously, he says. Obviously injuries have given him his opportunity to return, and he took his chance well yesterday. Ibrahim in bowls. Jones plays this to backward point, no run there. Anyway, he goes on to say, many thanks to you for your commentaries this season and to your colleagues. Next April will be here soon enough, and I intend to be listening again in 2023. Thanks for that, Bernard, and I hope your knees are better by then as well.
Where does Bernard live, Martin?
Newcastle.
Right.
Just up the road. In comes Ibrahim. Jones defends. That is the end of the over. Just the 1 run in the middle of it from Borthwick. Durham 95 for 1. Is that your computer making that noise?
It is, I'm sorry.
Right, because I keep looking at mine thinking, why is it doing that?
No,
and I'm not seeing.
No,
it's emails coming through, isn't it?
It's very naughty of me.
Yeah.
I didn't have the mute on, so I do apologise.
Right. Robbie Stoke has been on. He says, hi Marty and team. I listened to an interview with Rob Key yesterday, referenced the 7 T20 games in Pakistan and the pending World Cup. To cut a long story short, he alluded to the fact that the players couldn't play all 7 games. Yet if my maths is correct, that's only 280 overs of cricket over a couple of weeks, and yet these players play 384 overs potentially in 4 days.
That's a great point.
Are we mollycoddling these players? Are they becoming the new footballers, he asks.
Tom Haines comes in and bowls to Borthwick, plays to mid on there. I think that's a very, very good point. You know, you could bowl a maximum of 4 overs. You can bat for a maximum of 20. They've got all the strength and fitness coach and physios.
And I think 4 games are at one ground and 3 are at another, so there's not loads of travelling in between. There's 8, basically, in this domestic season, you're playing on average 80 days of cricket across 6 months.
Comes Haines, bowls, driven. A good stop by James Colson at short extra. There is no run. Yeah. It's not... Yeah. I talk about things, actually. I saw a tweet this morning. I haven't had a chance to read there's an article by George DeBell in the Cricketer I saw flashed up this morning, talking about, because there's all the talk about the structure for, and it seems as if it may not be a done deal for next season, you know, from what George was suggesting.
Well, the clubs have got the say, the final say, and 15 clubs are owned by their members.
Comes Haines, bowls, played to the offside, footed by Coles. There is no run. But George was saying that one of the suggestions had been like a Premier League of 6 teams. Yeah. We were saying in the last week's game against Worcester that the structure was going to be exactly the same next season, because that seemed to be the way that the mood music was going. But I'm not so convinced now, you know.
Well,
Haines runs away from us, bowls, forward comes Borthwick to the covers, footed by Coles, no run. I mean, certainly the
if
Sussex...
they bring in 3 divisions, what's going to happen is the teams who end up in Division 3 are really going to struggle then to recruit decent players, and they're just going to become the flotsam and jetsam, and before long, I would imagine they'll be jettisoned off into a minor counties type structure. That's what they want. They want fewer teams. They're not saying it, but they want fewer teams.
Haines in bowls. Borthwick. Oh! Well, he's got a bit frustrated there, Scott Borthwick. He was looking to force that away through the covers, and a little bit... He got a big inside edge the ball could easily have played on. Instead, he gets a single down to fine leg to Scott Borthwick. He goes to 29, the total to 96 for 1. I mean, certainly the Sussex view is, that was at the forum last week, there will not be a vote of members. The board will decide which way Sussex are going to vote, and it was made very clear last week Sussex are in favour of 14 county championship matches going forward. That's how Sussex will vote. Haines in, bowls to Jones, played out to the offside, fielded by Coles. There is no run. 96 for 1 at the end of the over. Jones 45, Borthwick 29.
They've already taken 8 days of county cricket away from us in recent seasons, right? England, as a result of them messing around with the 2 divisions, let's have 10 in Division 1 and 8 in Division 2, then swap it around, and sides don't play each other twice, so it's not everybody twice, so it's not a true guide of how well a team's doing this season. If you are lucky enough to be drawn against the side that's going to turn out to be the worst in your division, you play them twice, and some of your rivals only play them once, then that's an advantage to you, isn't it, you know? And England, and I've said this so many times recently, England were the best test side in the world when you had 2 divisions of 9 and sides were playing each other equally. And yeah, these things are cyclical, but they've messed around with so much. They've messed around with the toss. Let's not have a toss. They've messed around with a heavy roller. The schedule's all over the place. As Ibrahim comes in here, right arm over the ball. That's cut by Borthwick. That's a really nice shot, and that's gone past point. It's being chased by Carter. Will he get there? He dives in. Oh, he's dragged it over the rope.
Don't dive.
Well, he slid in, didn't he? He slid in, but he couldn't stop himself, and he sort of had the ball in his hand and dragged it over the rope. Too much messing around, and it's the same people who are making these decisions. And then when it doesn't work, they try something else. 100 runs up now for Durham, 100 for 1.
That's the way to bring up 100 as well.
29.1 overs.
He's made some nice shots, Scott Borthwick, this morning.
I fear that the ultimate aim is to end up with just 8 major county sides playing in the test venues. Ibrahim in. This is defended by Borthwick.
And from a Durham perspective, Martin, international cricket is played here. You know, that's the sort of thing.
Yeah, but they lost test status now.
Yeah, but you know, from the counties who don't hold, I know there's not 100 franchise. There's talk of 100 franchise coming here, though, isn't there? At some stage.
Don't know.
But you know, for the clubs that, you know, the Sussexes, the Derbyshires, the Leicestershires, the Worcestershires, the Essexes.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of the country nowhere near a test venue in an international ground, with hundreds of thousands of people living in those areas. Ibrahim bowls, defended by Borthwick.
So you know, and one of the arguments, and this was made very forcefully last week by Sussex, was, you know, had Jofra Archer not come over to this country and played at Sussex, had Ollie Robinson not come to Sussex, George Garton, you know, Phil Salt, who's clearly no longer with the county, you know, where would these play? Would they have developed into players had they not come through? They've got to come through somewhere, you know. They've got to find a county somewhere, and they may have got lost to the game. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. Ibrahim bowls. This is played by Borthwick. Short extra cover, no run there. The idea that you have fewer teams and therefore have better talent. There's just so much talent that would be missed in the regions.
Well, that's they were talking about. Is it Will Smead who got that big 100 in the 100, a very quick 100? And someone wrote an article somewhere saying, you know, Will Smead, who's been developed through the 100, and some saying, well, hang on a minute,
garbage.
He's come through. He's come through Somerset.
Of course he has. In comes Ibrahim, defended by Borthwick once again. A lot of the people who are shouting from the rooftops about there being too much county cricket don't actually watch any county cricket. You know who they are, you know their names, you hear what they say, you see what they write. Do you ever see them at the grounds? Do they watch county cricket day in, day out?
Well, no, of course.
But it's county cricket's fault. They've already made their minds up. Ibrahim from the Lumley end bowls to Borthwick. Borthwick plays this up to mid-off, no run there. So every time England do badly, it's county cricket's fault. Whenever England do well, and we're always being told there's too much first-class cricket in this country, whenever England do well, so South Africa beat England in the first test and it was county cricket to blame. Then England fight back and win the next test, and then the test after that's over in 2 days, is it? Yeah. So is anybody then saying actually South Africa don't play enough first-class cricket because they've been rolled over in 2 days? Nobody says that because it doesn't fit the narrative.
When you talk about players coming through clubs and players needing to find a county, Ollie Robbins is a great example. Began his career at Kent, then he went to Yorkshire. Could have been lost to the game, who knows? But Sussex took him.
Well, he would have been lost to the game if he hadn't knuckled down eventually.
But that was due to perhaps going to Sussex and Mark Robinson. In comes Haines. Bowls to Jones. He's hit on the pad. Ooh, Tom thought he got his man. Hands on heads from the Sussex boys. And Jones gets the benefit of the doubt. That looked a good shout.
It did.
Every time I watch Tom Haines...
Watching it again, it looks a good shout as well.
He runs backwards looking at the umpires. A game a few years ago where he did that, ran back, and he actually fell over backwards on the wicket, much to the amusement of his colleagues. He didn't look very happy there then, Tom, because he thought he got his man. Haines runs away from us. Bowls. Jones plays firmly to mid-wicket. Sussex are bowling very tidily here.
Tight on it, and he's very much in the Paul Collingwood mould, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, Dan Abrams bowled 3 overs for 6. Tom Haines in his 8th over, 0 for 19. So they're keeping it tight. They're just trying to build some pressure, but by the same token, Durham batsmen so far haven't looked in a great deal of trouble. Tidily, though, Sussex have bowled. Haines in bowls and Jones forward, and so much these days, Martin, is about these duke balls and the ball's getting softer and it gets more and more difficult, and I'm sure they're very mindful here, Durham. They've negotiated win the 31st over. Yeah, so the feeling is you just need to try and get wickets in the first 40 overs before the ball starts to go soft. Haines in again, bowls, Jones forward, played, clipped to mid-wicket. A misfield by Tom Clark, and Michael Jones was after a single. It would have been suicidal. I think he was slightly kidding Tom Clark, who a slightly casual bit of fielding at mid-wicket. There is no run.
Katie says, am I right in thinking Durham isn't owned by its members, and if so, who does own it? It was re-registered as a community-based club.
Haines bowls, Jones drives to mid-off, fielded by Carson, no run.
So it's run by the board, but on behalf of the community, there's no major shareholder like there used to be. Adrian off to do an update for Radio Sussex as it comes up to 11:30. In comes Haines, defended by Jones, is on 45. That's the end of the over, and it is a maiden. So Haines 8 overs, none for 19, 2 maidens for him. Durham still on 100 for 1, and they got to 129.1 overs. So we're now 31 overs in. There hasn't been a run since the 4 that brought up the 100 at the start of the 30th over. Of course, there wasn't an issue about scheduling before a certain franchise tournament came along that no one else plays.
Slight delay, we've got to our update, Martin. I've got about 5 minutes, so probably this over.
Why have you been delayed?
Yeah.
Ibrahim bowling to Borthwick from the Lumley end, no run there.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, and he's a highly respected cricket journalist, George DeBell, as we all know. So I must try and find what George was saying today. It was certainly an article that he'd written for the Cricketer. Because, as I say, certainly my understanding from last week's conversations were that the schedule had been involved and nothing would change for next year.
Yeah.
In terms of how games were scheduled, and it would be 14 championship games.
Oh, Ibrahim balls to Borthwick. He looks to cut and it's bounced out the keeper's gloves. Tia couldn't hold on to it. If there was an edge there, that is a drop, but difficult to tell from the camera angle because it looks like there's a bit of moisture in the lens, so it looks a little bit cloudy from that end of the ground. Martin Deacon has emailed. He said, "Good morning, gentlemen. Nice to hear a robust defensive county cricket and a championship of 18 teams. A point in favour of your position is that India are a successful international team, and they have just extended the number of teams playing in their domestic first-class competition in the Ranji Trophy. Ibrahim Ain chopped onto the foot by Borthwick and played off towards point. He's just not quite timed that well there. Regards, Martin Dixon. Of course, all the players who say there's too much cricket here will be straight over to the new tournament in South Africa, won't they, when they get a chance?
Yeah, absolutely. So I wait to the end of the
IPL and the Big Bash,
yeah,
and the
West Indian, Caribbean Premier League, and
Pakistan Super League. That's played away by Borthwick to mid-off. So if these players are playing too much cricket, it's not simply the fault of the county setup, because a lot of them are choosing to go abroad and play in other tournaments. Fair enough if they want to make the money and do that, and they're good enough, great. But they also have to respect the fact that all those days in other countries add up, and they take their toil over a year as well. Ibrahim in bowls, defended by Borthwick up to mid-off.
Well, my view at the 100 when it was launched, Martin, was that if it's for the benefit of the game and the game expands and more people play, then we should, I wanted to wait and pass judgment. What I thought with this season, and I didn't watch hardly any of it, was that there were players who came over two or three games
and then went off to the Caribbean,
and then went off to another franchise, and I don't think that's
England
right.
Players withdrew. The superstar Indian names have never materialised.
Didn't understand it at all. Ooh, good delivery.
No ball.
Did he nick that as well?
There was a noise, wasn't there?
Yes, there was a noise.
And viewing figures were down 20% apparently.
Yeah. So what George is saying, a Premier Division of 6 teams is among the more eye-catching proposals to come out of the ECB High Performance Review led by Andrew Strauss.
That has been discussed.
It is perhaps the changes of the Championship which will appear the most controversial. A significant drop in matches from 14 to 10 in most cases. They're thinking that counties may tolerate 12.
Ridiculous. Ibrahim any balls. That's gone off towards point. And that is the end of the over. How are the counties going to recover the lost membership? Because people aren't going to take out memberships for 10 first-class matches. They'll end up being more meaningless T20 games. There's already loads of dead rubbers in that anyway. And then there'll be some other white ball franchise probably comes in, or the clubs will be told to start playing the 100. Anyway, Tony Waters says, here, I'm considering not renewing my membership for next year because of the lack of county cricket I'm able to see throughout the calendar. I'm not really bothered about the T20 or the new thing, but the lack of traditional forms for me may lose my attendance soon, says Tony. Durham 102 for 1. Rob Rush has joined us. Good morning, Rob.
Morning, Marty. Morning, everyone.
Going to see Jack Carson bowling, who I don't think we've seen yet in this game. It's off spinner, right armour.
Obviously, Sussex losing Henry Crocombe for the rest of the game after the shoulder injury he suffered yesterday. So they've got to find his overs from other players. And
first, Mike's right down there.
Is it?
Yeah, there you are.
There we go.
Must have been knocked.
So got to look for some replacement overs elsewhere, and Carson's getting a crack.
Brought a short leg in, got one slip. Who was actually examining his finger ends at slip, but he does look like he's on a mobile phone at the moment. First ball is dabbed away on the leg side by Jones. Carson up to the stumps again. He's bowling from the Finkel end, right arm over, and a reverse sweep from Jones. That's nicely done. That takes him to 49.
That's a brilliant shot.
Lovely shot. As he plays that. He's effectively swept it down to the vacant third man area. The pub is open. His recent innings, he got 97 in the first innings at Leicester last week, and then was caught behind off the bowling of Callum Parkinson. He made 50 in the second innings. and then was out on 50, bowled by Chris Wright. The week before, he got 87 at Derby. And then go back to his last championship appearance here. He made 206 against Middlesex in July.
Been one of the few consistent performers for Durham this year.
He's come along leaps and bounds. He went into this game with an average of 48, 782 runs. Carson in, he comes down the track and flicks it up towards mid-on, and there's his 50 in 96 balls and 7 fours. So he's reached 50 for the 4th time in 3 games.
Very good innings so far, and the way he came out in reverse, swept Jack Carson basically second delivery, showing the confidence he has in his own game. Maybe saw that first ball, didn't really do a lot, and not a lot of assistance there. See how Scott Borthwick goes.
Borthwick turns this to mid-wicket. Bowler coming round the wicket there. Next ball to Borthwick is played out through the covers for 1. So Durham are 108 for 1. They trail by 54. This is turned by Jones off towards mid-wicket as well for 1 run. Partnership between these two now 72. There's your confirmation. Stuart Manger, agree with every word. The county game is fundamentally the skill-making, skill-refining laboratory, and the finishing school. It encourages built-in competition, long-term strategy honing, and is now the envy of world cricket, says Stuart. He also adds, where will any franchise get its quality without the ground-feeding new seed planting that the county game provides?
Hard to disagree. Will be Ibrahim to continue. Some slight changes in the field. I believe, is that Vidhudden Prentice on as a sub-fielder?
Arlie Carter's been fielding all morning. What's Hudson Prentice? 33, yeah, that's him.
As Ibrahim is in, back of length, and Jones turn this, and they take a quick single up to mid-on.
Can't remember him having those flowing locks.
Jones moves himself to 52.
Has Finn Hudson Prentice got a long ponytail? Yeah. He didn't used to the last time I saw him.
Borthwick turns this to mid-wicket for no run.
Maybe he wasn't allowed at Derby.
Ibrahim in again, full of delivery, and Borthwick plays into the ground, into the offside.
Was a no ball signal there? Did he have his arm out for another reason? Yeah, no ball.
Score moves to 112. Ibrahim in again, and Borthwick again into the offside, and we'll get a single after two fielders' attempts to stop, and only a half stop allows the skipper to scramble through.
Oh, I've been sent an email entitled Steve Harmison. Let's have a look at this then.
As Ibrahim in again past the umpire, bowls, and Jones just defends this into the onside for no run.
Yeah, it's basically confirming what I said earlier today. Durham Cricket announcing that Steve Harmison joining as a coaching mentor for the final two games of the county championship season.
Currently down at the far end of the ground from where we look at it.
Yeah, he's walking around with Neil Killeen, I think.
As Ibrahim in bowls, and Jones turns this into the leg side, and there's one run, and they will come back for a second. Jones moves himself to 54.
Well, Harmy made his debut for Durham in '96. We were mentioning yesterday he was the first player to get a hat-trick for Durham, and that was against Worcestershire here in, I think it was 2005. I think he also got one against Sussex. 222 test wickets in the sort of winter, spring of 2004. 7 for 12 at Sabina Park. He was the world's #1 test bowler. Oh, inside edge there.
Slightly back of a length delivery that Jones plays onto his pad. Ended the over Durham 115 for 1.
So he had quite a few years at Durham, and then he went off to Yorkshire on a loan towards the end of his final year of his 5-year contract. And while he was down there, he managed to get me and my missus tickets for a test match, and we turned up at Yorkshire, and they were from Alistair Cook. Tickets into the restaurant, so I thought, he's got good contacts. Obviously he played in the same team, and then I found out later on that they shared a room and were best mates, and I think Alistair Cook was a godparent to Harmy's son. I think that's how the story went. Carson to bowl from the Finkel end, right arm round to Borthwick. Borthwick defends on a length. He's on 35 from 77. Here's more detail than of the international matches that were announced in our news bulletin at 11, which I was sort of piggybacking off the back of when commentating, as Carson bowls again. Borthwick forward to this one. So next year, England's men will play New Zealand. That's Wednesday the 30th of August. That's a T20, 6 o'clock start. And then on the 9th of September, England women will play Sri Lanka in a 2:30 start in a T20. Carson with a quicker ball there. It's more medium pace, that one. Played out to the covers by Borthwick, no run.
Is the men's fixtures at ODI T20, you say?
Yeah.
No, at the JS Bowl we've got one of those ODIs against New Zealand next year.
Here comes the bowler. This is played off towards short extra cover for a quick single by Borthwick. It's scooped up in there by Tom Alsop. One run though. I think there was talk at some point of maybe Durham trying to go back down the test match route as well in the near future.
It would be good to have test match cricket back up here.
When Ian Botham became chairman, he said he didn't want test matches in May. He wanted them at the height of the summer, but there aren't any next year. This one's flicked away out through mid-wicket for 1 run by Jones. I say there aren't any. There's no Ashes test in August, but New Zealand are here for a series of games, aren't they?
Yeah, indeed. I think next year actually there's only one England international in the whole of August.
Yeah.
And it's right at the end of the month.
Durham Cricket members will receive priority access to tickets and £5 off with their membership. Carson in. Oh, Borthwick flicks it just beyond the grasp of short leg. think it's Carter in there.
It's a half chance.
Yeah. That's the end of the over. 2 off it, I think it was. Tickets will go on general sale from Tuesday, the 1st of November. So when you're feeling utterly miserable that November's arrived, you can cheer yourself up and buy some tickets for the matches next year. I think that'll be the second anniversary of my first dose of COVID. What's the score then? 118 for 1. Lunch will be at 20 to 1 today. Tea 3:30 unless 9 wickets are down. Durham just 44 behind here at 118 for 1, and this partnership is now worth 82 from Borthwick and Jones.
Something would have to go drastically wrong from Durham's point of view if they're still playing beyond 3:30 for the tea break.
Oh yeah.
Very good start. Got to keep on it as Ibrahim will continue in, and Borthwick will flick this past square leg. Should be a comfortable 2. Maybe looking for a 3rd, and they will go for it, and they'll get back. Very good running between the pair. It's Sean Hunt down there at long leg, had to work his way around to deep square, and the pair realised that and were able to scramble through for that 3rd. Borthwick moved himself into the 40s. Both going at a decent strike rate. Borthwick striking at just under 50 and Jones at just under 54.
Just looking in the stands, there's clearly a few Sussex supporters up in the stand opposite us next to the sight screen, judging by the badges on their t-shirts. Mervyn is there with his straw boater as well. Swerving Mervyn, who got Nick Maddinson out at Leicester last week with his email. The timing of that was absolutely impeccable.
Ibrahim's in again, and Jones just defends this into the covers.
Lots of people in shorts and t-shirts enjoying the sunshine because it's a beautiful day out there. Yeah, Mervyn emailed us last week, and I think it was after Nick Maddinson had got to 50. And
was it literally next ball?
He said, "Is this his day of atonement? And will he go on to get a really big score?" And as I was reading it out, he was caught in the slips. So
Commentator's curse.
That's your fault, Mervyn. And they took it off and they played it in the Total Sport show on Radio Newcastle later that evening.
Ibrahim Jones comes walking down the track a little bit to him, but just ends up at mid-on.
A little bit of intent there.
Obviously, it's the complete opposite of conditions that we had yesterday. Yesterday was very much a good day to have the ball in your hand, and today it feels like you want to be out there in the middle batting, and Durham will now just be looking to keep piling the runs on. Only 40 odd behind as Ibrahim's in again, and Jones plays it through the covers, and it's beats in short extra and will run away for 4. That's a beautiful shot.
I thought for a split second there James Coles had got a hand on that. He was diving low to his right, and I lost track of the ball as it was passing him, and I thought, oh, that's a good catch, but then spotted something in the corner of my eye out towards the boundary. An hour into day 2, and there have now been 30 wickets at Chelmsford and 24 at Southampton.
I know Essex have been set, I believe, 98 to win by Lancashire.
Oh, I think Lancashire have got that one in the bag.
based on what's happened before, yes.
Yeah. Well, I mentioned earlier today everybody complaining about cricket in September. I remember listening to it back in 2013 when Lancashire bowled Essex out in Chelmsford for 20. It was incredible. Scott Reed, the commentating on that one.
Because I think the lowest county championship score is 12. I think, because there was a statistician who saw Lancashire 7 for 6 yesterday and went, what actually is the lowest county championship score? I think it ended up being something like 12. As Ibrahim is in and Jones just defends this one. That 4 also came off the back of a no ball as well, I think, if the scorecard's reading correctly.
Yeah.
So that's
no ball 4, yeah. So hence the drive, which took on short extra cover. Around the grounds then at the Oval, Surrey made 333. Yorkshire are now 14 for 1 in the 9th over. In Bristol, Warwickshire 274. Gloucestershire are 44 for 2 in the 10th over. Down in Taunton, Somerset 328 for 6. Northants yet to bat, obviously.
Ibrahim in, and Jones thickish inside edge that turns away to mid-wicket.
Somerset choosing about yesterday. I'm wondering if they had a bit of rain there yesterday afternoon, because
I've seen Tom Abel went to, I think, his 12th first-class 100.
Lancashire made 131 at Chelmsford, and then Essex were all out for 107. Lancashire were all out for 73 in the second innings, and Essex have got off to a flyer. They're 15 without loss.
Runs absolutely flowing there as Ibrahim is in. Slower delivery, and Michael Jones flicks this round the corner. Good stop by Sean Hunt down at long leg to save 2 runs, as they'll only come back for 2. Looked like a slower delivery from Ibrahim, and Jones just flicked off his pads round the corner. He moves himself into the 60s. Durham 129 for 1.
Ooh, Hampshire wobbling as the pressure builds. Kent made 165, were all out. Then bowled Hampshire out for 57. They're now 115 for 5. Then by 223.
I think Matt Quinn had something in his coffee or something, because he took a 6-fer, if I remember correctly. Not ideal, but
Fahim Ashraf coming back into the attack to replace Carson. He's going to have a bowl from the Finkel end, our end of the ground. Almost feel like I can just lean out the window and touch him on the shoulder. He's that close, and the sun is shining brightly here in Chesley Street. Glamorgan 450 for 5. So
David Lloyd double ton.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the conditions in Cardiff.
I think Lloyd is still going as well. Last time I checked, he was about 220 not out.
Yeah, has he got his highest score? 240. Yeah, it's his highest score. There was one other game, wasn't there, that I hadn't read out there, which I've now forgotten. Middlesex, Leicester. Oh, there's a couple. Middlesex 297 all out. Where are they playing at? Leicester. Leicestershire 34 for 3. Leicestershire haven't won for a year.
Is Kev doing that game, do we think?
He will be, because it's an away game. He'll be doing it with Richard Ray. Worcestershire 378 for 9 at Worcester against Notts. Here's Ashraf coming in to bowl, looking for his first wicket of the match. That's a lovely drive by Borthwick. There's a hand on it at mid-off, but it's rolling towards the boundary. It's being chased to the ropes, and they run 3.
Hunt, I think it was at mid-on.
Sean Hunt.
Mid-off.
I haven't got his number written down on my scorecard.
21.
Yep.
Run rate is sitting at just under 4 for the innings, which is very healthy indeed. I think Durham looking to take advantage of both the good weather conditions, and obviously Sussex not only going to have, they're not going to have Henry Crocombe available for the rest of the game, so they'll have one less batter when they eventually put back in.
Well, they're still 30 behind at the moment, so it's still a case of wiping out that deficit and trying to build a lead. Bat up through to tea if they can, and see where they are then. Maybe a little bit after tea, but light will be an issue, perhaps. A little bit of cloud coming in now. Weather forecast tomorrow is a bit indifferent, and it could be wet in the afternoon. Of course, there is still the final day on Friday.
Only one slip now in. There's a few men gone back on the leg side.
Ashraf bowls. Jones plays the ball back to him. Oh, he can't actually reach it. It's run behind him to Hunt. Coming up to 5 to 12, so there'll be an update for Radio Newcastle in a few minutes, about 6 or 7 minutes time.
Just a one slip in. There's a very short mid off. Short mid on, sorry.
Short mid on, yeah. More or less standing on the strip. Ashraf bowls. It's punched the other way. by Jones to mid-off, and it's spilled out there by Haines. He couldn't quite, wasn't a catching chance, it went along the floor, but he couldn't take it cleanly. Jones move on to 62, Borthwick on to 43. They came together with a score on 36 for 1 last night, so they are 3 away from a 100 partnership.
They both just looked incredibly comfortable as well. There's not been many that have troubled them, especially this morning. This morning it's, obviously as we mentioned, it's been very good batting conditions, but you still got to go out and make the most of it, and they've done just that.
Borthwick's faced 84 for his 43, strike rate of 51, and he cuts this one past point.
Shot.
Nicely done. That's 4 more.
That's
really nicely timed that.
Maybe slightly back of a length there from Ashraf. Didn't seem to be a lot of pace on it either, and Borthwick just sat back.
That's the partnership.
Sat back, waited for it, and played it beautifully through backward point. And as he mentioned, the 100 partnership is up. Jones 48 and Borthwick 47. Come off 163 deliveries. Borthwick now moves on to 47. Ashraf, I think, as well with that, has decided he's not going to stay over the wicket anymore. He's going to come round to Borthwick. It does just seem, Sussex do seem to be a little bit deflated at the minute. Obviously no wickets today, so that's naturally not going to help the motivation, but doesn't seem to be a lot of bounce in the field, not a lot of chat. Someone's going to have to step up.
It's wide of off stump and it's gone through to the keeper. So Durham currently trailing by 25 runs. Scott Borthwick hasn't got 100 on his tally this season. He's got into the 80s and the 90s a number of times. 96 against Worcestershire here, 90 against Glamorgan here, 89 at Worcester. Defends this one, plays at the point. What else has he got? 64 in Cardiff in the opening game of the season, 60 at Lords in a defeat in May. 55 against Middlesex here in a draw. So he's pushing towards the half century. He's on 47, and from a career point of view for Durham, he's had 1300s and 41 50s. And in his first class career, because obviously he was at Surrey for about 20 hundreds and 57 50s.
Sean Hunt coming back into the attack.
So this would be his 7th half century of the season, but he is currently off strike. The news has begun. It's midday on well, it's midday everywhere where it's midday, but the midday news has begun on Radio Newcastle.
Just a one slip in, it looks like. Looks like Tom Haines is packing the mid-wicket region for Jones, or now the man's just wandered over to the covers instead. Long leg, deep backward square. Mid-wicket, mid-on, short cover, mid-off. As Hunt comes in, bowling to Jones. Immediately strikes him on the pad and not given by the umpire. Did look to be going down the leg side. deficit now just only 25 for Durham. As Hunt in again, and Jones drives this up the track, but only as far as mid-on. Hunt in again, and Jones drives him into the covers, but a very good stop at short extra cover means there's no run. Jones plays and misses this wild out the offside.
Yeah, it's been a good morning from a Durham point of view. Nice sunshine and warmth here in Chester Street. Plenty of people in t-shirts and shorts, given yesterday it was miserable and the floodlights were on for most of the day. Durham began the morning on 54 for 1. They are now 137 for 1. The partnership from Scott Borthwick and Michael Jones is now 101. Borthwick on 47, so on the fringes of his 7th half century of the season. He's yet to get the treble figures this year, though. Michael Jones has been in great nick. He's currently on 62. That adds to the 97 and the 50 he got at Leicestershire last week, and 87 the match before that in Derby. Durham then here at the end of the over are currently 137 for 1, so they trail at the moment Sussex by 25 runs, and they're 38 overs into their innings.
Hello, Rob.
Hello, Adrian.
Good to see you. Are we? Oh, you need to. That's it.
There we go.
I think Durham had a very nice. I mean, I think in fairness, I mean, Sussex are a bowler down, so we need to. I mean, I think Sussex are bowled tidily, but it's these are very different conditions to bat in this morning than they were yesterday. I did say in commentary, it wasn't just a case yesterday of Durham running in and bowling. They bowled really well, but this is a lot easier today. As Haines is on his way, coming into bowl to Scott Borthwick wide. That's not a great ball. That's clubbed away, and that's going to go for 4 runs. Unless Ibrahim can get round. Well, he does get round here. That's a good bit of fielding. A very good bit of fielding. Gets in the throw and prevents a boundary. But it wasn't a great delivery. It was wide outside the off stump and carved away by Borthwick, who goes to within one of what will be a very good half century.
As these come out and look very, very settled, accomplished. Obviously, a bit of a platform set last night. He wasn't coming in after 2 or 3 overs. There was a fair bit of time been taken up before Sean Dixon had been pinned LBW, and yeah, they've both just come out this morning and been on their game.
Ashraf runs away from us, just the one slip in place. He's in and bowls, and Borthwick plays that to backward put. He was looking for that single, wasn't there, fielded by or a bit of an update on Henry Croker. I understand he is on the ground. He's got his shoulder, or his arm I should say, in a sling. It would appear that the shoulder didn't dislocate, so it would seem to be more ligament damage. But quite often that can be just as bad, kind of, when you're talking about quite whether the ligament is ruptured or whatever. I think Sussex are waiting to get some specialist advice, but certainly last night he went to the local A&E and waited to get it assessed, so they get that initial assessment done. but I understand he was in quite a lot of pain, and watching Dan Ibrahim diving away, he hurt his shoulder fielding this year as well. In comes Ashraf bowls, and forward comes Borthwick, plays to very straightish mid-on where Tom Clark comes across the field. There is no run. Wickets are tumbling elsewhere, Rob. I know you've got an interest in the fortunes of Hampshire, who will need to bat better in their second innings because otherwise the county championship could almost be over in this round of matches if Surrey were to win and Hampshire get heavily beaten, because they won't have picked up any batting bonus points.
Nope.
To just 3 bowling points, and if Surrey were to win, I think the lead was 8 runs. If Surrey were to lead 8 points, if Surrey were to win by maximum, that would be it.
It would indeed.
Ashraf in bowls, and Borthwick clips to mid-wicket, fielded by Clark, no run. And similarly, actually, in the second division, I noticed Leicestershire are 4 down against Middlesex. I think if Middlesex were to win that game and Glamorgan failed to beat Derbyshire, I think Middlesex would almost certainly be up as well alongside Notts.
Well, Glamorgan have put themselves in a brilliant position. David Lloyd has gone to his 250 now, and they're currently 465 for 5 against Derbyshire, so that screams of a bit of an afternoon acceleration, or maybe a lunchtime declaration. Try and get Derbyshire in and see if they can fare better than they have with the ball.
There have been some flat decks at Cardiff though this year, and you makes you wonder whether Derbyshire might just, well, they've got a long way to bat out, but there is some weather around as well. In comes Ashraf bowls, and Borthwick plays a shot outside the off stump. It was a wide delivery. He was tempted into cutting that one away through backward point, but whistle past the outside edge taken by Tier, and there is no run.
Kent currently lead by 236, and they've got 5 wickets in hand. They lost, I was speaking to people, they lost 3 wickets last night. Of course, what I didn't check is the fact they sent in 2 night watchmen.
Kent?
Yeah, so they sent in Connor McCurr, who's just signed on loan from Surrey, and I believe Harry Podmore. Right. They sent in as night watchmen, and Hampshire did well to dismiss them both.
Ashraf in again bowls, and there is Scott Borthwick's half century. Nicely played, in fact better played than I thought. He's going to get 4 runs. Beautifully timed away through backward point. Too much width again from Fahim Ashraf, and Borthwick cuts that way through backward point, and that's his half century. 53 to Scott Borthwick, the second half century of the morning, the first coming from Michael Jones. Let's wait for the stats.
Just been very fluid.
Lovely shots, and really from the off this morning, he 2 boundaries in the opening over, he just looked in good nick, and Durham batting themselves in a very powerful position here. 143 for 1 at the end of Ashraf's over. Ashraf's 11 over 3 maidens, no wicket for 41.
This also shows how powerful winning the toss can be, in the fact that Durham, yes, it's an element, it's 50-50 with the coin toss, you either get it or you don't, but the overheads yesterday immediately said bowl. They did their job. They got Sussex all out relatively cheaply, and they got through yesterday. Only lost Sean Dixon to a delivery from Sean Hunt, who will continue here. Bowling to Jones, and it's another struck on the pads. I believe height was a major issue there. Looked to be hitting him on the top of the knee roll. Yeah, even though Jones has his back to us.
Yeah, I think as well, Sean Hunt always got sort of halfway through the appeal, and then I think had decided that actually it wasn't out. I'm just going to reach across you, Rob, because I think I've got an email coming here. There's no need to. Well, that's okay. I thought I got another email come through, but that's fine.
But yeah, sort of as I was mentioning, yesterday was a very clear bowl first, and you kind of deal with batting when you come to it. And Durham got to today, obviously a bit of an early finish last night due to bad light, as Hunt is in again and Jones just defends this one. Durham got, and it's a no ball signalled by the umpire. So Durham got through to end of play yesterday, which was slightly ahead of slightly earlier than scheduled due to bad light around, and then wake up this morning and it's clear. Yeah. It's clear.
Beautiful day.
Exactly, and so Durham have got the best of they've had the best of both. They've had the best of both worlds in a sense. So main thing is now they've got the platform, build on it, as Hunt is in again and Jones defends this into the onside.
I think you would imagine, Rob, that with the weather forecast for tomorrow is not the best. You can't always rely on weather forecasts, but it would seem there is going to be some rain. It depends on what weather forecast you look at, but possibly from lunchtime onwards tomorrow. So Durham here will have their stall set out. Big total bat once.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. I wouldn't go as far to see they'll declare this evening and put Sussex playing. I don't think they'll have enough runs on the board in order to even contemplate that, as Hunt is in again, fuller delivery, and Jones turns this to mid-on. Looked for a quick single and realised it was never there. But, 145 for 1. Still got 9 wickets in hand. You've got people like Nick Manninson, David Bellingham to come in and bat. I think definitely the main plan will be you've got to still be batting by close of play. And by that, you'd imagine Durham would have a lead of around 100, 120.
Well, I think more than that. Yeah.
As Hunt in again, and Jones just turns this.
We've got
short mid wicket.
I think I'm looking at the score. Your eyes are probably better than mine. Is that 80?
Just over 80 overs.
So if Durham were to score 3 and over in the next 80 overs, that's 240. Now that gets them to the best part of 400. They'll be sort of nearly 250 runs ahead.
If they get to that point, then maybe we do see a declaration with the weather around. But
and then you've got and I just think now you're getting to 40 overs when the balls have been going soft.
Hunt in, and Jones just drives him into the covers. Not a lot of power in the shot, so just trickles gently to the fielder.
So I just wonder whether that will be the Durham tactic. We lost, Sussex last week, the game against Worcestershire down at Hove. I was talking to Martin about it, and the best part of 80 overs were lost in the game there, which was to Sussex's benefit in that game as well.
Hunt in again, and Jones
shot
exquisitely drives him through the covers. Stand and deliver, moves himself on to 66. Durham at the end of the over are 149 for 1. Sorry, 150. He's brought up the 150 for Durham after just under 40 overs.
Well, so that tells you they're going along at the best part of 4 and over. So if they were to go 4 and over for the rest of the day, 8 fours are 32, 32 onto that gets them not 4 short of 500, and that would be a huge lead.
Also was a no ball, hence why they've moved over the 150 mark, but that was an absolutely exquisite shot by Michael James. He's played a few of those today. Hunt in again, and Jones turns this very fine just round the corner, beats Charlie Teal, and get 2. Fahim Ashraf does the fielding round from long leg. End of the over, Durham 153 for 1.
Michael Jones reminds me a little bit, in terms of style, of the way that Zach Crawley bats. I just think he seems particularly strong through that sort of offside. He stands very tall, he plays very straight as well. And I've been really impressed with the way he played. We've got a break in play. I think lunch is being taken at 20 to 1 today because of the overs that we lost yesterday, so some drinks being bought out. And Sussex are desperate for wickets here. I'm thinking where else Tom Haines might choose to go. He's obviously got the spin of Carlson. It has been tried this morning. He's got the spin of James Coles. Tom Clark has had 1 or 2 injuries during the season. I think he bowls a brisk medium pace, but the wicket doesn't seem. Well, the wicket was helpful to the seamers yesterday. It was more the overheads that were the issue, and it just looks a good track to back on. And Fahim Ashraf he's come over for these 3 games and not easy. It might have been different had he had the opportunity to bowl first yesterday. But he's going to come in now. The ground momentarily in shade for pretty much the first time today, and Sussex very much on the defensive with a slip of third man, backward point cover mid-off. There's a mid-on and mid-wicket, a deep backward square and a fine leg, and Ashraf is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Scott Borthwick. Is in and bowls, and Borthwick covers up and plays straight back down the on-side of the track. And coming running in from mid-wicket to field is Tom Clark, who has a little natter to his good mate Tom Haines. Both played their club cricket down at Horsham Cricket Club where Sussex have played county cricket until a few seasons ago, but that became financially unviable, so now back on the one-day circuit, although not this year, but hopefully they'll be playing cricket, maybe a one-day match, or who knows next year. So much depends on the schedule, and there may not be a one-day cup with group matches, etc. In comes Ashraf, bowls, and that's lucky to get away with that. He clips it down to long leg, picks up as it comes back for the second. He's going to move on here as he's very quickly back, and that was good running by Borthwick. He was always looking for the second run. Way down there in the distance is that Jack Carlson, I think it is right the way down there, got in the throw, but
if the throw had gone to the bowler's end, there was a very good chance of a run out, but the fact he went straight to the wicketkeeper, as you mentioned, Borthwick had turned and immediately set off for the second, no doubt in his mind, and it's his call. Obviously he can see where the fielder is when he sets off for that second run, so he made the call and Jones respected it.
Well, it just shows the intent, running hard between the wickets. As Ashraf is in again, round the wicket, bowls and cut away firmly. Good shot. Don't think it's a great delivery. I mean, it's wide outside the off stump on Borthwick. It's just absolutely belted that away through backward point for 4 runs. And Durham are getting into their stride here. We were talking about going on at 3 and over. Well, already that's 6 runs in this over. And Durham are currently scoring at pretty much 4 and over. Not a great delivery.
You got to. If you're Sussex in this point, you have to help yourself in a way. If the ball's not doing a lot, which it doesn't seem it has, Jack Clarkson didn't seem to get much assistance out the surface. You got to help yourself in terms of you got to try and keep it as tight as you can. You can't be bowling wide outside the off stump because these two will free the arms and they will send you to the boundary.
Ashraf again around the wicket, bowls. That's a better delivery.
That's pitching, more like it.
Yeah, pitching on middle stump, and Tom Haines can set a feel to that. That was the problem last week against Worcestershire on the Wednesday, which was the 3rd evening, and where the Cattell play, we only had 32 overs, and in those 32 overs, Worcester batted for 20 of them and scored 147. And I really felt for Tom Haines because no matter where he set his field, the bowlers weren't bowling to it and the ball was disappearing around the park, and Sussex can't afford for that to happen here again. It's a big outfield to defend as well here at the Riverside as Ashraf is in around the wicket, bowls, and Borthwick plays to mid-on. Now he was thinking of a single, but it wasn't on. Tom Haines very quickly in from mid-on to prevent that, but I think again that sort of showed the intent of Borthwick. He was looking for the single.
Yeah, so both of these guys have come out today with a very positive attitude and mindset towards the day's play, and obviously when you only have 162 runs to go chase before your level, they're basically there at the minute, 159 for 1. They're basically level and they've still got 4 or 5 recognised batters to come down the order, so
Ashraf again in and bowls, and he pulled slightly across the line then did Scott Borthwick. I'm not sure that was quite, he was looking to hoik that one away over mid-wicket.
Wasn't quite short enough.
No, it wasn't, and the ball just dribbles in front of him. So Ashraf finishes the over with 3 dot balls, but Durham in the strong position of 159 for 1, just trailing now by 3 runs. Michael Jones is on to 68, Scott Borthwick on 59. Just one other score to mention, it's the playoff match in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy today, and it's very one-sided. The Southern Vipers have reduced the South East Stars to 87 for 8 in that playoff match. I think the final is on Sunday with the Rachel Hayhoe Flint, and that game today is being played at Beckenham, which is traditionally a good batting track, so looks like the Vipers well on the way to victory. We spoke about options for Tom Haines, and one of those options is a bit of spin. We've seen some Jack Carson, and we're now going to see James Coles, who's going to come in from the finger end of the ground.
Well, judging on how Jack Carson went earlier when Michael Jones reverse swept him brilliantly for 4 off just the second ball of the spell, it'll be Jones on strike to start. I'd imagine Haines, as he kind of has to at the minute, he's going for the restrict option. Now, obviously, it's down to the bowler to help him out in a sense. As you mentioned last over, Haines can only set a field to what he wants the bowlers to bowl. Be interesting to see here. Mid-on and mid-off are both up. So the option to go aerial straight back over the head is on. Just the one slip in. As Coles is in and Jones just defends this one off the back foot.
I mean, I like that. I think if you're a spinner, you want to be saying to the bat, well, if you want to come down the pitch to me, try. But it might well be these two do that.
In again, and Jones, full of delivery, defends off the front foot this time. See, for me, when I played cricket, I always loved playing a spinner because if they didn't put cow corner back, for me, it's always one ball to look and then cow corner's immediately in play here. As Coles is in, and Jones just defends back into the pitch.
I guess neither Jones or Borthwick would have seen an awful lot of James Cole, so there may be a little bit here of let's just have a little look and see what we're up against here.
There's no need to be overly reckless as Coles is in and Jones is forward to defend. Like I mentioned, they're in a super strong position here.
I mean, he's still
there's no point. They've done so well. There's no point trying to, as you say, if you're not seeing it, there's no point trying to bash him all over the place. And Coles does send mid-on slightly in between. He's not stopping a single, but he's not right back on the boundary. So Jones turns this to mid-wicket.
I never quite understand that, Rob. Not just with Sussex, but in cricket in general. The way I used to play was you're either on the one or you're on the boundary. One of the two, not in between.
As Coles is in, and that looked like a dropped catch. Shouts of catch it from.
Was it a drop catch or a mis-stumping, or both?
It could have been both. There were definitely shouts of catch from the field.
There was.
Jones did come down to try and meet it. I think might have got the inside edge. And it's the debutant Charlie Tier on debut. Fortunately not able to either take the catch or effect the stumping. Maiden over from Coles to start with. Durham remain 159 for 1. I also do get that point you're making about the fielding placements, and that's for me it's very similar. Maybe they're just sending him back there in case of a miscue.
Right.
Miscue leaning edge doesn't get all of it, so therefore if you send him back it will carry to him. But for me it would have been very much a case of you either are back on the boundary, saving the boundary, maybe you give away the extra run there, or you're in stopping a single.
Yes. Yes.
But obviously Tom Haines knows what he's doing a lot better than either of us do, so
But that was certainly a chance.
This is the thing, it might have only been a half chance, but you've got to take them. In a game like this where you haven't got runs to play with and you're in the defensive, you have to go take your chances.
Well, Fahim Ashraf is in again. Bowls pulled away by Borthwick before runs. I'm afraid that's a poor delivery by Fahim Ashraf.
He's had 4 or 5 of those in the last 3 overs.
You know, it's short, and it relieves the pressure. You've just had Coles bowl a good over and build a little pressure, and Ashraf, it's short, and it's really helped yourself on Borthwick, to be honest. He goes to 63, and Durham now into positive territory. 165 for 1, leading by 3.
It's a no ball as well. So
great spot.
Extra punishment for Sussex.
So Ashraf now is in his. I thought he bowled well last night, and he bowled well first thing this morning, but he's lost his line of length since he's bowled from this end. Bowling from the finger end last night, but hasn't looked as good today. Runs in and away from us. In and bowls to Borthwick's into the pad. That's a good shout.
Going down.
And it hit him quite. I mean, Scott Borthwick is rubbing the top of his thigh, which you would do. Round the wicket to the left-hander.
Seems like it's hit him in the.
Right. I wondered if it hit him right at the top of the thigh, or do you think it hit him somewhere more painful than that?
Well, judging by the way he's
crouched over his bat, isn't he? No, I think it was his thigh. I think it maybe missed the thigh. Well, no, he's just adjusting his protective gear, so maybe it did get him in the painful area.
I wonder how quickly Tom Haines might go back to himself from this end if Ashraf can't find a line and length.
Ashraf in again, bowls forward comes Borthwick, plays back to Ashraf. There is no run. I say the other option in terms of medium pace. I mean, Tom Clark has up 1 or 2 niggles this season, but he does bowl a brisk medium pace. I'm not saying he's going to necessarily take wickets, but it would be if he was fit. I'm a little surprised that if he doesn't bowl. But he bowls sort of Ibrahim-ish pace. But this looks a good track now. As Ashraf turns, I'll make way for Martin at the end of the over because I know there are updates to be done. And lunch will be at 20 to 1 as Ashraf in bowls. Well, Borthwick really thought about launching himself at that. It was outside the off stump, and he's just rehearsing a shot. I think he fancied a lovely, juicy half volley there, Scott Borthwick, and at the last moment decided not to go through with the shot. Perhaps he didn't think it was quite there, Rob. I don't know. He suddenly set himself up to clout the ball through extra cover, drive the ball in that region. But
think it's a little bit of. He think it hit him on the inside of. Slightly inside of the bat where he wanted it to be, so ended up just falling straight back towards Ashraf. As you say, he was looking at extra cover and wanted to send him to the boundary.
Ashraf Runs away. One more cloud around now, but still patches of blue skies. Ashraf is in bowls, and Borthwick is defending and plays back down the offside of the track. Played to mid-off, there is no run. From a Sussex perspective, in terms of Faheen Ashraf, it's very much a case of having a look over these 3 matches, the game against Worcester last week, this week, and then Glamorgan next week, as to next season. I guess both Sussex need to think they've seen enough to make it worthwhile as an overseas, and Ashraf has to think, why is this where I want to come? One thing I've noticed as well, there's a lot more breeze around. I mean, look at the flags at the far end. I mean, they're really billowing, really fluttering in the breeze, whereas yesterday it was virtually still. There's a lot more breeze around here today, and the trees are swaying away at the far end of the ground. As Ashraf, with the final ball of his over, runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Borthwick. Again on the leg stump, and it's clipped away to mid-wicket, footed by Tom Clark. There is no run. Oh, there's another ball to come. Is there another no ball in the over?
No ball at the start of the over.
Has there been another one as well? Oh no, there was a no ball and a 4, I'm sorry. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dots since. Yes, there is another delivery to go. My apologies.
This Essex game is still proving to be bonkers. George Balderson has just taken a hat-trick for Lancashire. So Essex are 28 for 4, still requiring 70 more for victory.
Well, Glenn Chappell was very, very vocal, wasn't he, last night?
I saw the interview. He was very unhappy. And, yeah.
Well, rightly so. In comes Ashraf, round the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. There was a bit of extra bounce there from Ashraf. The ball sailed past surprise Scott Borthwick into the gloves of Charlie Tier. End of the over. I'm going to make way for Marty, who's got an update to do, and I'll speak after lunch.
Durham then in the lead, 165 for 1.
The lead came after 42 overs. It was technically 42.1, but it was a no ball. But been doing well today. What was the score overnight? 54. So they've added 111 this morning. Run rate 3.8. Borthwick hasn't had a century since he got 100 in the second match of last year at Essex. He's had 7 half centuries this year. Jones has had a double century this year and a century against Leicestershire, and he's now got his 4th half century in 5 innings. 97 and 50 at Leicester last week, and 87 at Derby the week before. Coming in the ball now is Coles, who should have had Jones in the previous over when he was on 68. It went through him, possibly an inside edge. Keeper spilled it though, but either way there was a missed stumping as well. So he remains on 68. So Coles comes in and bowls. Oh, and he spoons that up into the air, and it's gone out through the covers for 2. And spin bowling's just causing him a little bit of trouble here from 18-year-old James Coles. He's left arm orthodox, playing in his 8th match. He's got 8 wickets going into this one. His best figures 2 for 32 on his debut against Surrey, which was in 2020. Ball tapped away this time by Jones to mid-wicket, no run there. Coles started in age group cricket with Oxfordshire, under 14s for them, the minor counties for them last year. He's played for England under 19s last year and this year. Comes round, left arm round from the Lumley end. Jones pushes the ball out towards point, no run there. His club cricket, Aston Rowant Cricket Club, in the Home Counties Premier League. I have to say my knowledge of them is 0. If anybody knows of them, let us know what they're about and where they are. That's a good diving stop from the bowler off his own bowling. Katie's been back on. She says if memberships drop because there's not enough cricket to make it worthwhile and the clubs are owned by their members, then it makes it easier to get a load of mates to buy membership and then vote to reduce county games even further. Is this a cunning plan from the ECB? I don't think so, Katie. Little write-up in the Cricketer about the fact that Harmy's turned up to do a couple of matches of coaching as a... What did we say? What was his role? A sort of mentor. Yeah.
Well, it'd be good for people like Oliver Gibson.
Yeah.
Obviously, Matty Potts, who's had a breakout year, but still.
I think Stanley McAlinden's got a stress fracture now, so he's probably missing for the rest of the season. End of the over, 167.41. So we're at 12:30. This is when we should be having lunch today, but they're adding in an extra 10 overs to the session to try and claw back 8 of the overs which were lost yesterday. But because they were already up to where the end of the play more or less was, they're only able to claim back 32 minutes lost yesterday, so just an extra 2 minutes will be added tomorrow, but then there's a chance that they might lose some overs because of the weather. It's dead straightforward.
Fahim Ashraf is going to continue, see if he can find a more consistent line and length. Coming around the wicket to Scott Borthwick, slightly back of length, and Borthwick plays this to mid-off for no run.
Paul Bennett's emailed. He says, a brilliant discussion earlier. It's not often I agree with Bernard brackets Tolstoy, but today I do. The remarks about the current state of the game and its future are spot on and characteristically apposite.
.167 for 1 as Ashraf runs away from us past the umpire. Bowls a full toss which Borthwick is unable to connect with and is stood there looking back up at Michael Jones going, did that just happen? It's a bit of a rank delivery from Ashraf which deserved to be put away, and Borthwick's not able to make contact with it.
Paul says Durham has been an embarrassment to the Test and Counties Cricket Board and its successors since before admission. I'm old enough to remember when a combined Durham-Northumberland team was offered admission. Both counties soundly rejected this insult, which arose from us being consistently 2 of the best 4 to 5 minor county sides.
Ashraf in, and Borthwick cuts this towards the man on the boundary. Just gets 1.
You can hear the wind in the microphone now, can't you?
Yeah.
He goes on to say, too far north, too cold, not enough light, but at the height of the summer we have natural light long after everybody else. We've consistently punched above our weight. First minor county to beat a major county in the Gillette Cup, our noisy southern neighbour, at their place. Winning the championship, then the Test status before being struck off following the Test bidding fiasco, and consistently producing England's fastest bowlers as well as leaders. Even after county admission, how many Durham players have had to go south to get a game for England? Yet we are still being marginalised, and the latest proposals, he believes, don't want Durham as a competing county. They just want our players and other staff that we've developed.
Ashraf into Jones, who just defends back up the track.
He adds World Cup winners, backbone of the Test side, world leading umpires, biggest and best Test ground with the best lights, yet they still marginalise us. A few people might argue about the biggest Test ground, but it certainly has the good lights. I'm furious at the way the game and my county is being treated. Admittedly, more trains could stop at Chesley Street, but that's out of our control.
Ashraf in again, and Jones turns us to mid-wicket. No run.
Thanks very much for the email, Paul. Angus has been back on, made the journey down from Perth yesterday, which got me thinking, when I've got a few days off in October, I fancy getting the train up to Scotland. I've never been over the Forth Rail Bridge.
Have you not?
No, I've been over the road bridge many times, particularly as a kid in the teddy bear van, but not over the rail bridge. I've stayed underneath it in a hotel, in a pub at South Queensferry, but I fancy going over there, maybe up to, I don't know, up to Dundee perhaps.
Ashraf to finish the over, and Jones plays this into the offside and will not be a run, just the 1 off the over. Durham 168 for 1, leading by 6.
Angus says, I had a very pleasant walk in from Washington this morning. I had a bit of time to spare, so took a walk along the Weir. I totally agree with what you're saying about county cricket. I would go back to 2 leagues of 9, playing everybody twice, and no more than 5 points for a draw. I think I made the right choice putting shorts on today. And Durham are batting very sensibly, he says.
I 100% agree with the sides playing twice. That for me should be non-negotiable, because I think Surrey will only play Lancashire looking from a Div 1 perspective. Surrey, I think, are only playing Lancashire once, and Lancashire going to be another top 4 finish for those guys. I think Hampshire, we've only played Surrey once, and looks like those two are going to be the top 2 sides in Div 1. So, I mean, we're asking the ECB to do something which seems sensible, which probably proposes a lot more questions than answers in itself, but hey ho.
Oh, Coles was coming into bowl there, and then he changed his mind.
Reckon we'll get one more over after this?
Time is it?
37.
Possibly. He comes in and bowls. It's whipped away off the back foot by
that's beautiful.
Borthwick out through deep mid wicket, and that's gone for 4 to the Castle stand. A really nice shot.
That is a beautiful shot. One of the shots of the morning.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I can definitely guarantee is that neither of these batsmen will want to go in for lunch now, because they've got their eye in. They've been batting so nicely, and lunch, tea, can often be a rude interrupter of progress, but this partnership's been excellent from these two. The lead's now 10. Calls in again. Borthwick with the same shot, the same result. Another 4. Just slightly further up the stand this time. Well, Coles looks a different prospect bowling to a left-hander compared to bowling to the right-handed Jones. Partnership rattling along now. They've now put on 140 from 218 balls. So when they came together yesterday, Durham were 108 behind, and they're now 14 ahead. Jamie seems to be enjoying his day, wherever he is in the stands with his dad. 176 for 1. Calls in again. Borthwick dabs it off towards point for a single.
Do sometimes see that certain bowlers don't enjoy bowling to certain batters. I think Moeen Ali at England, he's good against left-handers, but I think he struggles against right-handers, so the captain obviously uses him in different ways. Might be something similar with Coles.
Ball played by Jones out into the covers this time. No run there. Time is it?
39.
Yeah, 2 balls to go. I think this probably be the last over. Calls in again. Jones defends.
So Jones seems to have taken not a back foot approach in this partnership, but Borthwick has certainly been the more aggressive one. That's not to say Jones hasn't been aggressive in his own right, but
he's just been a little bit becalmed since Coles came in, hasn't he, really?
Yeah.
Balls again to him. That's played towards the gully area. No run there.
Should be lunch.
Now that's 12:40 on my watch, and they're going off for lunch. So Durham in a good position here then. 177 for 1. Borthwick 73. Jones 70. The lead is 15. They have had 46 overs. 74 still remaining in the day, and the partnership from these two is 141. Go and have your lunch. We'll see you in 40 minutes, so that will be 20 past 1. There's the B bat again. 20 past 1, we'll see you then. And enjoy your breather, as we are about to, because there's sandwiches waiting for us with our name on upstairs.
My love of Spitfires came as a small boy going to air shows with Dad. Working on Spitfires is a huge responsibility, and the same applies at work.
The care and expertise Derek takes over his beloved Spitfire is the same precision, passion and attention to detail he takes helping you choose your next perfect car. Because at Virtue Motors, it's all in the detail.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it. and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Never thought I'd be following the Sex Pistols. Anyway, it is lunch here on day 2. It's been a decent day so far, although it has just clouded over recently, but good batting conditions, and Durham haven't lost a wicket this morning. They resumed on their overnight score of 54 for 1. And at lunch they're on 177 for 1. Scott Borth. They resumed on their overnight score of 54 for 1. And at lunch they're on a 73, his 7th half century of the season. Michael Jones has 70, and that is his 4th half century in 5 innings. And their partnership of 141 has come from 222 balls, and it means that Durham have a lead of 15 at 177 for 1. Still 74 overs remaining today, and play will be getting underway again in 16 minutes. Welcome back to Chester Street. I hope if you've managed to grab some lunch, you've all enjoyed it. We've just polished off our sandwiches and we're ready for the afternoon session on day 2 here between Durham and Sussex. Sussex didn't manage to take a wicket this morning. They are a bowler down with Henry Crokum's shoulder injury, and Durham took advantage today. Partnership that has developed of 141 runs from 222 balls from Scott Borthwick and Michael Jones. Jones on 70 from 142 deliveries, Borthwick on 73 from 112. Borthwick's gone into the 90s and the 80s a number of times this year, but hasn't gone on to get 3 figures, so today would be a very good day for him to push on and do that. And playing with a little bit of freedom, playing nicely, played some lovely square cuts and cover drives for 4. Jones got a little bit becalmed before lunch and should have been stumped on 68. He didn't hit the ball apparently, but it was a stumping chance. The ball went into the keeper's gloves off the bowling of Coles and then bounced out again when Jones was down the track and out of his crease. Here are then Carson to start the first over after lunch from the Finkel end, our end of the ground. This is played out towards short extra cover, no run there. And Durham's lead is 15, so slightly different conditions now to what we had this morning. It was lovely and warm this morning and everybody was in t-shirts and shorts. Borthwick forward to this one. We've got a bit of cloud cover now, and the wind got up for a while and it looks a lot cooler out there now. And there's not many people in t-shirts anymore. Most have put jumpers on and 1 or 2 have gone for their coats, so cooler conditions and a little bit overcast. It's cut by Borthwick out towards deep extra cover for 1 run, and is fielded in the process by Daniel Ibrahim, the 18-year-old who born in Burnley but has grown up on the south coast. Got a stiff westerly breeze now, looking at the flags at the far end of the ground. Jones is on 70. Carson comes in and bowls. Jones plays it out towards short extra cover, cut off by Willie Carter, the substitute fielder. Who I think post lunch has gone man bun, having been shoulder length locks before lunch. This is flicked off to mid wicket this time, no run there. Allsop fielding in there. If you want to get in touch, at Matty Cricket on Twitter or weirdcricket@yahoo.co.uk on the email. Jones turns this towards mid-wicket and will go for a quick single. It's gone towards mid-wicket and actually drifts across to square leg. He'll keep the strike as well at the end of the over. So he moves on to 71. And Adrian's got the how to contact our southern hemisphere neighbours.
Yeah, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to email us, sussexcricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. I did get a note when we were talking about ferries going across to the North Sea earlier, talking about Bergen, and Randy got in touch and said he got a ferry across in 1973 and Bergen was covered in snow. I get a lot of rain there and probably a fair amount of snow, but further in there they get a lot more. It's going to be spin from both ends. It's going to be James Coles, who has bowled 3 overs for 11. Got a bit of tap in the last over before lunch. He comes in and bowls to Michael Jones, who eases that to mid-wicket, fielded by Carter, who's got the pads on under his trousers in there at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Jack Carson's waving for something. I think he wants a jumper, or someone wants a jumper. I think Tom Clark at slips, or is it a helmet they're looking for? Either way, in comes Coles, bowls, and Jones forward, plays back to the bowler. There is no run. Coles fields.
I mentioned a little train trip over the Forth rail bridge earlier. Angus has got me touring around the whole of Scotland now.
Go on. In comes Coles. Coles bowls, and Jones flicks to mid on. There is no run. Where's he got you going, Marty?
Well, he said, I definitely recommend a trip north over the Forth rail bridge, but then go across to Glasgow to catch the northwest line up to Fort William, where you can then catch a steam train to Mallaig.
In comes Coles and clipped to wideish mid on, fielded there by Sean Hunt. 1 to Jones, who goes to 72. Durham to 180 for 1.
I know about the lines up there. He says you don't even have to stop yet there. You can then get a ferry to the Hebrides.
See, I'd fancy a bit of that.
I think he's going to have me coming back via Canada in a few minutes by the look of this. He said the Inverness to Kyle of Lacalche line is also very scenic. All the best, Angus, brackets Scottish Tourist Board, unpaid rep.
I walked to Fort William, Martin, a few years ago. I walked the West Highland Way from to Fort William. I forget the name of the place it started from. Is it Malgai? I forget now. Coles coming over the wicket to the left-handed Borthwick. He's in and bowls, and Borthwick plays that to mid-wicket. And there is no run, fielded there by Tom Alsop.
I would like to do the Caledonian Canal on one of the cruiser boats up through Loch Ness and whatnot.
Here comes Coles again, and Borthwick just settling in after lunch, plays it into the offside. There is no run, and over that just yielded the one run. And Durham go to 180 for one. Jones 72, Borthwick on 74. And the route they go, you can go around the north of Scotland. They call it the 500.
Yeah.
Is that right?
It's just popular cycling and motorbiking.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, they take a bit of cycling, Martin. I know you like a bit of cycling. I mean, that'll take 500 miles. How long is that going to take?
Oh, take me a good week or more, easily.
Well, yeah.
I mean, those who do it are quite fit, because I'm not, and they try to push on about 120 miles a day, but it's lumpy roads, lots of climbs.
Oof.
Jack Carson starts his second over after lunch. Ball played short to Alsop. Mid-wicket, no run there. Paul says, hi Marty and the gang, greetings from a sun-kissed and warmish Costa del Hartlepool. How's that? Carson comes in, bowls again. Played to backward square leg. Mentioning that it was his father's funeral yesterday, so he obviously couldn't listen in yesterday. Good performance with the ball by the bowlers yesterday by the looks of the scorecard, and a good reply by the batsman as well. Should be with you for the duration of the game, as this is a slog sweep out to deep mid-wicket for one run. Picked up by Ibrahim. He said, should be with you for the duration of the game as I relax after a stressful day yesterday. Have fun and come on, Durham. Yes, I think Paul emailed us to tell us about his father a couple of weeks ago, so quite a traumatic time for the family over the last 2 weeks. Around the wicket now comes the bowler. Borthwick plays us back up to the bowler's end. Yeah, I was waiting for this. Angus has been back on. I forgot to say the Fort William Mallaig line is where Harry Potter scenes were shot over.
Right, okay.
That's over that viaduct. That is cut behind point and down towards.
Lovely shot. That's going to go for four, I think.
Boundary for four. It's got the legs, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
Four. Nice shot from Borthwick there.
Bit too much width, wasn't there, from Jack Carson on that occasion? Now, he's looking at Tom Haines. I'm not sure whether he's annoyed with himself for the delivery, or annoyed at where the field is placed, or annoyed that it wasn't fielded cleanly. But he does wear his heart on his sleeve, does Jack? He's very, very competitive. So I'm not sure if he's annoyed with the way with where Alior is fielding, or thought he should have cut it off. But he wasn't happy.
That's a sweep out in the other direction. That's four more. Just straight down the leg side there, and a nice shot from Borthwick. He met it on the bounce and dragged it away down towards long leg for four more. 153 runs, the partnership now, in 240 balls, 185 minutes.
He's not happy. He's Jack Carson. I have to say, I thought that delivery wasn't a great delivery, and it deserved to go for four, but he took his cap and his jump and he wandered away, and he's chuntering away to himself at backward point. Sussex, I mean, it's important here for Sussex that their heads don't go down, because if they do, I think things could get a whole pile worse. And I'm afraid to say, I was criticised earlier in the season for making some observations about Sussex in the field, but I didn't hold back last week, because in the 20 overs they faced against Worcestershire at Hove, it was all over the place. And Worcestershire took full advantage. They sensed that the Sussex heads were down in the field, and they took full advantage and set themselves up for a declaration. Ultimately, the game was drawn. But Sussex mustn't let this happen here this week. You know, you've got to keep believing that you can pick up a wicket. You know, if you pick up one can become two. And although they're a bowler down, and it probably feels like everything's against the lads in the field, you've got to stay united as a side, or else Durham will pick up on that. Coles is going to come in from the Finkel end. He's bowling to Michael Jones, and Jones is forward. Ball of good length, placed to mid-wicket, there is no run.
The highest opening stand for Durham against Sussex was this year when Alex Lees and Sean Dixon made a 313. It was one short of Durham's best opening stand in County Championship cricket.
In comes Coles, bowls and clipped to mid-wicket. Now Tom Clark is making a point, I'm just looking here to Jack Carlson, he's making a point about where he wants the field here. I'm not sure that's great body language if I'm being honest. Coles, sorry Martin to interrupt you, Jones works that to mid-off, to extra cover, there is no run.
In 2009, when Durham went through the entire season unbeaten and retained their county championship, the second wicket from Michael Di Venuto and Will Smith here against Sussex was worth 231.
Coles bowls and Jones plays that to backward point. Castle makes a good tumbling save, but they still go through for a single, one more to the total, which goes to 190 for one.
10 runs away from a batting point.
Do you remember that game, Marty?
Yeah, I did all of those games that year, yeah.
Here comes Coles, over the wicket, bowls, and that's short, and he's given out, is Scott Borthwick, and he can't believe that he's out, and James Coles has got a wicket. It was short, it was a long hop really.
Out in the 80s again.
And Scott Borthwick was thinking about hammering that over mid-wicket, and he missed it, and he's been LBW, and he can't believe, having batted so well, he's got out to that delivery. He just can't believe it. He's ripped off his gloves, and he's probably thinking, I know he can always, with hindsight, but I think he's thinking to himself, I should have just stepped inside the line and belted that over mid-wicket. Nonetheless, he's on his way. I need to do an update. Back with you in a minute, Martin.
Half one. Round of applause for Scott Borthwick, but again he hasn't got the three figures. He's given himself yet another really good platform, and he looks really disappointed with himself, and he's looking back to the middle there. He waves his bat reluctantly. A slow walk back to the pavilion, and disappointment, having put on a partnership of 154 in the end, 245 balls with Michael Jones. Durham 190 for 2. They lead by 28. When those two came together yesterday, they were 108 behind, so they've wiped out the deficit. Borthwick's gone down on his hands and knees as he's played the shot. See the dismissal again here. He's completely played around it, and it's hammered into his knee. Madison faces his first ball. It's hit his back knee. On the camera, it looks to be middle and leg. But he's gone right back into his crease as it's got him. And he collapses as he plays the shot. Now, Nick Maddinson got a half century last week at Leicester. 56 I think he made in the end, but Durham fans here haven't really seen much of him this season, so can he bow out on a high, having arrived for the second half of the season? Just the 1/2 century to his name. Jones turns this to square leg, no run there. Start of a new over from Carson.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. The good news is Sussex have picked up a wicket here since lunch, and it's the wicket of Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper, who's been dismissed for 82 LBW to James.
This has gone to square leg again as well.
terrific position, the home side. They lead here by 28, still with 8 first innings wickets in hand. In the battle for the county championship, Surrey out for 333 earlier on today. Yorkshire 60 for 2.
Casting once more. This is turned a mid-wicket by Jones. No run there.
Southampton Kent in their second innings, 166 for 6, leading by 274. But it looks like a good day for the Southern Vipers in the playoff game in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. They bowled out.
Next ball bowled, driven out through the covers. An attempted stop by Carter. It's squirted through his hands. They're going to get 2 runs here for misfield from the substitute fielder. Next ball bowled to Jones, just played short on the leg side. Durham 8 away now from a batting point. The lead is 30. Carson bowls, Jones back into his crease, plays the ball with a straight bat up towards short mid-wicket end of the over.
Well, we were just saying in the previous over how important it is. There just seem to be a few little niggles going on between a couple of the Sussex boys, but nothing like a wicket to cheer everybody up, and that's just what James Coles has done, getting rid of Scott Borthwick. As I say, I don't think it was the greatest ball he'll ever bowl, but a wicket is a wicket, and Sussex need to believe they picked up one, they could pick up another, and games can change really quickly. In comes Coles to bowl to new bat Madison, who's straight down the wicket and absolutely thrashes that towards mid-off. A good diving stop by Sean Hunt, and there is no run, but Madison making his intentions very clear, slipping a short leg in place. Coles in bowls, and Madison cuts this away. That's going to run away for 4 runs. Too much width from James Coles, and he just helped it on its way, eased it down to a third man. No chance for Haines Ashraf to cut that off, and Madison on his way with the boundary. He looks full of intent here, Martin. In his first shot, he's dancing down the pitch and punching the ball to mid-off. And I think the Durham tactic here looks pretty clear. They're not intending to hang around. They've got themselves into a good position. They don't want to throw it away, of course, but
that's the 4th time Scott Borthwick's got to at least 80 this year and not got on to 100.
Interesting. What if it starts to get in your head a bit? In comes Coles, bowls to Madison, who works that to mid-wicket, fielded there by Tom Alsop. Very tidy as always, Tom Alsop. And there is no run.
He's had a 96 in 1989 and now an 82.
Coles again bowls. Madison down the wicket, and he hammers that high and wide, and that's going to go all the way.
Spot the ball, that.
Well, it's just gone over the head of Tom Haines. In fact, it hasn't gone for 4. They'll have to get it. Oh, there could be a run out if they're not careful. I think he's just picked up a couple of runs in the end.
He's launched that high into the sky there. That would have been a great one for spot the ball. Put your crosses where you think the ball is.
Well, that would have been 6 at most grounds. It's quite a long boundary, and in the end, it dropped over the head of Tom Haines, and he's just picked up a couple of runs, but he's showing intent here. Madison, in comes Coles again, bowls, and he eases that one through the covers. More runs here. It's going to be at least a couple as Daniel Ibrahim is in hot pursuit. A sliding stop by Ibrahim, but not before Madison comes back with a couple more. So he's made his intentions very clear, and he's brought up the 200 for Durham, and a first batting bonus point for the home side. Does he normally play in this way? He's been very attacking.
Well, he's
Coles again. With that one, he defends back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Paul says, as you said, lunch sometimes disrupts a batsman's rhythm. But after lunch, Borthwick had a couple of nice 4s, didn't he?
He did, yeah. But Nick Madison has just walked out and just decided he's going to get on with it.
And another email from Paul entitled Derbyshire. Can't help thinking their decision to field has backfired. I didn't realise that. Oh yeah, I mean David Lloyd was on the verge of a 300. Glamorgan 534 for 5. That's about standard this year, to be honest with you, isn't it? What's Lloyd at now? He was 280. 306. Oh, there we are. Wow. Sam North East got a 400 recently. Yes, he did. I think that was at Grace Road. Was that at Grace Road? I think it was. Yeah. Good player, Sam North East. This is turned by Jones to backward square leg. I had a chat with him at the opening game of the season because I remember him making his debut against Durham for Kent in about 2007. I always remembered the name North East, and you know.
Yep.
Then he had a spell at Hampshire, and then he's come to Glamorgan. An attempted sweep here from Jones. He's trying to pick the ball up a long way outside the line of off stump. It's, I think, whacked him in the shoulder. They're appealing for LBW, but that was really optimistic. Anyway, I felt once Glamorgan had signed him that it would really firm up their, strengthen their batting lineup, and so it's proved. Little flick to square leg here by Jones for 1.
Well, I'm a little glad you said that about Sam North East, because I came across him in a game at Kent at Tunbridge Wells against Sussex a few years ago, and I heard him talking to our colleagues Matt Cole and Ben Watts being interviewed after the game, and I thought how well he came across. I thought how well he captained Kent on that occasion, and he seemed to go to a couple of counties, and a few people sort of raised eyebrows, but I always thought he'd been a good acquisition for Sussex. I think he's a good player, and I think he's a good captain as well.
Ball played off the back foot by Maddinson here for 1 run.
I hasten to say not everybody agrees with me.
He wasn't at Sussex, was he?
No, he wasn't.
He went to Hampshire, didn't he?
Yeah. So, but I was just saying,
he would have been a good addition.
I think he would have been a good addition for Sussex. Now,
Well, he said when he left Hampshire he just needed a new challenge. And
yeah. No, I think he's a good player, and I think he's a good captain as well, and he speaks well about the game. That's just my opinion.
Carson ball played back up to him by Jones. Quick flick of the ball back out the hand to the keeper. He scored centuries in both innings against Durham in Canterbury in 2017, which was actually Matty Potts' first class debut, or championship debut, and I think that year he got a century here as well. And both matches ended with the last Kent pair at the crease and Durham unable to get them out. That's a big aggressive sweep there from Jones, and the ball's away towards the old scoreboard on our right hand side for 4. I have to say, from the moment I left the bat I never saw it again.
No.
I was just following the fielder to see roughly which direction it had gone in. Essex 52 for 6, need 46 to win. Things have calmed down there.
It's not quite so many wickets gone down today at the GS Bowl. I think Kent are building a pretty sizable. If Hampshire don't win that game,
Kent lead by 283.
Yeah, and Surrey do bit, and they've already reduced Yorkshire to 61 for 3. Surrey could win the championship this week. And in terms of the second division, how are Middlesex getting on? They've got Leicestershire 89 for 5. So you thought if there's no instructions for weather there, you can see Middlesex winning that, which may, and if Glamorgan don't beat Derbyshire, that could be the end of Glamorgan come to Sussex next week.
We were talking to Rob Rush yesterday about the fact it's Freshers Week in a lot of places this week. Certainly at Sunderland it is. All the new university students arriving, and the company who run the electric scooter rental scheme in the city reminding people about the importance of safe and considerate riding on their electric scooters. There's quite a lot of them dotted around where we live.
Right.
What we did notice was a couple of years ago when they were introduced in Newcastle, there were a number of students arrested for drink driving in the early hours coming back from nightclubs and whatnot. One lad lost his driving licence for 3 years.
Wow. Okay.
Because they are classed as an electric vehicle, and if you're driving one and you're intoxicated, you'll lose your licence.
That's very interesting. Here comes Sean Hunt, change of bowling at the finger left, bowls to Maddinson, who eases that down to fine leg, fielded by Carson. A little surprised that they've changed the bowling here, because James Coles had just picked up a wicket. But he's been taken out of the attack, and Sean Hunt back in. I didn't realise that they were classed as vehicles. But so in that case,
technically, when you download the app, you've got to put in your driving licence details. Now, I see lots of young kids around our way who clearly are not old enough to have driving licences, or they're using somebody else's licence number.
Do you have to wear a crash helmet if you drive an electric scooter?
You're meant to, yeah. And I mean,
is that the law, or I'm not sure. Or maybe it's a bit like a...
Well, each one comes with a helmet, but I mean, when I've used them, I've taken my own helmet with me.
Right.
Don't want somebody else's sweaty helmet residue on my head. So.
In comes Hunt around the wicket bowls, and forward comes Jones back to Hunt. No, I know a lot of the Sussex boys use them. I think Jack Carson on one. I saw Joffer Archer arriving at Hove last week. He had one, and Ben Brown, when he was at Sussex, he had one. So it's a very popular way of getting around.
But they're not legal to own privately.
What, you have to rent them or lease them, or?
Well, if you go out on an electric scooter in this country, technically you're breaking the law, unless you have rented one in one of these insurance covered schemes.
Hunt in and bowls, and Jones just plays this deftly into the offside, picks up a single footed by Carter,
Because
and goes 1 run.
Electric scooters became quite popular as a mode of transport, particularly in inner city areas during lockdown, particularly down in London. You could buy them for about 350 quid online, no problem at all, but they're not classed as legal in this country. And there was one police force was taking them off riders, and then they had a massive crushing event. Squashed them all.
In comes Hunt, bowls, Madden's up on his toes, steers that to backward point, fielded in front of the umpire, who's changed sides. For the left-hander, he's actually umpiring at point, fielded by... Who's that down there? It's Fahim Ashraf. There is no run.
Yeah, I thought, well, rather than smash them up and cut them apart for the sakes of a few moments of PR, I thought, why not donate them to charities where they might have come in handy, you know?
That would have been far too easy, Martin. In comes Hunt, bowls to Maddinson, who's playing cautiously back to Hunt, and there is no run. Tidy from Hunt, who's picked up a wicket. He's picked up 16 wickets so far this season. And one behind Ollie Robinson. I tweeted at lunchtime, still the leading wicket taker for Sussex this season, and he's only played in really 2 games. He took 16 in 2 games, then he played in a 3rd game at Leicester, but was unwell and just picked up the 1 wicket in that game. Barely bowled. In comes Hunt, bowls, and Maddinson very carefully plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Nice and tidy from Sean Hunt in that over. He has bowled 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 52. Durham 208 for 2, with Jones on 82, Maddinson on 10, and you're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Sussex, Adrian Harms and Martin Emerson.
It's just pointed out to me, I didn't actually notice it, but apparently Nick Maddinson's bat has passed the bat gauge test today.
Right.
Having failed to go through at Derby, and Durham still don't know what's going to happen in terms of punishment for that. They argued that he'd used that bat before, and maybe there was a problem with the umpire's gauge, or the V on the back of the bat wasn't quite central enough.
When did that become apparent? Sort of during the game, or
well, he'd been out and he'd got a run, and then he got the one end, and the umpire just said, "Can I test your bat?" They do it all the time, and his didn't go through.
And when did? Right. Okay. So it was pretty instant.
Mm-hmm. Jack Carson round the wicket, right arm round to Jones. This is played to short extra cover, no run there. So then Mike Smith, the referee, who was in the room next to us, went down onto the pitch and confiscated the bat, and then it was examined again later that day at the end of the day's play. Didn't go through the gauge again, so it was then sent off for the ECP to examine it and decide what they wanted to do. I don't know if there was an edge there, because that spat up rather nastily.
It did spit.
It's bounced out the keeper's gloves. In fact, I think it might have hit the keeper in the grill of his helmet rather than getting his gloves on it there.
You're right,
came up sharply.
Bit of extra bounce. I think Jack Carl's looking at Tom Haines. I think a bit of a debate about whether they should get someone in close there.
Carson again, right arm around to Jones, who drives at that one, and he's played it past point and away down towards the 3rd man boundary. He'll get 2. There's a fielder coming around and cutting that off there.
It did spit, didn't it?
Daniel Ibrahim fielding out, covering on that, sweeping up on that cover boundary. Next ball's played to short mid-wicket to Allsop, no run for Jones. Jones on 84 now. Should have been stumped on 68 off Cole's bowling. Recent matches out for 87 at Derby and then 97 last week. Caught at first slip off the bowling of Callum Parkinson, the spinner, by Colin Ackerman when Parkinson came back into the attack late in the afternoon and got him in his first over. $210 for 2. Turns the ball out through mid-wicket this time along the ground for 1. Jones.
Well, I guess what Sussex have done here is at least to slow the run rate a little. Jack Carson 7 overs 0 for 32, so that wicket going down has just maybe changed this a little. Tom Alsop is just having a word to Tom Haines, maybe discussing a fielding change or a change in bowler. Maddinson and Jones have a little natter mid-wicket. Got a lot of cricket to be bowled played tonight. We've still got another 60. Honestly, my eyesight, 65 overs, or at 69, Martin, I can't see over there. 55 overs gone with this ball, so it's getting pretty soft now, you'd imagine. It gets much harder work for the bowlers. There is a shortish mid-wicket in place as Hunt is in to bowl to Jones, and Jones plays firmly through the covers. Well, that's a lovely shot. It's going to be a struggle for Ibrahim, who dives away, but he doesn't stop the ball, and that's raced away for 4 more. A bit too short from Sean Hunt and punched away by Jones. That was a lovely shot. Ibrahim went herring around the boundary. He can't find the ball now. I think one of the ground staff is going to give him a hand to look for it. It's rolled. He's got it back now. Just there's some of the covers over there, the white sheeting. That was timed beautifully. Lovely shot. And Jones goes to 89. Durham to 215 for 2.
I wonder what it's like when the final match is played of the season and you're a member of the ground staff.
In comes London bowls, all worse down the leg side. That's a good take. No ball and a good take by Charlie Tier.
All those early mornings in the summer and the late finishes. Remember at Worcester in May, ground staff were cutting the grass when I was getting up on a morning at about 7:30, and back in my hotel room 8 o'clock at night, 8:30 at night, finishing off the day's work. Long days.
Yeah, they are long days.
I know normally here that they dig up at least a few of the wickets and relay them.
In comes Hunt. Bowls, forward comes Jones, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I mean, it's a chance, I guess, maybe to get a bit of time back. I don't know that, but I was thinking, you think particularly of the ground staff down at Edgbaston this year, Marty. They've had a Test match, they've had the Commonwealth Games, all of Warwickshire's matches, the 100.
Some franchise outfit.
Yeah, they've had all sorts.
What about the ground staff at Coventry City's ground?
That's not in the best shape, is it?
No, because the Rugby Sevens was held there, and
Hunt bowls, Jones up on his toes and just eases that down to shortish third man, picks up a single. Alsop trots round from sit one more to Jones. He's into the nervous 90s.
Did you manage to catch anything live in the Commonwealth Games or not?
I didn't. Well, cricket wise,
yeah.
No, very little.
I arrived in Birmingham, I think the week it finished. So
right.
I was in a hotel in Birmingham city centre ahead of a one-day cup match, and there was still lots of paraphernalia around about the Commonwealth Games.
In comes Hunt over the wicket bowls, and forward comes Maddinson, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. One of my daughters went up and watched quite a lot of the Commonwealth Games, so quite a bit of athletics, and the crowds were full. I just thought in terms of the scheduling, everything seemed to happen at once, didn't it? The Commonwealth Games was on, I think the football season started.
And there was that European Championship.
Yeah, it was a shame.
It was a mixture of cycling and athletics and swimming.
Because it was, it was very well organised by all accounts. In comes Hunt, bowls, Maddinson up on his toes and plays back to Hunt, and there is no run. Maddinson on 10, Jones on 90. 1 wicket's gone down since lunch. Wicket of Scott Borthwick, who was RBW to James Coles for 82, when the score was on 190. But Nick Maddinson just surveys that leg side field. He's got a fine leg and a deep backward square. And comes Hunt again. Over the wicket bowls, and Maddinson covers up and plays to Tom Haines, the Sussex skipper, at mid-on. And there is no run. Another over goes by. Durham 218 for 2. Jones 90. Maddinson 10. Hunt 14 overs. 3 maidens. 1 for 59. Looks like Fahim Ashraf is coming off the field for whatever reason. He's going to be replaced by Finn Hudson-Prentice, who comes trotting out with his hair neatly done up underneath his cap. So 2 reserve fielders on for Sussex at the minute. Ollie Carter, who's on for the unfortunate Henry Crocombe, who won't take any further part in this match, and I'm sure is out for the season. And now Finn Hudson-Prentice on for Fahim Ashraf, who wanders away up the pavilion steps away to our left-hand side.
It's all kicking off again at Chelmsford.
Go on.
Well, Essex have just lost a load of wickets, now 59 for 8. And Carson starts a new over. What were they? They were 56 for 3, were they or something?
They were... No, they were 35 for 5. But they've lost 2 wickets very quickly.
They lost 3 if they're 8 down.
3, right.
I thought I'd read out a better score than that for them, though.
That's crazy, isn't it? So, I mean, that game's going to be over just after lunch on the second day. The highest score in the match, 131.
Last game at home, they're going to have to stick all those prawn sandwiches in the freezer till next year. Comes the bowler, played away by Jones towards square leg, no run there. What was the fall of wickets then? Their target is... I can't even remember what their target was. 98 runs. They were 28 for 3. Then they lost another wicket, 28 for 4, 35 for 5, 46 for 6, 55 for 7, 55 for 8. It's going to end in a tie.
Could do.
Yeah. Oh, appeal for LBW here, and Neil Mallander's arms stay by his side. Maddinson.
I thought he'd hit that actually.
I'm just wondering, well, maybe, otherwise, perhaps it's going down leg.
Wasn't to be moved, was he?
Two balls left of the over. Carson right arm round to the left-hander. Maddinson defends that one. It rolls out to Allsop in the covers. No run there.
Maddinson's looked a better player when he's gone on the attack. He came in and played an array of shots, but since then he's rather gone into his shell.
Last ball of the over. He cuts and it's gone to point. No run. End of the over. 219 for 2. Durham lead by 57 here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Sussex. I've got a couple of guests coming in a few minutes, so I will nip away to do an interview that I will then try and, well, hopefully, if the timings allow, we'll play it out during the tea interval.
Ooh.
And
anyone interesting?
I'm going to be talking to the skipper of the Durham visually impaired team, because although their season's just come to an end, they're now launching a recruitment drive because their winter nets will start in November, so they're looking for new members. So we'll find out all about the world of visually impaired cricket.
Oh, great stuff. Well done, Marty. I thought it was a bit odd that James Coles had come out of the attack. Sean Hunt's bowled a couple of overs. He's out of the attack, and James Coles is back in. So Tom Haines certainly juggling things around. There's clearly a plan somewhere. And they've picked up a wicket since lunch. In fact, the weather's clearing up a bit as well. It got quite cloudy before lunch, but there's quite a lot of blue sky over the ground as in comes Coles to bowl to Jones, is on 91, and Jones plays firmly through the covers, picks up a single fielded by Ibrahim, who trots in from in front of the ground staff who are in their chairs watching on over the cover point boundary.
You just mention of James Coles there just suddenly got me thinking of Minder, the TV series, but that was George Coles, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, George Cole, yeah. And Dennis Waterman.
Yeah, who
sadly passed away, yeah. Terrific series, though. I thought very funny. Here comes Coles, bowls, and Maddinson just guides that down to third man. There's a couple of runs there if he wants it, because Finn Hudson-Prentice has got a long way to come around from deep Blackwell Point. And he can't prevent the second run being taken. In the end, a very comfortable 2 from Maddinson, who goes to 12. Durham are all the 2s, 2 for 2.
And according to Paul, Glamorgan have declared on 550 for 5 in Cardiff against Derbyshire, while Essex are now 9 down.
Right. In comes Coles, left arm round bowls, and Maddinson forward, plays straight back down the track. Coles fields well off his own bowling, throws at the keeper's end, who misses the ball, well backed up by Tom Clark, who I think caught the ball on his foot. He's just hobbling slightly, is Tom Clark.
These 1.5 day games are the way forward, aren't they, if there's too much cricket.
In comes Coles, bowls again, and swept by Maddinson. Well, he had no idea where that had gone. He was looking to sweep, didn't time it, and the ball ended up just...
In fact, it's only been fractionally longer than a franchise match.
Had slip. Coles again. In and bowls, and Maddinson this time does play the shot that he wanted to play. He's pulled it out to the leg side, well fielded by Ibrahim, who gets right behind the ball, prevents anything more than a single to Maddinson, who's looked to get after the spinners. He goes to 13 and Durham to 223 for 2.
Hasib Hamid, the Notts opener, has reached 1,000 first-class runs for the season.
Well done.
Second time he's done it. Last time, 2016, when he was at Lancs.
In comes Coles, bowls, and Jones glides that to short fine leg, where it's fielded by Sean Hunt. There is no run, and a tidy James Coles over, and Durham are 223 for 2, with Jones on 92, Mallinson on 13.
Essex have lost. They were bowled out for 59. Lancashire were 7 for 6 in their second innings, and they have won.
Wow.
By 38 runs. The ultimate low-scoring epic.
Well, Glenn Chapel wasn't happy yesterday. I mean, I'm sure he's pleased Lancashire have won, but who knows? We're not there. Is it the wicket? Is it good bowling? Is it bad batting? Or a combination of all three? But
too far south.
Last game of the season, you say if you corporate-wise, you've got some entertainment for that lined up. You're not too happy.
All those canapes are going to be melting, aren't they? Carson in, and this is played by Maddinson, and brilliant sunshine out into the deep extra cover area on the river side of the ground. So much so the sun just came out in a blaze of glory there, and it had Neil Mallander, the umpire, staring up at the sky in shock, I think. It is very bright now. It is also nearly 2 o'clock, so I'm do this bulletin update. Drive from Maddinson out into the covers, no run there, and then Rob Rush will come back in for me for a few minutes while I go off to do my interview. Hear the news jingle. Ball turned away to deep square leg by Jones for 2. Fancy bowling a team out for 59 and only winning by 38.
Well, extraordinary game, isn't it? I think that means that Lancashire could well finish 3rd in the Championship. Their last game is against Surrey.
Can the Yorkies go down or not?
I don't think they can. I think it's between Warwickshire, Gloucestershire and Kent. Yeah.
Right. Carson. That one nips back in low and is kept away by Jones. Jones on 94. Jones looking for his 3rd century, all of them this season. This is defended. 206 against Middlesex in his last Championship appearance here. This one is turned out towards mid-wicket for 1, so he moves on to 95. Remember, he was on 97 when he was out at Leicester last week. He also got 108 against Leicestershire here in the first home game of the season. End of the over. 59 gone. 227 for 2. The lead is 65. Jones has strike, and it's Coles bowling, who should have had him stumped on 68 earlier, but the ball bouncing out of Charlie Tier's gloves. Coles bowls, played up to mid-on, no run. Coles in again, Jones down the track and then jabs the ball back to the bowler. Bounces just in front of him. Coles in again, played by Jones up to wide mid-off for 1. So he moves on to 96. Maddinson is on 14. Bright sunshine here in the northeast at the moment. Maddinson, the left-hander, on strike on 14. He's faced 23 balls. Needs to have put on 38 so far in 59 deliveries. Cole's left arm round. Maddinson cuts. And the ball goes out through the covers, off towards the pavilion boundary. Ashraf comes round to cut it off, but they will get 2 runs.
Yeah, he has looked to be attacking, hasn't he, Martin? Has he right they come?
Yeah, it'll be here any second. Probably next, I think.
Okay.
230 for 2. 2 balls left of the over. Here we go. Oh, a sweep from Maddinson. It's in the air, but he's got safe. Beautiful sunshine here again now. Durham at 231 for 2. There has been 1 wicket today. It fell after lunch. Scott Borthwick was on 82 when he went back into his crease to try and pull a ball from the spinner James Coles down the leg side, and it hit his back pad and he was out LBW. He'd put on 154 for the second wicket with Michael Jones. Jones on the verge of his 3rd century, and all of them this year. He was out for 97 last week. They're appealing for leg side stumping now, not given. He is on 96 at the moment. Oh, he's been given out. He's gone out for 96 LBW, having gone out for 97 last week, so he doesn't get his 3rd century. He, in fact, caught behind the saying on the scoreboard. So another disappointment for Michael Jones, having got ever so close to what would have been his century. He is out for 96. Durham 231 for 3. Caught down the leg side, I think, there, wasn't it?
I think it was. Initially, I thought it had been given out LBW, so I agreed with you. But all the congratulations given to Charlie Tier, and he's on his way for 96. And the way he batted, I think he deserved 100. I think he's batted very nicely, Martin. And he gets a good round of applause.
If anybody was going to get him, it would be Coles, because he was the one who looked like he caused him some trouble. Durham are 231, and that was a 41-run partnership, and they lead by 69, and that is the end of Jones. So Charlie Tier taking the catch down the leg side. Can't quite believe that he's got out for 96 and 97 in consecutive matches. There you go. It's a cruel sport sometimes. Right, I'm going to pop off. Rob Jones will jump in for me, and I'll be back a little bit later.
Thanks very much, Martin. So Sussex with a couple of breakthroughs after lunch, and both of them to James Coles, who's got the very respectable figures of 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 29. The new man in is David Bedingham, who's making his way out to the middle. Rob comes back to join me. Rob, I didn't catch your surname earlier on, so I do apologise when you come back on the mic. Rob Rush joins us, and I think Durham have been very positive throughout the day, and I think that's going to carry on. I mean, they've got themselves a sizable lead already, but Sussex will just be encouraged by the fact they picked up a couple of wickets here. It's going to be Jack Carson who's going to carry on, coming into bowl to Maddinson, who's looked to get after the slower bowlers. He's in and bowls, and he's doing it again. Sweeps the ball down towards fine leg. That could, I don't think it's going to go for 4, because there's a long chase down there. It's a couple and probably 3. As the throw comes in all the way down in the distance. I think that's for Haines Ashraf who fields it, but it's a long way down there. And Maddinson goes to 20. He's looked to be particularly attacking against the spinners. 234 for 3. Durham, a couple of wickets since lunch, as I say, for James Coles. Lunch score was 177 for 1. And it brings in David Bedingham. I don't see any change here in the Durham approach. I think they've looked to be quite positive all day, Rob.
No, indeed. I think you saw it with Scott Borthwick setting the tone this morning.
Carson in bowls, and Bedingham with his first ball clips to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
You saw it with Scott Borthwick this morning, sort of, again, him and Jones. Jones wasn't exactly defensive, but he was probably the more sat back of the two in that partnership.
Yes. Here comes Carson bowls at short, and Beddingham's going to get his first run as he clips it through mid-wicket, picks up at least 1, fielded by Ibrahim, who's chasing around from mid-wicket to field. So Bedingham on his way with a single. Durham 235 for 3.
Marty said it just before we came off for lunch. Neither Jones or Borthwick would have wanted lunch to come because it can be a rhythm disturber.
Yep.
Lo and behold, both of them out.
Carson in bowls, and forward comes Maddinson and just runs that away on the onside for a single. Keeper Tier races behind the field. We talked before lunch about the fixture schedule for next year, and the whys and wherefores and scheduling and the 100 and everything else. And an interesting note from Graham Irwin, who's the Sussex scorer, who was talking about some of the energy costs that clubs are working. And I don't know whether they were coming, because I think there's all sorts of packages been announced today. In comes Carson and Bowles. Forward comes Beddingham, back down the track, fielded by Carson. I think in terms of help for various firms, in terms of the rise in energy bills. But Graham was saying that Somerset recently announced their energy bills were increasing from 125,000 a year to 465,000. Ouch. In comes Carson Bowles. Beddingham drives to mid-on. A well-taken single fielded by Sean Hunt. But Beddingham very quickly through for the single. No chance of a run-out. It is the end of the over. Durham 237 for 3. Beddingham on 2. Maddinson on 21. And apparently Leicestershire are saying their energy bill could increase by 850%.
Jesus Christ.
So you do wonder in terms of scheduling of games. I mean, clearly, it's expensive putting on floodlights, isn't it? I would imagine. I don't know unless whether you have energy saving bulbs. I don't know, but it's there's certainly an awful lot going on, an awful lot to discuss down below us. I can see James Kirtley down there chatting away to Sarah Taylor on the boundary edge. But Sussex, I thought after lunch they looked a bit ragged, Rob, but they've sort of pulled themselves together a bit here.
Have indeed. Obviously, Cole's eventually getting Jones. Should have had him for 68. Charlie Teal missing stumping, as he'll continue here, and Beddingham just up the track. Is that his first catch in?
Yes, it is. It's his first. This is his debut. So this is his first catch, and a nice catch as well down the leg side.
Very good take down the leg side. Like you, I thought it originally was an LBW against Jones. So Coles is in, and Beddingham defends into the offside. I originally thought it'd been given out in front LBW.
I did, because the finger went up quite quickly, didn't it?
Yeah.
But then all the congratulations went. Then I wondered if it had been a stumping, but the bails were still on.
As Beddingham plays this off the back foot towards point, and he'll beat the scrambling fielder, and they'll get through for a single. Moves on to 3.
He's got himself a clear. Oh no, he's all right, Jack Carlson. I thought he was diving on an old wicket end, and he has been suffering with knee problems as Jack, but he looks okay today. Hasn't played for 11 months. His first game was last week.
Be Maddinson on strike. Because Maddinson charges him down the pitch. I think he's going to get 4 for that, and he will. Lost track of the ball there for a second, but Maddinson coming down the pitch, and he's shown no signs of letting the bowler settle to him, no matter who he's been facing. He's been going after pretty much everyone he's faced, and that was a good shot on the offside for 4.
Yeah, he's used his feet. He's enjoyed against the spinners, hasn't he?
He's not enjoyed the best of season so far. I think he's looking to go on a bit of a high, as Coles is in again, and Maddinson is back and away to tuck this onto the offside.
Yeah, and actually it was interesting because James Coles took a wicket, and Maddinson came in and it showed his intent, and then he was whipped out of the attack. But he's back in now and has picked up a couple of wickets.
Coles in, short, wide, and Beddingham is able to easily cut this one to deep backward point for a single. End of the over. Durham 244 for 3, losing the skipper Scott Borthwick and Michael Jones, both of whom I thought thoroughly deserved to reach 3 figures.
No, I would agree with you. I thought they both batted really well. Just a quick update of where we are in some of the games. There's a women's international being played at Canterbury today. India are 89 for 2. There's a result in the championship in saying at Chelmsford, with Lancashire beating Essex inside 5 sessions of that game. Here comes Carson over the wicket, bowls to Beddingham, who drills that to, or clips the ball rather, to mid-on field about Hunt. There is no run. Essex bowled out for 59 in their second innings. Lancashire winning by 38 runs. I'm sure there'll be an inquest about how on earth that has happened at Chelmsford this week.
I would be very surprised if there's not a points deduction going Essex's way for that.
In comes Carson, bowls, and Beddingham turns that onto the onside and picks up a comfortable single because Ibrahim has to trot him from deep mid-wicket to field. There is no run. Down at the Aegeus Bowl, Kent 206 for 6, leading Hampshire by 314, so the wicket seems to be flattening out there. Jack Leaning is 80 not out. Harry Finch, formerly of Sussex, is 18 not out. Carson in again, bowls to Maddinson, who looked to give him the charge and then decided just to play a little push drive into the covers, fielded by Ibrahim, who trots him from deep cover to field. One more to Maddinson. He goes to 27, 246 for 3. At the Oval, Yorkshire are steadily losing wickets against Surrey, who are just sort of slowly getting themselves in a good position to win the championship. In comes Carson and bowls. That's short, and Beddingham I think was thinking about pulling that and probably should have done, to be honest, but then he played it into the onside. I think he checked his shot. Beddingham remains on 5. Carson back to his mark. The ground completely in shade at the moment as Carson is in bowls and Beddingham flicks this to mid-wicket. They were thinking of a single, but it wasn't there, and also was very quickly round from mid-wicket to field. Yorkshire's 78 for 4 in reply to the Surrey total of 333. A Surrey win and a Hampshire defeat would win Surrey the championship. In comes Carson, bowls, and played by... there was a single there, and they've turned it down. There was a bit of total miscommunication between Maddinson and Beddingham. I think Beddingham acknowledged it was his fault. He clipped it onto the onside. He said no, and there was clearly a run there, but by the time he realised there was a run, Ibrahim had fielded the ball. End of the over, 246 for 3. I just rattled through these other scores. Somerset 389 all out against Northamptonshire, who are 16 without loss in reply. Somerset still in danger of getting relegated, and indeed, if Kent win, that really will put the cat amongst the pigeons at the bottom of the table. Warwickshire also in trouble. They made 274 in reply. Gloucestershire 154 for 5. In the second division, Leicestershire 109 for 5 after Middlesex made 297, and Derbyshire 4 without loss in reply to Glamorgan's 550 for 5.
Coles in, fuller delivery, Madison defence. I believe Derbyshire have just lost their first wicket. I believe Michael Hogan has struck early for Glamorgan.
He's a good performer, isn't he, down the year? I think it's his final season. Yeah, he's got a fan club in Sussex, actually.
Coles in, and Madison again moves over towards his off stump to flick it leg side.
In the T20 game, a lot of guys turned up and they were singing Michael. I think they come from Burgess Hill or somewhere like that, so they might be down at Hove next week for all I know. That'll be his farewell appearance, Michael Hogan.
Carlton and Maddinson reverse sweeps, and there's a half-hearted shout for LBW from keeper in first slip. Ironically, this is probably the most aggressive Maddinson I've seen him play, and he looks the most comfortable playing this way. So Coles is in again, and Maddinson is able to tuck a shorter pitch delivery to the leg side, thinking of 2, but they'll just settle for just a single. You do get that with some players do just seem to feel more comfortable playing a more naturally aggressive way, and I feel like Maddinson probably fits that mould. 28 off 34 today, first 50 of the season last week. So Coles is in, and Beddingham leaning edge, but straight back to Coles along the floor for no run. Bowled and just tucked away to the leg side for no run. End of the over. Durham 247 for 3. Obviously, with spinners being on from both ends, the over rate is very quickly back to nearly neutral.
Yeah, and that's been a problem for Sussex, Rob, because they were deducted points in the game against Middlesex for a slow over rate, and the game, I think they were deducted points at Nottingham as well for a slow over rate. So with the spinners on, Tom Haines, the skipper, making sure they're not deducted any points here this week, but we are rattling through the overs. There's still a lot to be bowled. Is that 50? Your eyes are probably better than mine.
56.
56 left to be bowled tonight. And if the light holds, we might get them all in. Be 104 in the day. In comes Carson, comes in, bowls to Maddinson, who's forward, plays it. Short extra cover, fielded by Allsop. The run rate has slowed because at one stage Well, slightly in the last few, but they're still rattling along at 4 all over. Pretty much are Durham. Carson in, bowls to Madison, who is forward defensively to a ball of good length, pushes that out into the offside, and there is again no run. Carson, just the one slip in place around the wicket to Nick Madison, whose repeat performance, except he pushes this straight back to the bowler Carson, who fields, and there is no run. Jack Carson in his 12th over, figures of 0 for 45. And he waits again, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 paces he's in and bowls. Madison again meets that with the dead bat, plays it straight back down the track. There's a slip, backward point, cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a short fine leg. The mid-on and mid-off are allowing the single. They're set 2/3 of the way back to the fence. In comes Carson bowls. Madison down the wicket and decides he's going to hit that one straight down the ground, but he does pretty much gun barrel straight, and that's going to be 4 runs. A couple of steps down the wicket. He's got a long off and a long on. Well, mid-off and a mid-on there. So 1/3 of the way back, and that 4 brings up the Durham 250. He doesn't look like he's here to hang around, Nick Madison. And he goes to 32, and a good round of applause for the 250. Nice looking shot, Rob.
Was indeed straight back over the bowler's head, splitting sort of a deepish mid-on and mid-off.
He does get annoyed, does Jack Carson, when he's hit. Harry Finch now out for Kent, who are now 213 for 7. Southampton the lead, 321. Hampshire with a lot to do. They're going to win that game. Carson in again, bowls, and he's at it again. That doesn't. He was looking to thrash that down the ground as well. He was deceived in the flight by Jack Carson. In the end, he completely mistimed the ball to mid-wicket, fielded by James Coles, and there is no run. So Madison is 32 off just 40 deliveries. Durham at the end of the over is at the 65th over. 251 for 3. So 15 overs until a new ball will be available. I imagine there's no reason why Sussex wouldn't take that when it happens. But for the time being, with this older ball, this feels like sort of time, really, if Durham can, to make a bit of hay, Rob.
Indeed, so you say 15 overs left. Durham will be looking to go about 3 and over, I'd imagine, for the rest of this spell. Imagine there'll be spinners pretty much all the way. Maybe see Tom Haines back into the attack as Coles continues, and Bedingham drives this into the onside, but no run.
Well, if they went off this 15 overs for 3 and over, that's another 50 runs, so you'd have Durham 300 for 3 by the time the new ball is available. It's still a sizable lead.
Coles in, slightly back of length, and Bedingham flicks him through mid-wicket. Should get back for 2. Deepish boundary out there. There's a lot of ground, I believe, for Fahim Ashraf to cover back from deep backward square, and indeed 2 is taken. As a Leeds is just about to lead is currently 91. Coles is in, and Bedingham is driving him straight to short extra cover for no run. Like you say, if you add an extra 50 or so onto that, that puts the lead at about 140 when the new ball is taken. Coles is in, and Bedingham lofts him over mid-on, and he'll get 4 for it. Take the area out slightly wide of mid-on, and I believe it's Alior that wasn't able to get round to it, and Bedingham now moves to 11 from 19.
Yeah, I mean, that's 6 off the over, Rob, isn't it? We were talking if they went along at 3 and over, but I think they'll be looking to really step on the accelerator here. You never know, of course, when the new ball does come, sometimes that can disappear as well, but Durham are going to be in a terrific position by the time that comes.
Coles in, and Bedingham turns this to short mid-wicket, who can't take it cleanly, therefore they're able to scamper through for a single.
Yeah, Ollie Carter's got the pads on underneath his trousers there, hasn't he? He's been in at short leg duties. Has been the regular keeper for Sussex, well, quite a bit this season, not in every game. But Charlie Tier with the gloves in this particular match.
Full and wide outside Madison's off stump, and he just trickles that towards Fahim Ashraf for a single. Durham 200 and 59 for 3, I think that is at the end of the over.
Yeah, a little lucky to get away with that, James Coles, wasn't it? I mean, that was wide outside the off stump, and I think Madison's eyes lit up. So that's fortunate to get away with a single. No, you're right. Live cricket here on the BBC. Adrian Harms. Rob Brush with us here on commentary. Marty back with us a little later. Updates to come fairly shortly to our respective radio stations. Couple of wickets since lunch if you've just missed us or just tuned in. Scott Borthwick, LBW to James Coles for 82, and then Michael Jones stumped by... Caught down leg side by Charlie Tier. I must cross out my stumped. He was missed stumping by Tier when he was on 68. In comes Carson, bowls to Madison, who eases that the ground to Tom Haines, who comes into field, the Sussex skipper. Madison goes to 34 off just 42 deliveries. And Durham's 260 for 3. Brings David Beddingham on to strike. Jack Carson wants a change in the field. Now he's putting his point back to a deep point, and they've balled in a short leg. So there's a slip and a short leg. A sweeper on the cover point boundary. Short extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep square. And a short fine leg. Carson in bowls. Beddingham forward. Plays very correctly down the ground. Has a little look towards the leg side. There's a big gap, isn't there, over mid-wicket. And with the mid-on, Sean Hunt is about 2/3 of the way back, just enough maybe to put a bit of doubt in Beddingham's mind if he decides to skip down the wicket. Carson in bowls, and Beddingham turns that past short leg and picks up an easy single fielded by Ibrahim, who comes trotting in off the deep mid-wicket boundary. One more to the total. Beddingham just feeling his way into this innings. He's on 13. And these two just rotating the strike and making sure the bad ball is dispatched. Madison waits. Carson's in bowls, and Madison again picks up a comfortable single, just leans back and eases the ball through the covers, picks up another single, and again it's Ibrahim who's been kept very busy out there on the deep mid-wicket or cover point boundary, dependent on whether it's the left or the right-hander. Carson again bowls to Beddingham, who's forward and plays this to mid-wicket. On this occasion there is no run, fielded by Tom Alsop. One more ball to go in the over. Jack Carson without a wicket so far in this innings. James Coles with 2 and Sean Hunt the other. Carson in bowls, and Beddingham cuts firmly down to that sweeper, who is Fahim Ashraf, who comes running in off the cover point boundary to field. There's the end of another Carson over, an over that cost 4 runs. And in that over, Rob, interestingly, I mean, Durham now 263 for 3, Beddingham 14, Maddinson 35. We were talking about picking up 3, 4 and over. Really picked up 4 runs and over there without undue effort, really. Yeah, without having really to try. So, I get, like just as we mentioned, this that Durham are now just going to try and make as much inroads as they can before that second new ball hits in about 13 overs time. I'd imagine, as you mentioned, Sussex will take it straight away. Yeah, see no reason why they wouldn't. Seems like one of the only ways they're going to get really back into the game. Be Coles to continue. Picked up both wickets since lunch, and Beddingham cuts this one into the ground but can't get it past backward point. You sort of get the feeling that these two are reaching to really put their foot to the board here, you know. I think Maddinson especially, what he's shown so far. So Coles in again, and Beddingham again takes the aerial route wide of mid-on again. He'll pick up another 4. Yeah. Played this very similar shot last over to Jack Coles, and there is the gap there to be hit, and he's picked out now twice in consecutive overs. He moves himself onto 18. A very good shot, and fairly low risk with there's a man at short mid-wicket, and Ali Orr, I think it is. Yes, it is. Who was at mid-on has now gone back to plug that gap. Coles in, and Beddingham again cuts it into the floor, but straight to Jack Carson at backward point. It was a fairly low risk shot because with Ali Orr being at mid-on and short extra, there was no one back there, but Tom Haines has made the change to plug the gap. As Beddingham cuts this one and is eventually able to pick out cover point on the boundary to take a single, rotate the strike. The thing I always think about as well is that when you have a right-left combo at the crease,
just being able to rotate the strike, something I feel like maybe doesn't get enough.
No, I would agree.
Just a little. It's just the irritation of the fielders having to move around. So Coles comes into Maddinson, who goes back and across onto the offside. He's done that quite a fair few times. Gone across over to his off stump and tried to work the ball back to leg. That one ended up straight at short mid wicket. Coles in again, slightly on the pads this time. Maddinson able to pick out Dan Ibrahim down at deep backward mid wicket. End of the over, Durham 269 for 3.
But again, they took 6 in the over there, Rob, with really out any undue concerns. I'm going to need to do an update in a couple of moments' time. I think Marty will have one. So shall we just switch the headphones over as we come towards the end of the over?
You're now on that one, Rob. You're on green.
Yeah.
And I'm on red. Okay. You're not colourblind? Right, where are we then? So, Beddingham and Maddinson together.
You're going to message Neil that one as well then?
Hey?
You're going to message Neil about that one as well?
Yeah. Here's Carson coming round the wicket, a ball to Maddinson. I haven't been gone long and Beddingham's already on 19. He must have been playing some decent strokes in the time he's been out there.
Played a couple of 4s over.
Maddinson comes down the crease and drives through the covers. It shouldn't go for 4. It should be cut off by, I think it's Ibrahim there. It is Ibrahim. 2 runs. Next ball played up to long on for 1 by Maddinson.
Who's presenting the show? Oh, right. Okay.
Comes in and bowls.
Yes, it's probably best.
Played by Beddingham to short extra cover, no run there. So tea's meant to be in an hour's time, isn't it? Providing 9 wickets aren't down, then it will be at 3:30. So I will. I've just been doing an interview with Darren Cook, who is the skipper of the Durham visually impaired cricket team. This next ball to Beddingham has not gone far. No run there, just a short mid wicket. So they're looking for new players to join them. They're going to start winter nets at Belmont Sports Academy in Durham in November. Round the wicket he comes. There's a lot of flight and drift on that one. It's a full toss as well, and it's played out towards deep extra cover by Beddingham. There's a fielder out there. I think it's Carter who cuts that out. It is indeed with his man bun.
I believe it's Hudson. Is it Hudson?
Oh,
Prentice?
Hudson Prentice. Sorry, yeah.
On as. Do we call him a 13th man because Sussex have a permanent 12th man on?
Yes, Carter's the 12th man, isn't he? He had quite long hair earlier as well, didn't he, Carter? From memory, or had I mixed the two up? Where's Carter gone now? What number is he?
He's number 11. He's got 11. The pads on. Not quite as long as Hudson Prentice.
No, but yeah, it was a bit long, wasn't it, this morning, I think? Yeah, I was looking, yeah, he has got long hair as well. He's just a bit lighter colour though, but yeah. See, the last time I saw Finn Hudson Prentice playing, he sort of had a wedge haircut. So.
Coles to continue the spell. In bowls to Maddinson, who works this away to short mid wicket for no run.
Anthony Gibson, who is the Somerset commentator, says the Essex result and the prospect of a hefty pitch penalty plus 2 early Northants wickets keeping my spirits up.
Maddinson is just able to turn this one down the pitch for no run, for single, sorry.
162, Danny, another disappointing performance for Sussex, and Durham go really well in reply. They're 200.
Don Topley now hoping Kent do Essex some favours.
On this second day, Sussex have been hammered. Henry Crocombe went off yesterday, damaged his shoulder in diving to stop.
Foolish delivery, which Bedingham is able to turn around the corner. He should pick up 4 runs, and he will do. Very full delivery from Coles, and Beddingham's able to sort of half sweep, half short arm it right round the corner. Beats Sean Hunt down to the boundary for 4 runs. He moves on to 25 from just 32 deliveries. These two striking at Bedingham striking at just under 80 and Madison striking at 80 exactly. So message has been clear. Durham want to move on here.
They're going to comfortably beat the South East Stars and go into the final of the Rachel Hayhoe Trophy. They're 65 without loss in reply to the South.
Coles in, and Bedingham just plays this out to deep cover for a single.
Andrew Sampson, the cricket statistician, says the last first-class match with 40 wickets and 1 or 0 scores of 25 plus before Essex against Lancashire today was Warwickshire against Derbyshire at Birmingham in 1967.
They bowled Petra, would you believe, Danny, yesterday for just 57, and now batting themselves in a very strong position.
Madison tries to beat short extra cover, but is unable to do so.
Just talk about squeeze, Danny. I'm going to go see them. They're at the G Live.
Wow, he's a bit animated, Adrian, all of a sudden, isn't he? Has he been eating some Smarties or something?
Coles in, and Madison is able to work this round the corner. They'll just take a single. He moves himself on to 41, and that's the 50 partnership between Madison and Bedingham.
Wow, that's come in no time.
29 minutes, 60 deliveries.
Balls.
Madison contributing 24 and Bedingham 26. Very good work by this pair, helping move Durham into lead of 119. Currently 281 for 3.
60 balls, just 10 overs. Even I could do that maths. Incredible.
Overs to go until that second new ball is available.
Oh, Mervyn, haven't heard from him all match. Good afternoon, Martin. I wonder if this is Atonement Day for Madison. Thanks, Mervyn Hardy. The timing last week, Mervyn had been more than critical of Nick Maddison's struggle to get runs this year, and then of course the oversized bat didn't go down well with quite a lot of Durham members. So
that really surprised me.
He emailed me last week at Leicester after Madison had got to a half century. Is this his day for atonement? And then he was caught the ball as I was reading it out, and I said no. It went on the highlights reel on the Total Sport that night on BBC Radio Newcastle, which Mervyn missed because by that point he'd given up and he was listening to, did he say Bach or Beethoven? Beethoven, I think it was. Anyway, he's kept his powder dry this match. And now he's coming with that one with Madison. He's on 41 now. So
let's see if lightning strikes twice. Be Dan Ibrahim, change of bowling. So the dual spin option has been finally split up by skipper Tom Haines. There's been a fair few changes in the field. You've got Ollie Carter there at a very short mid-off.
Here comes Ibrahim, defended by Madison from the Finkel end. Now you've got your silly mid-off, short mid-wicket really. The silly mid-off's more in line to try and just grab the batsman's attention and get in his eye line and put him off. Durham leading Sussex by 119. Run rate is 4. Ibrahim round the wicket, driven by Madison to point no run there. Stopped. David says you might like to mention Durham County Cricket Club provide a free commentary for visually impaired people at championship and one-day games. Yes. David John sent that email in, that tweet. I know David Fennick used to do some of that. There's a room where they sit up in the upper echelons of the pavilion. Or, of course, they could listen to us. As the ball comes in, and this is played away in the offside. There's the Bill who lives on our estate as well, who's the Glamorgan member who used to advise Sky on their coverage to help blind people. As Ibrahim comes in here again and bowls. That's gone through to the keeper. It stays very low. He drives and misses at that one.
It's been a good returning over for Ibrahim so far. 4 dots to start with.
Round the wicket comes Ibrahim. It's played back along the ground to him. No run there. Sure, it's Bill. He lives on our estate. I used to see him out regularly with his guide dog, but I don't think he has the guide dog anymore now. Ibrahim in. Oh, a little away swinger there, which Maddinson looks to cut and plays and misses at. But he's regularly attends Glamorgan matches, even though he lives up here. A maiden from Ibrahim. None for 25 from him from 7 overs, 1 maiden.
I believe it's going to be James Coles to continue at the far end as we look at it. Two for 58 for him off his 13 overs. See if Bedingham goes after him again. He is, in the last 2 overs he's gone sort of to a wide. He's gone to a wide mid-on shot. Ali Orr's gone there to block that shot off, which does leave the shot down the ground wide open for Bedingham as Coles is in, and he's just defending this straight back to him. Just the one slip in as Coles bowls back of length, and it is straight back down the ground by Bedingham, slightly back of length. Should be cut. It's not cut off by Ali Orr. Will get the 4.
Just had a bit too much momentum on it there. There was a bit of topspin on that, wasn't it? You could see him coming round to try and get across, and he just didn't have the angle to get across in time.
Slightly full and maybe a bit over pitched from Coles, and Bedingham's able to just hit him straight back past him. Moves on to 30. Bedingham then turns this one round the corner, but Sean Hunter, a short fine leg, is able to stop it for no run. Coles in, and Bedingham looks to cut this one past backward point, but Ibrahim is able to stop it. Lead currently sitting at 123. Coles is in, and Bedingham is on the front foot, just defending back up to him. Will be 8 overs left to the second new ball after this delivery. Coles in and bowls, and Bedingham goes aerials, chance of a catch, and it is out. Punches the bat in frustration. He played that shot twice in consecutive overs before this one, sort of a lofted shot towards wide on. Tom Haines then sent Ali Orr back to wide on for precisely that shot, and 1 ball after getting into the 30s, Bedingham scoops one to Ali Orr. Coles has his 3rd. Came off 39 deliveries, and Durham now lose their 4th wicket of the innings.
285 for 4. That partnership comes to an end 54. Quick fire 54. 72 balls, and that was the end of the over. 72 overs gone. But the lead, this is the important thing, is
123.
123. So Durham got to be mindful not to get too much ahead of themselves here. They want to be building a really good lead and maybe declaring tonight. Who's coming out next? I can't think who it would be.
Chris Benjamin?
Oh yeah, could be, couldn't it? Yeah.
Middle order keeper signed on emergency loan. Would it be him? Oh,
He's wearing Drizel's jumper, and of course
because he didn't have a shirt number.
No.
Yes, he didn't have a shirt on yesterday. Obviously signed morning of the game.
So it's not George Drizel. It'd be Chris Benjamin. There you are. Well done. House point for you.
Haven't had house points in secondary school.
Did you get much detention?
Nope, no detentions whatsoever.
I managed to avoid it all. The one time I was told I was in detention, I never reminded the teacher at the end of the day, and she forgot. And I went home.
That good old chestnut.
Yeah.
Nah, no detentions for me at all. So. See what Benjamin's intentions are. I imagine he'll carry on in sort of a... Durham have made a very clear sort of approach since really start of play, and then double down on it with Madison and Bellingham.
You take this over because I need to do an update for the BBC website, so you continue from this end as well.
Be Ibrahim to continue. Racked up his first maiden over last time. He'll be bowling to Madison, who's on 41 as he runs away from us past the umpire, bowls down the leg side, and Madison's able to flick this just to short mid-wicket for a single. We'll bring Chris Benjamin immediately on strike. Signed from Warwickshire. As Tom McIntosh injured his hand last week against Leicestershire and was unable to play, and Benjamin is also going to be available for end of season game against Notts next week. They've packed the covers here. They've got Alior and Fitzhudson Prentice in. They've packed the mid-wicket areas. Ibrahim is into Benjamin, who defends this into the offside where there's a short extra cover. So we've got Alior and Finn Hudson Prentice on as 13th man, and they've both packed the short mid-wickets. There's a mid-on, mid-off, backward point, cover, one slip and long leg. Seeing if they can get Benjamin quite early as Ibrahim runs away from us in and bowls, and Benjamin just defends to short extra cover again. So Ibrahim turns at the top of his mark and just like jog in his step, runs away, and Benjamin looks to drive this one, unfortunately not to get an under edge through to the keeper. And Sussex, after looking out of it basically in the morning session with Borthwick and Jones able to add runs at ease, have fought their way back during the afternoon session. 3 wickets, Coles with all 3 of them. As wicketkeeper now dons the helmet and will stand up to the stumps, maybe trying to keep Benjamin in his crease, or seeing if they can catch the edge. As Ibrahim is in, bowls and turns this into one of the short mid wickets. No run.
It's Maddinson on 42.
Ibrahim in, and Benjamin plays this behind square on the offside and should come back for 2 and will get 2. First, Maddinson actually turns for 3 and it's going to be tight. They will get back for 3. Good running between the pair. I thought there was initially only going to be 2 and Maddinson made it clear that there was a third there, and good running between the two. So Benjamin has got his first runs as a Durham player. He moves to 3 and will keep the strike for the next over. 289 for 4. Lead 127 and 7 overs left until that second new ball.
Who's this then? Coles. The ball is 15th over, 3 for 62. He's bowled well. Left arm round and guided to gully to Ibrahim by Benjamin. No run there. This is defended. Bowler comes in again, and this is played by Benjamin out through towards mid-wicket for 1 run. Tell them that we're not in. Really don't know why the ISDN line starts to ring on an afternoon.
I was wondering what that was.
I think it's a call centre somewhere, possibly. Wondering if we've had an accident, maybe.
That wasn't your fault?
Yeah. But they never are. Breeze is up. Trees are blowing away at the far end of the ground. Not literally, of course, but there's quite a bit of movement there. So Maddinson guides this ball down to third man for 1. Quite a breezy afternoon, but a sunny afternoon. It's warm, and I think around about now the temperature was set to be around about 18, 19. A few people in T-shirts again now, having had jumpers on a little bit earlier. So Benjamin plays this up to mid-on, end of the over. They're taking tea in other places. It's tea at Bristol, tea at New Road. Early. This must be the end of innings because tea's technically meant to be 3:10. Tea for us is 3:30 today.
Do we have a scheduled close of play time?
It's meant to be 6 o'clock, but that never happens. So that can be any time between sort of 6:15 and 6:30 generally.
Not so currently 89 for 6, replying to Worcestershire's 390.
Is it raining there or not?
Don't believe so, no. As Ibrahim continues to be around the wicket to Maddinson, who just plays this to silly mid-on. There's also now a silly mid-off in place. Short, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off. There's a man at the cover point boundary and sweeping. Backward point, long leg, mid-wicket in play as Ibrahim again slightly on the leg side this one, and Maddison's able to turn this around the corner, just be a single. Moves himself on to 44. Durham 8 away from 300.
And a third batting point.
Ibrahim into Benjamin, who looks to cut but can't get it past backward point.
The way the sun is shining on the little green stand at the far end now, it looks like hundreds of light bulbs pointing back in our direction. Somebody's put fairy lights all across the stand, isn't it?
Is that still the same stand from the One Day International here?
Yeah.
As Ibrahim's in again, and Benjamin is defending this into the onside.
Didn't we work out there was it 333 seats in there or something?
Doesn't look like 333 seats, but
well, if you add them, it goes up quite a long way. There's rows of 9 on either side, and it goes quite a long way up to the back. Or was it 253? I'm gonna have to count them all again now.
It's good mental maths for you. As Ibrahim's past the umpire, bowls, and Benjamin will pick up the boundary, playing this with soft hands through the vacant gully region. He moves himself onto 8. Durham 296 for 4 now. Marty's busy counting the seats.
307 seats in that stand, and Richard Dowson, one of the stadium managers, had to go and put a sticker on every single one of them.
Ibrahim in, and Benjamin is again just defending into the onside.
The operations manager up there putting the seat numbers on each seat. It was a red hot afternoon, and I thought, what a job, all on his own.
Why was he having to go put stickers on?
Because he obviously didn't have numbers to tie in with the computer or whatever. Seats. You've got to remember, a lot of these seats might have been in other stands with other seats either side of them, so while they might be row 1 to 16 here,
yeah,
they could have been in the middle of a stand somewhere else. So, what's that noise?
Is that the microphone down? Is that the
somebody's phone outside, is it?
Yeah.
Bit of a blues number, wasn't it? Well, Durham are building a nice lead here. They are on 134 with regards to the lead. The over it's -1, and they are 4 away from a third batting point at 296 for 4. Calls round the wicket, and it bobbles out, that one.
It's a floaty full toss.
Yeah, short extra cover. Curry in there. There's another extra fielder for Sussex. Calls in, bowls. Oh, that's an awful ball, and it's given the business. That's gone for 4. That's the 300 up. It was a half tracker down the leg side. Madison dragged it away to the fine leg boundary in front of the County Durham stand, and that brings up the 300 for Durham. 75.2 overs, a third batting point. 300 for 4.
Rank delivery, to be honest, and as you say, Madison gave it what it deserved.
Well, Madison is now on 48.
Don't jinx it.
He drives at that one, it bobbles up towards mid-off, he won't get a run there. He made 31 not out in the second innings at Leicester last week, and in the first innings his highest score for Durham, 56, first time he got to a half century for them. He comes to drive at this one, and that will be his half century. It's gone off towards the far boundary. Good diving, tumbling stop from Ibrahim. Well, there's enough in it there for Madison to run free, so he reaches his half century in 67 balls and only 4 fours despite the aggression he came out with. I questioned whether or not he would bow out in a high in the final home game of the season, and he's given the spectators some food for thought here.
Taken a while to sort of settle, but it's coming good now at the end of the season, unfortunately. Just a little bit too late for Durham, but good for him, a second 50 in as many weeks.
Oh, that's a full toss, and that's what you might call howked by Benjamin, but it's plugged out in the deep. He hasn't got a 4 or a 6. He's pulled it to the furthest boundary in front of the health club. Cow corner, and he only ends up getting the 2. Calls in. Benjamin back into the crease defence. Ball goes out to the offside. Is that the end of the over?
It is.
I think it is, yeah. So 305 for 4. Lead 1-4-3.
Confirmation there of the Nick Madison half century by the announcer. 4 overs until that second new ball for Sussex. Will be Ibrahim to continue. Make way for Adrian at the end of this over.
Remember, Sussex bowled out yesterday for 162. Durham were 54 for 1 when Bad Light stopped play last night with 20 overs to go. Claiming 8 of those overs back today and 1 tomorrow.
As Ibrahim will be around the wicket to Madison. Just defends back up to the bowler. So Ibrahim sets off away from us past the umpire. Madison looks to play that on the offside. It ends up being a thinnish inside edge that turns around into the leg side. So pick up a single there. Moves himself on to 52. Benjamin on 10. Ibrahim's in again now, and Benjamin is just defending this to cover. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit on the effects mic. So Ibrahim's in again, past the umpire, and Benjamin is on the back foot defending straight to him. Lead currently 144 for Durham. Marty getting ready to do another update.
Here comes the bowler. It's played off towards point. No run there. Sorry, 1 run there. News is on, so they'll be doing an update for Radio Newcastle in a minute or 2. $307 for 4. I've got that silly mid off in place as well here as Madison guides the ball. He was looking to try and guide that down to vacant third man, but too much bat on it. Found point instead. Well, thanks to Rob Rush. Do this update and then Adrian will be back among us. Carson's switched ends now and is bowling in place of Coles. None for 58, 14.1 overs. Ball played up to wide mid-on for one by Benjamin. Emergency signing Benjamin from Warwickshire for 2 games at the end of this season. Tom McIntosh injured his hand at Leicester last week. He did get a century on his debut for Warwickshire against Lancashire at Old Trafford, as this is paddled round the corner by Maddinson down a fine leg 4-1. 127 on his debut. In fact, they've come back for 2 there.
Good running, Martin, wasn't it? Not taken cleanly by the keeper either.
They surprised me with that second there, Adrian, that's all I'll say. Carson right arm around, Maddinson down the track, launches him down the field. Is that going to reach the stand at the far end? Up! It's gone into the seats. I think that was a 6. The umpire raises his hands. Sundayan Shanmugam. And partnership's 31 now, of 34 balls. And the ball's gone into the stand and been lost. I think it's bounced out of it and into the car park round the back. Maddinson on 60, right, here's an update for Eddie Newcastle. Yeah, Durham batting in their first innings, 316 for 4. Nick Maddinson has gone to his second half century in 2 games. He's now on 60 from 72 balls. The lead, 154 against Sussex. He's just hit a 6. It's bounced into the stand at the far end of the ground, bounced out of there, gone into the car park, and it's been lost. So somebody's been sent to try and retrieve it. Partnerships so far from him of 54, with David Beddingham out a few minutes ago for 30. Earlier, 41 added for the 3rd wicket when Michael Jones was out for 96, caught behind off the bowling of James Coles, having been caught in the slips for 97 last week at Leicester. And prior to that, 154 run partnership for the 2nd wicket between Jones and Scott Borthwick, with Borthwick making 82. So Durham currently 316 for 4 and they lead by 154.
Well, that's 10 off this over, Martin, with that big 6 down the ground from Nick Maddinson. These two are just Sussex probably can't wait to get their hands on the new ball, but that can disappear just as fast.
Next ball is blocked by Benjamin. On the A1 going south, Adrian, in Gateshead, it's slow.
Right.
Through the roadworks at the Gateshead, Angel. So just bear that in mind if you suddenly, in the next hour or so, decide you want to drive south down the A1 at Gateshead. It'll take you a little bit longer than you expected, particularly given you haven't come in a car.
No.
That might be a problem.
Nice email in from Steve Harris, who's a regular contributor to our commentaries on BBC Radio Sussex. Lives up in Aberdeenshire. Always good to see you, Steve, and thanks for your contributions throughout the season, because he says he's off on holiday next week. So it's my last stream commentary of the season. Have a lovely time over in Turkey, where the weather's rather nice.
Part-timer. You can get Wi-Fi out there. You can listen to us over there.
I think he's probably had enough, to be honest. He don't want to listen to me any longer. It's a little depressing. Just wanted to say thank you to all of your colleagues. That includes you, Marty, around
Does it say that?
The country for another season of wonderful service. No, it doesn't, but he says all the colleagues. So you're a colleague. In comes Ibrahim, bowls to Maddinson, who drives firmly down the ground, footed by Haines at mid-on. There is no run. He goes on to say, how many more half-decent seasons the ECB will allow us is a worry. But it's been good to see Sussex make some progress this year. Let's hope Pujara returns. Well, here to that, all of that, Steve. Whether Pujara comes back, I think that's a decision for the Indian Cricket Board. I don't know when we'll find that out. As to the new schedule, well, things are getting interesting. In comes Ibrahim, running it around the wicket. Bowls to Maddinson, and Maddinson is forward again, plays straight down the ground. Haines, there is no run.
Just a quick stat, by the way. This half century for Maddinson, it's the 50th time in first-class cricket that he's got to 50. Right. And out of those innings, he has managed to go on and make 1500s. So
Well, he's been, from the word go, he's looked to get on the front foot here. As Nick Maddinson. He's waiting. Keeper Tier standing up as Ibrahim is in and bowls, and Maddinson drives to mid off. Doesn't beat Sean Hunt, who's down to field. And there is no run, because a couple of weeks ago, and we talk endlessly about the schedule, I don't mean to be a bore with it, but my understanding was last week there was a meeting scheduled for the 20th of September. That was cancelled for obvious reasons. When a vote was going to be held, and my understanding was in light of that, and there was discussions to be had around the counties.
Postponed.
But the 14 championship matches would remain for next season. That's what I understood.
Yeah.
Ibrahim in bowls and Maddinson.
Because that is what either Rob Key or Andrew Strauss said in an interview. I can't remember which one of them it was.
Clips away to the leg side, fielded by, who's that out there? That looked like Scott Curry, who was running around. So maybe Sussex got another substitute fielder on. Ollie Carter was on. So we'll have a little look in a moment. 3:18 for 4. Sorry, Brad Curry.
Yeah, he is out there.
And also Finn Hudson-Prentice is out there as well. As in comes Ibrahim running away from us to bowl to the right-handed Benjamin. He's in and bowls, and Benjamin drives to Curry, who fields in the covers, and there is no run. Total remains 3:18 for 4. But there was a feeling around, and just some stuff in the press today, that there's a meeting that can be convened fairly shortly, and various proposals which aren't for the 14 championship matches next season, and for that to be implemented next season. So maybe we will get changes next year. Maybe there won't be. Who knows? But the sooner it's all sorted out, the better. It just can't be this difficult, can it? Or maybe it is. In comes Ibrahim bowls, and Benjamin plays to backward point, fielded there by Tom Alsop. There is no run. It is the end of a tidy Daniel Ibrahim. Over 11 overs, 1 made, 0 for 37. Durham 318 for 4. Benjamin 12. Maddinson on 62. The new ball will be available to Sussex in just 1 over's time. So we'll wait and see.
I could not agree with any plan to reduce the number of county championship matches further, having already lost 2 rounds of games in recent years, to then take another 4 rounds away. I think that would be shocking.
Well, it seems as if the conference idea seems to be back on the table, with 3 divisions of 6, and then some sort of playoff system for those who finish in the top places.
That was the big misnomer last year. Everybody has a chance of winning the title. No, the moment you start playing games, the weaker sides fall away like they did. Possibly the only surprise last year was Middlesex ending up in Division 3.
But it all seems to be back on the table again.
Carson round the wicket, start of a new over from him, and Maddinson looking to baseball, bat him out the ground, but it's come off the bottom edge of the bat and up towards long off for 1. Do you know what? David Griffin, when we were at Derby a couple of weeks ago, he showed me the statistics. This is a slog sweep by Benjamin. He could be out here. There's 3. Oh, watch out, you're going to run into each other. Curry couldn't quite get there. He slid in, I think, in the last second. He saw in the corner of his eye Ashraf coming towards him.
I thought on a second injury.
There's nothing worse than seeing 2 players running at each other.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, no one was caught. It didn't look to me like anyone was saying mine or stop or whatever. But the last minute,
that was that match that you covered, wasn't it?
Yes,
a few years
yes.
ago.
I actually wasn't at the game. That was back in the days when John Lees was doing the game, when Rory Burns and Moses Enriques collided.
Yeah. This is defended by Maddinson. One of them got their teeth knocked out, didn't they?
Well, the game was stopped. Yeah, they banned it. It was a T20 game at Arundel.
Yeah.
And it was very, very nasty.
Yeah.
The game was stopped, full house at Arundel, and yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Carson again, left arm round to Maddinson, who paddles it round the corner, down to fine leg. Ibrahim comes round. He should get 2 here. Throw was over the keeper's head, so he'll get 2. Yeah, David Griffin, the Derbyshire statistician, has got a fantastic database, and he says, going back to the 1991 season, so Durham came into the first class system in 92, the bowlers now are bowling, our teams now are bowling half, well certainly Derbyshire this year. This has got off towards mid-wicket for 1. On average, sides are now bowling half the overs they did in 1991. And we're still being told by the same people time and time again there's too much cricket. They're playing half the cricket they did. There's too many different formats. Well, it comes in again, and this is playing up the mid-off. End of the over. I think Durham's first year in 1992 they played played 22 first-class matches, I think it was. Back in those days, everybody played each other once, didn't they? You either played home or away. And if you played a team away one year, you'd play them at home the next.
Well, we have got a change here because the new ball is now available for Sussex.
Has this ball lasted a full 80 overs?
I'm not sure whether the ball has, but
I can't remember it being changed.
I think it was shown to the umpire on a couple of occasions, and it means that Fahim Ashraf is going to bowl. Hasn't picked up a wicket so far in the innings, but he will be bowling with the new ball. Tom Haines, no hesitation in taking, and why wouldn't you? But 40 overs left in the day, and I'm thinking from here, Martin, if Durham were to score 100 by the close of play, that's a lead of the best part of 350.
I'd be declaring well before then, I think.
I'm talking to the lads upstairs. We were talking about the weather forecast, and the feeling seems to be that the rain the time seemed to change. Who knows? We may get up tomorrow morning and it's pouring with rain and we don't get any cricket at all. But the general feeling seems to be that we'll get some cricket in the morning. And then Friday looks clear. Whatever way you want to look at it, Durham in a great position. But you never know. Maybe Fahim Ashraf can come in here and pick up some wickets. You'd certainly feel that he needs to demonstrate that he's worthy of a place as an overseas next year, if indeed Sussex do decide to do that route. So this is an important spell of bowling for Ashraf as he comes in and bowls, and Madison tucked his first ball away down to fine leg. They've taken one. They'll think about two. It isn't there. Good bit of fielding down there by Sean Hunt, who's very quickly in, and there is no run. In terms of substitute fielders out there at the moment, I can see Brad Curry. Oh, is that James Cole's at mid-wicket? No, Brad Curry is at mid-wicket. So he's one reserve fielder who's on. Maybe that's all for the time being, unless Hudson Prentice is down at fine leg. I guess it's not hugely important because the main bowlers are on the field. Sean Hunt and Fahim Ashraf, Henry Crocombe clearly not on the field after that injury yesterday, which we understand to be more ligament related. It wasn't a dislocation. It wasn't a dislocation, I understand. As in comes Ashraf and bowls, and good delivery. That's a really good delivery. Well, more like that is what Sussex need. It was on a length. It drew Benjamin forward, and he was beaten outside the off stump through to keeper Tier. And there is no run. Moral victory for the bowler. Well, Sussex need a little more than moral victories. Here on BBC Sussex, BBC Radio Sussex, I should say, BBC Radio Newcastle, live cricket on the BBC up in the northeast of England, where Durham are putting themselves in a very strong position. I'm Adrian Harms, Martin Emerson with me as Fahim Ashraf runs away from us. Two slips go down. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Benjamin, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. So thank you, Steve, for your support throughout the season, and I'm sure Martin, as many other listeners as well, who thank you very much for your correspondence you send in. It just makes it a lot more interesting that we can discuss, well, all sorts of things throughout the 6 months of the cricket. A lot more interesting that we can discuss, well, all sorts of things throughout the season. And as I say, it probably sounds a little like a broken record, but I think we're all interested to know the way that the schedule is going to go and what's going to happen. As Ashraf runs away from us, the sun beginning to come out. He's in and bowls, and Benjamin again is forward, plays to mid-on. They think about a singlet, isn't there, because Ibrahim is very quickly round from mid-on to field, and there is no run. All I do hope, Martin, whatever is decided, is that the fixtures aren't released as late as they were last year. I mean, we were into February.
Wasn't that because of the shenanigans at Yorkshire, and B, they were trying to fit in, still trying to finalise the international schedule and some women's international matches?
I don't know, but it just took forever, didn't it, in terms of trying to plan for everybody. That wasn't ideal either. Ashraf runs away from us, comes in and bowls, and worked by Benjamin to backward point. There is no run. We're chatting away to the just when I had a little break just now, and one of the lads was saying to me, we were talking about the 100, and I didn't realise there was a player who was due to play for the Trent, whatever it is, in the final, and didn't play because he went off to play in the Caribbean Premier League. It's just extraordinary, isn't it?
Trent Rockets franchise is meant to represent Leicestershire and Derbyshire as well, and Derbyshire haven't had a single player represent them in the 2 seasons so far. fact, it's nearly all been Notts players and a few foreign players.
The ground now bathed in sunshine. As Ashraf is in, bowls, and that's over pitch, clipped away, 4 runs. Lovely shot onto the legs, and it was clipped away through mid-wicket, and Daniel Ibrahim chases the ball back, but over pitching was Fahim Ashraf, and Benjamin just waited and clipped the ball. Beautiful timing through mid-wicket. And picks up a boundary that takes him to 17, and to Durham to 328 for 4 with Nick Maddinson on 67, and the important thing is the lead now for Durham, which is that displayed anywhere, Marcy?
166.
Yeah, about bottom right hand corner of the scoreboard. And it's going to be Sean Hunt who will take the new ball from the Fingal end of the ground. Elsewhere, just very briefly, in other matches today, we know Lancashire have beaten Essex. Kent still hanging on at the Ageas Bowl, 269 for 9. Hampshire will need to score the best fast of 400 runs to keep alive their hopes of winning the county championship. And you get the feeling if the weather holds that Surrey are going to beat Yorkshire, because Yorkshire are 145 for 6 at the Oval. And there's always a lot of talk about Surrey, about they bring in overseas players, blah blah, which they do. But Tom Laws, one of their homegrown players, is taking the wickets today. 10 overs, 3 for 24 for Tom Laws. So if Surrey win that game and Hampshire lose this week, the championship will go to Surrey. And just looking at the game in the second division of interest, Leicestershire have recovered a bit, 167 for 5 against Middlesex.
Is this my end or your end? I can't
I think it's yours, Marty.
First ball from Hunt then to Maddinson, goes off to point, no run there.
And one thing we've all been saying is that Notts are going to go up, we know that, but they're having a great time at New Road. They're 128 for 9 after Worcestershire made 390, so I wonder whether Worcestershire
last time they went up, they never won a match, did they? They came back down again. It was 30. There was a run of 31 matches without a win in the end.
Well, I wonder if Worcestershire might ask them to follow on. We never know, but that could delay. So the Middlesex Leicestershire game is only interesting because if Glamorgan win, that all takes it to the last game of the season.
Maddinson cuts at a ball that's half volley outside off stop at point there by.
Yes, Hudson Prentice there. So Sussex have got 2 reserve fielders on. Hudson Prentice at backward point, Brad Curry at cover. So I'm just trying to work out who's off the field. Looks like Jack Carson may be off the field. Who else?
Sean Hunt in. Defended by Maddinson, goes back to the bowler. Listening to your discussion about county cricket, says Angus. What I don't get is they're wanting to decrease county cricket while ever increasing the amount of international cricket.
Well, that's a very good point.
Is it money talking and not brains, asks Angus.
Well, I think that's a very good point, isn't it? In terms of the amount of... Yep.
In comes bowlers. The bowler should have shot. Oh, that's a nice shot through the covers. Has it got the legs to go to the boundary? There's a chase on. And a dive and a slide. And a stop. From all. They run 3. It was going up towards the Health Club boundary.
Nicely timed, wasn't it?
Paul Bennett says, I didn't realise there's only half as much cricket as what there used to be, but that seems about right. Kent now all out for 377 again. Is that for Hampshire?
Yes. Yeah. So
the Rose Bowl. The motorway stadium. Hunt in. Benjamin places to short mid wicket. I've been to that ground a few times. It's miles out of the centre of Southampton. there is a train station, a railway station, which is about a 45-minute walk away, but the trains there are infrequent. So you either have to get a bus into town, which takes the best part of an hour, and I'm not even sure you can get a direct bus. I think you might have to get one bus up to maybe the airport and then another bus in, or if you get to the airport you can then get the train in. But it's a good hour. Ball defended this time by Benjamin. So yeah, particularly if you want to go in and meet friends and have a drink, which is what I wanted to do, it's public transport, and so 2 hours of your night at the end of the day's play is spent on public transport getting into and out of Southampton. And then people go on about this ground being difficult to access. Well, anywhere's easy in a car, I suppose, but if you go to Manchester, Old Trafford's way across town on the tram system. If you were to come into Piccadilly, or what's the main? Is it Victoria in Manchester?
Oh, I don't know.
I've never got a train in Manchester before, or to Manchester. But that's quite a tram ride across town to Old Trafford.
Well, that's why the Oval and Lords are so popular, aren't they? Because you get off at Vauxhall Station and within a 5-minute walk you're at the ground.
From King's Cross to the Oval's not straightforward. That's a half hour to 40 minutes.
In comes Ashraf running in over the wicket. Comes in and bowls to Madison, who plays that to backward point, fielded by the eager Alior, who comes running into field. There is no run. The light's shining a little more brightly now on the scoreboard. It's, what are we getting on? 3:30, but it's the light is still good. Patches of blue sky above the ground. The forecast dry for today. Knots now all out at Worcester, but out for 128. Worcestershire I thought were very good last week actually at Hove, and Martin, remind me of the isn't terrible. I've had a brain freeze. The name of the Worcestershire commentator, not Bradders.
Was it Frank?
Frank Watson. In comes Ashraf bowls, and that's down the leg side. He's lucky to get away with that. That wasn't. Madison rehearses the shot, goes through to the keeper, no run.
Were you away for the cricket writers' lunch last year?
No run.
Were you away for the cricket writers' lunch last year?
Yes, I was.
So Frank was there last year, so yes. He got your spot.
He's coming this year. I'm going this year.
He's coming this year, is he?
I think so. Didn't you say he was? Oh right, away. All right, okay.
I'm sure he told me he's away, so you've got his spot.
Oh, good. Well, I'm looking forward to it.
We've put you on a table in the corner.
Thanks. Dylan Pennington, who bowled very fast last week down the hill at Hove, really quickly. He's picked up 4 wickets, and Ed Barnard, who's leaving Worcestershire for Warwickshire. Very good cricketer, Ed Barnard. I like him a lot. Taking 4 apiece. Ashraf in, bowls to Madison, who has a flirt with one outside the off stump, taken by Tier in front of first slip, and there is no run.
Yeah, Barnard's had a good season, has he, with bat and ball this year, and so Warwickshire have come and shown interest. His family links are his uncle and aunt are involved there.
Yorkshire have lost another wicket on 46 for 7. They are at the Oval. Ashraf turns. The sun has disappeared now. There is quite a bit of cloud away over the pavilion. Ashraf still looking for his first wicket of the match in and bowls. Madison drives down on one knee straight to. Now is that Coles or Curry? That is Coles in there, and I think Curry has gone off. So we're keeping an eye on the substitute fielders. So we've spoken about cricket grounds. We've spoken about grounds that you're not that keen of. Where would list your 3 favourite cricket grounds, Martin?
Well, obviously I spend a lot of my time here.
You're not allowed to choose your home ground.
Well, my favourite ground is Trent Bridge.
Because?
Of the main grounds, because I like the way they've modernised it, but they've kept all the separate stands. So it's not like a massive soulless bowl, football stadium type bowl.
Ashraf in bowls, Madison drives. Oh, beautiful shot. Absolutely classic. If you were taking a photograph of that shot by Nick Maddinson of a classic cover drive, that was it. Beautifully played. Classic cover drive, that was it. Beautifully played to the pitch of the ball. Didn't hammer it. 50 partnership up between these two.
Wow, that's been quick as well. 65 balls.
Beautiful shot. 44 minutes, 65 balls, and he just caressed that away through the covers. Lovely shot. I've enjoyed watching him bat. He goes to 74, 335 for 4. Beautifully played. So you go Trent Bridge.
Yeah. That shot there will be on the front cover of Cover Drive Monthly for the October edition.
Hope so. Would someone have taken a photo of it?
With some brown leaves in the background as well.
Well, that was just a classic drive. Beautifully played.
You can't beat Lords, really, can you?
No.
It always feels special when you're at Lords.
Yeah. We can't choose each other's ground.
No.
Oi! Oi! Yes, Potter!
I'm afraid that was a poor delivery. It was over pitched outside the delivery. It was over pitched outside the.
Yes guys, how's it going? You're watching Cricket District and this is episode 2 of Village vs Pro with thanks to Canterbury. We're here at the beautiful Chester Street in Durham to play 3 overs against Durham's finest bowlers. Their all-time leading wicket taker Chris Rushworth, club captain Scott Borthwick and up-and-coming talent Matty Potts. Can't wait to get started, I'm pretty nervous. Let's get going.
Bridge very often in recent years. I enjoy Trent Bridge. I enjoy New Road at Worcester.
I don't like the press facilities there.
Right.
I have to say it's quite old and needs.
But I like the ground. I love the cathedral. You and I have both been lucky enough in the last couple of years to go to Sedbergh. I know it's just a one-off.
Oh, that
game.
was absolutely fantastic.
Oh my word!
In Sedbergh, against Lancashire.
What a cricket
beautiful ground. I mean, as views go, that can't really be topped.
No, I would agree. I mean, I've never been to Newlands at Cape Town, but I mean, I tell you what, people say that's a beautiful cricket ground, but that Sedbergh was just like always out. I tell you what, people say that's a beautiful cricket ground, but that Sedbergh was just like always out of a picture book, really. Sorry, just breaking off. I think it's your over, Martin. I've got to do a quick update.
I mean, I would add Arundel into the mix as well, which is a really nice environment as long as it doesn't rain to commentate in. But the actual view, you can't see anything beyond the trees. It's in the bowl at the side of the castle up at the top of the hill in Arundel. If you go right to the far end of the ground, there's a gap through the trees where you can look along the valley. The River Arun Valley, which is beautiful, but you can't actually see that from the ground. You can't see anything from within the ground, really. You're just in a tree-lined bowl, but it is a lovely environment with that wooden pavilion, the slatted wooden pavilion. We're nearly at tea now, aren't we? This will be the last over before tea. So Ibrahim comes in and bowls from the Lumley end to Maddinson. Durham leading by 178.
Yeah, October 2016.
Paul was wondering whether there would be a follow-on. It's out for 128 at Worcester, 390 Worcestershire made, so they trail by 2-6-2-6-2. As Ibrahim bowls, no run there. It's played to the covers. It's very rare that you see a team enforce the follow-on these days, but I mean, in that situation there, they've only bowled 34 overs, so I would enforce the follow-on, certainly in that situation, which could be a massive win for Worcestershire. If they were to pull that off. We have 3 balls to go to tea. Here's the first of them, driven by Maddinson out through the covers. Might go for 4. 2 fielders racing after that one towards the Health Club boundary, and it's beaten them both. Hudson Prentice is the one who eventually stops the ball from going under the covers at the far corner of the ground. Aggressive stroke play there from Maddinson, who's now on 82. His best score for Durham. There was a lot expected of him when he came here, and he struggled. Didn't get many runs at all in the One Day Cup, and found it going hard in the county championship, and has now, after all these weeks, got his eye in and found his way. Be nice to see him get the 3 figures today. Ibrahim in, that's defended on off stump, and rolls out close on the offside, no run there.
Well, they are under the cosh. Durham at 344 for 4 in reply to the Sussex total yesterday of 160.
Paul says his 3 favourite grounds: Sedbergh, Christchurch in the Park, and Worm Hill. I don't know where Worm Hill is. But
James Coles, who's taken 3 wickets.
I haven't really been to many grounds abroad. I mean, the 3 in Australia and Abu Dhabi and Sharjah and Dubai, and that's about it. Foreign grounds. Did go to a cricket ground in the bay in Vancouver where the cruise liners come in. That was quite a nice environment looking across the bay. That was quite a nice environment looking across the bay. And that last ball is a dot ball, and that is T. So Durham at T on day 2. 344 for 4. Benjamin has 18, and at the other end, Maddinson is on 82, and their partnership is currently 59 from 72 balls, and the lead is 182. Is it? I think. Screen's just changed. 182. And there are I don't know how many overs to go today because they've changed the scoreboard. It's not telling me on the old scoreboard either. Where are we? 36 overs remaining. And so far in this innings, Durham have been out there for 84. Right, we'll be back with you in 20 minutes.
This is for the explorers of countryside and coast. This is for the fun lovers who enjoy days out the most. This is for the history buffs to travel back in time or travel light years ahead. This is for the culture vultures to discover some
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together. With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Please welcome Sussex side led out by their captain Tom Haines, resuming the Durham innings of Chris Dixon and Nick Matty.
Welcome back to Chester Street for the final session of day 2 of Durham against Sussex. Durham continuing their first innings. They lead by 182 at 344 for 4. Scott Borthwick earlier making 82. Michael Jones 96. David Bedingham 30 there. The wickets to fall today, all of them going to the bowling of the spinner James Coles. And looking at the scorecard at tea, Coles has taken 3 for 73 in 16 overs, 1 maiden. The only other wicket to fall was that of Sean Hunt last night, and then you got Dixon LBW. He's taken 1 for 62 from 15. Ashraf none for 67 from 16, 3 maidens for him. Haines none for 19 from 8, 2 maidens there. Ibrahim none for 42 from 12, 1 maiden there. Carson none for 73 from 16 and no maidens for him. So resuming their partnership, which is now with 59 from 72 balls, is Nick Maddinson, who is on 82, and at the other end and on strike, Chris Benjamin from Warwickshire on debut, who is on 18.
As in comes Tom Haines, comes in and bowls to Benjamin, who punches out into the offside. There is no run. I don't quite understand this, because the new ball has just been taken. We've had 4 overs with the new ball. It started off with Fahim Ashraf taking the new ball. He's bowled 2 overs, he's out the attack. Sean Hunt bowled 1 over and he was out the attack and replaced by Daniel Ibrahim, the over before tea. So a bit curious really. Well, I thought Sussex would want to get their premier bowlers in for with the new ball, but it's Tom Haines, who is clearly he can bowl, but he's not one of the premier bowlers. So I'm wondering if Mohammed Ashraf is on the field. Fahim Ashraf is on the field. I'll have a little look around and see. Sean Hunt is on the field.
The other thing to think about here is it's got very gloomy during the tea interval, and the umpires have been on their walkie-talkies, and the lights are just coming on. I was just about to say the lights are about to come on, and there they are, flickering into action just as I mentioned that.
Haines bowls to Benjamin, who eases that down towards third man. There's a long chase all the way down to the far end of the ground, the Finkel end of the ground. Throw comes in from, it's so far down there, it's difficult to see who that was. But it's a couple of runs, and you can tell it's getting dark because the numbers on the scoreboard are really shining quite brightly. Behind this bank
was
that Ash?
One of them with the long hair.
Hudson Prentice.
Yeah, Hudson Prentice.
In fact, behind this bank of really dark cloud, there are some brighter skies.
Actually, I think that's the other one with long hair.
In comes Haines and bowls, and clipped by Benjamin to mid-wicket, fielded there by turn round. I think that is Daniel Ibrahim. Yes, indeed. So actually, Fahim Ashraf is on the field, but he's way down at fine leg with his hands in his pockets.
Yeah, whilst Hudson Prentice is down at
backward point,
and so that must be Oliver Carter in the covers.
It's Coles, I think, in the covers. In comes Haines bowls, driven by Benjamin. Good diving save by Orr at short extra. There is no run. So I think that's James Coles at cover. But it would have been Hudson Prentice with the long hair who chased all the way down. He's got his hair tied up.
Is it Coles? The hair looks too long. It is Coles.
Yeah, it is Coles. But I'm
like he had a ponytail on under his hat.
But I'm surprised that the new bowlers haven't taken who you would expect to take the new ball haven't. Because the lights in the pavilion as well. In comes Haines bowls, and Benjamin turns into mid-on. You already heard the call of no run. End of the over. 346 for 4. Benjamin 20. Maddinson is on 82.
Maybe the umpires have said to them in this light you can't.
Possibly. Well, I'd have thought if I was Tom Haines in that situation, I would have said, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to put my quicks on and then we'll go off, because Sussex are in a position they can't win this match. And let's see who's going to open the bowling from the Finkel end. I think it's going to be Daniel Ibrahim, I think. I don't think it's going to be... no, they're going to move Ashraf to the far end. Okay, so they've changed things around. So maybe they're going to change the opening bowlers around. They're going to bowl Ashraf from the Finkel end, and they're going to bowl Hunt maybe from this end. I mean, it didn't make too much sense not to have your overseas quick bowler bowling with the new ball when the opposition are 346 for 4, so that explains it. Method in the madness, Marty.
Or if you don't drink, Methodism in the madness. 346 for 4, so they're 4 away from the 4th batting point. Steve Harmison, Neil Colleen, Scott Borthwick and Alan Walker wandering around the boundary, going in an anti-clockwise direction, for those of you who are into things like that. Ashraf round the wicket, right arm round to Maddinson, who drives straight through the covers for 4. That's a lovely shot. Go and park that. Takes him on to 86. And that sends the Pied Wagtails into a flurry as well.
Lovely shot, wasn't it?
350 up as well. So the 4th batting point for Durham, 85.1 overs.
Well, that is 3 beautiful cover drives he's played. 2 just before tea, and now that one. He looks in good form. The skies are getting brighter, Martin. I can tell you, behind this bank of cloud, it looks quite good. So
it's drifting in from the southwest, so we can't quite see what's coming. The cloud that's on us now is sort of coming over our left-hand shoulder. Mervyn says, I'm definitely withholding any further comments about Maddinson. As Ashraf bowls again, Maddinson pulls through mid-wicket, that's 4 more. Fielder out there couldn't get across to it, that's gone to the foot of the castle stand. He's on 90 now. Thank you for all of the commentary, says Mervyn, and interesting to see that Nottinghamshire have been asked to follow on at Worcester.
Right.
I said it made sense having only bowled 34 overs to get them in again, but teams are just so reluctant to enforce the follow on these days.
Yeah, Worcestershire did enforce it when we were down there at New Road. When was that? Back in April, and successfully won the game. But in that situation, I quite like enforcing the follow on. I think it shows an intent. We've got you down, and we're gonna press home the advantage. Not that Sussex have been in that position too often recently.
Ashraf in again, bowls. Maddinson's played on, he's gone. He's out for 90. Another Durham player gets within touching distance of 3 figures in this game and is out. Borthwick made 82, Jones 96. Maddinson is out for 90. And he just played on there, up on his toes, looking to cut. He faced 99 balls, maybe 100 balls, 1-6 and 9 fours, and his partnership, it was 100 balls exactly, ends at 69.
Well, a first wicket for Haines Ashraf. That's a super innings by Nick Maddinson, and it'll be desperately disappointing not to have gone all the way through to 3 figures. And I have to say, Martin, that all 3 Durham players have played really well and deserve really to go through to 3 figures. I mean, I wouldn't mind them getting out when they've got 101, but they've all deserved it. And I've enjoyed watching Maddinson bat. I thought since he came out to bat, he's been very positive the whole time.
And T, a rude interruption to progress, just like lunch could be.
I mean, it goes down in the book as bold, doesn't it? But it wasn't that great delivery, really. I mean, he's played it on. But anyway, Haines Ashraf picks up a wicket. And for that, he'll be pleased, and maybe he can now get in amongst the middle order for Durham. We shall see. But who's this coming? Is this Liam Travascus? Yeah. So still plenty of batting to come in this lineup. I don't see Liam Travascus hanging around either. I wonder whether the Durham feeling is. I mean, the lead is best part of 200 already. I mean, they wouldn't be. If the lead was around 250 and Sussex had to play sort of 25 overs tonight, I don't think they'd be heartbroken, would they, Durham? They're in such a strong position in the match. That could happen.
What is the lead? 182, doesn't it say?
Yes. Yep.
So Liam Travascus, the new player, didn't play last week at Leicester. He defends the first ball that he faces today.
Was he injured down there, Martin, or?
He's been left out a couple recently. I think it's just been a bit of squad rotation with George Drizzell coming to play in 1 or 2.
Just around the country, Hampshire already 8 for 1 against Kent down at the Aegeus, nearly another 370 to win. So we could see the county championship wrapped up this week.
Ashraf in again from the Lumley end. Travascus plays the ball down into the ground. It loops up and into the bowler's hand.
And the reason I say that is because Yorkshire are 168 for 8 at the Oval. A Surrey win, a Hampshire defeat, and the championship will be decided in this round of matches. The second division, Leicestershire 185 for 5, resisting against Middlesex, who will be hoping to secure promotion in this round of matches, but Leicestershire doing their bit on bottom side in the championship.
Ball played by Travascus down towards third man for 1.
Well, for him, Ashraf takes his jumper. He's picked up his first wicket of the day. His second wicket in Sussex colours, so figures of 1 for 76 in his 17 overs. Maybe they give him a bit of confidence here to maybe run in if Sussex pick up a couple of quick wickets. But as I say, they're a long, long way behind in this game, and all that will do will hasten Sussex maybe batting tonight. Now, this is odd. So Sean Hunt is not going to take the new ball, which I'm a bit baffled by that, to be honest, unless Sean is injured. If he's injured, you wouldn't have thought he'd be on the field. So I don't really understand why, with the ball, the new ball 6 overs old, I mean, maybe the skipper just thinks that he's going to get a bit more out of the pitch with the lights on and a bit of cloud cover. But I think, as unusual, Sean Hunt is standing at mid-off. He's not going to be getting the ball at this stage. So it's obviously a plan. Let's see if it works. 2 slips in place. Backward point cover, short extra cover, mid-off. Haines in, round the wicket, bowls, forward comes. Travascus plays to Sean Hunt, who fills at mid-on, and there is no run. At the rest of the field, there's a fine leg of mid-wicket. And Hunt at mid-on. Floodlights on, but it's breezy here at Durham today, and this really dark cloud is drifting away, and behind it, and Marty was saying, it's coming from the southwest, so we can't definitively say, but there are some brighter skies out to the west as in comes Haines in and bowls, and Travascus works that into the offside, fielded by James Coles, and there is no run. Benjamin on 20, Travaskis on 1. 4 wickets have gone down today for those of you who are just joining us. And 3 Durham players looking as if they're on the verge of getting 100 or getting out within sight of 3 figures. As Haines wheels around, comes into bowl to Travaskis, who plays this into the covers, fielded by Ibrahim, and there is no run. So Scott Borthwick, LBW to James Coles for 82.
Castle shortly. The lead was 192 when Madison was out, not 182. That scoreboard is really difficult to read now, isn't it? That little bottom corner in this light.
Yes.
It's white lettering with a red background. An attempted drive here from Travaskis off the bowling of Haines, playing a miss. Keeper standing up. Paul was on about his favourite 3 grounds. He said Sedbergh, Christchurch, brackets in the park, and Worm Hill, but I think he means Wormsley, where Sir Paul Getty's estate. That's gone off towards long leg for 1 for Travaskis. Well, 3 batsmen this afternoon have got to within touching distance of 100 and not got there. Scott Borthwick, the first of them, he fell just after lunch for 82 LBW to James Coles. Then Coles got Michael Jones caught behind down the leg side when he was on 96. And then just after tea, Nick Maddinson on 90, cut a ball from Fahim Ashraf and played it onto his stumps. So agony for the 3 of those, but Durham in a very strong position here on day 2 against Sussex. They are currently 356 for 5. They lead by 194. They've got 4 batting points. There's still another 33 overs to go if the light holds. Chris Benjamin on debuts on 20. He's just been joined by Liam Travaskis, who is on 2.
I think the sun is trying to come out, Martin.
Is it?
I think so. There's a slightly brighter skies. Certainly got a lot brighter, and that's just the effect the light is having. Yes, I can't read that figure at the bottom of the scoreboard, Martin, I have to say, so I have to rely on my pretty poor maths.
I'm not sure I can get my head around these varifocal things where you have to look through
it's very difficult. Yeah.
Does that make you feel a bit dizzy as you're adjusting?
Yeah. Well, it's going to be Fahim Ashraf, whose tail's probably up, having picked up a wicket. Comes in round the wicket, bowls to Travaskis, who looks to carve that one away in the offside, fielded there by Alistair Orr in the covers. There is no run. There are 2 slips, a 3rd man, backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Flags fluttering away at the Finkel end of the ground. Floodlights on. Umpire's looking a little chilly. Umpire Mallender standing at square leg. Tom Haines shines the ball on his jumper and returns the ball to Ashraf, who's taken 1 for 76 in his 17 overs and 1 ball so far, and he's coming in around the wicket to the left-handed Liam Travaskis, who's 2 not out. He's in and bowls, and Travaskis is forward to a ball of good length, and he punches the ball to mid-off, fielded by Haines, and there is no run.
I forgot to play the blind cricket interview in at tea. It all just happened so quickly, didn't it? Off they went.
Yes, it did.
We shot away to have a quick break, so I'll play it try and play it in tomorrow lunchtime, something like that. I think we might have a bit of spare time on our hands at certain points.
Yeah, certainly
the weather forecast goes the way it suggests.
Yeah, not meant to be the best. Jeff in Baltimore has been in touch. In comes Ashraf, bowls, and Travaskis steers that away past second slip. It's going to run into about. Don't dive, Sean. Oh, he does, and he stops the ball. It's a good bit of fielding by Sean Hunt.
He landed on the ball there and rolled over the top of it.
The only reason he does it, don't dive, because yesterday that's exactly. He's actually hobbling. Sean Hunt. He came racing round the boundary, and he's now hobbling. Let's hope he's okay. The sun is coming out, and he. Hope he's okay. 12th man down there is saying well fielded, Sean, but we saw an accident with one of the Sussex lads yesterday. So Sean Hunt he's hobbling quite badly, you know. In comes Ashraf, Around the wicket, bowls and covering up as Travaskis back to Ashraf, and there is no run.
As he dived in to stop the ball, he then rolled over the top of the ball, and I think as he was sort of doing a roly-poly, if you like, the ball was constantly jammed underneath his leg, so he's probably a little bit of bruising or a dead leg, or maybe it's hit his ankle, something like that.
Good bit of fielding. Travaskis goes to 4. The ball wasn't that far away from Tom Clark. So Jeffrey in Baltimore's been in touch. He says...
From where?
Baltimore.
Oh, Baltimore.
Good morning and all that kind of stuff. What's that?
Good morning, Baltimore.
Yes. What's the name of that musical?
Vietnam.
No, it's not. In comes Ashraf.
That is to say good morning, Vietnam.
And not taken cleanly by Charlie Tier.
There's a musical set in Baltimore.
The opening song is, or one of the songs in the musical is Good Morning Baltimore.
Oh, is it Chicago?
No.
Can I have that one?
Oh, I ought to know what it is. I've seen it. Good morning, Baltimore. Good morning, Baltimore. Da, 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 da.
Hamilton?
No. My daughters would be screaming, saying, "Come on, you've seen it." Anyway, I remember it in a minute.
I have no idea.
Right, okay.
Somebody help Adrian, please.
Yes. Good morning, Baltimore. Someone let me know the name of the musical. In comes Ashraf, bowls, and Travaskis turns it to mid-on. There is no run. Tidy enough over for Fahim Ashraf. Just the 2 runs coming through it. 358 for 5. Sean Hunt looks like he's okay. He's running into his fielding position. The last thing Sussex need when they're trailing by this amount of runs, was that 196 runs they're trailing by, is to have 2 bowlers who can't bowl. And in fact, I think Sean Hunt might be going to bowl, you know. No, it's going to be Tom Haines. He's tearing off his jumper. What on earth has Sean Hunt thrown there to Daniel Ibrahim? He's thrown something towards him. Big Sean looks like he might be struggling a bit. He's giving a word to his skipper. Hopefully he's going to run that off.
Famous last words. Sunday morning football, just run it off. 2 days later, the player was diagnosed with a broken leg.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, is that a team you played for?
My dad. New over here from Haines. The first ball played a short extra cover. Yeah, one of the lads went in for a tackle on a Sunday morning. He said, "I've hurt my leg," and they said, "Oh, just run it off, you'll be fine." And a day or 2 later, got a phone call from his wife to say he had a broken leg and was in hospital.
Ouch. The name of the musical, Martin, is Hairspray.
Oh. Right.
Should have known.
Where's that gone?
Well, over mid-wicket.
Has that gone for 6? 4. 6 or 4? 4.
I think he's gone for 4, but he just put his foot down the wicket and smashed it away, didn't he?
Benjamin pulling that one over. Cow corner for 4. 1 bounce just inside the ropes. Hairspray was, the original film was Divine, wasn't it?
Now you're asking. I don't know, Martin.
The singer. You think you're a man, but you're only a boy. Popular in the club scene of the early 80s, I am told, in certain parts of the world. .362. He's played the same shot again. That's another 4. Not quite as high this time, but clear of the field. Durham's lead here.
It's over 200 now, Marty.
Is sneaking up and up and up. The next target for them is the final batting point and then declare. That's what I would say.
Do you think they'll do that?
Yeah, I think go after it.
But because of the weather forecast tomorrow, do you think they'll...
whack the ball around. I don't think they need any more runs than getting to what they got. So they need another 34 runs to get to that final batting point. There's plenty of time to do it because they're only in the 89th over.
What, stick Sussex in for sort of...
There's still 20
overs tonight or something?
21 and a half to go to the cut-off point. This is played out through the covers, so that's your third 4 in a row from Benjamin. That one's gone towards the steps at the pavilion. So he's just hit 3 4s there, and he's now moved up to 32.
Nice shot.
So Durham are now up to 370 for 5, so they need 30 for the next batting point. If they get there quickly, well, the lead would be 238, so it's not that massive, is it? I actually thought the lead was higher than that. But I would just have a dart tonight.
Well, 238. That's going to take Sussex, a good while to clear off.
Yeah. Haines in once more. That's stopped in the cover area. They won't, but I would just be proactive, get 30 more runs on the board, declare. You've got the maximum batting points. Try and make inroads into Sussex today.
I'll tell you what, Worcester were very inventive last week down at Hove. You know, they declared and sent Sussex in, and Sussex lost a wicket.
Haines has played into the covers this time, no run there. I'm not trying to belittle what I think of Sussex's batting order. I just think Durham haven't had much in the way of wins this year. They've only won 2, and they've only got this game and next week to go, and then of course the season's over, so they may as well chance their arm.
Yep, nothing to be lost, is there?
No.
I mean, because if they don't declare tonight, they may play a bit tomorrow.
And then you're into the realms of, will it rain in the afternoon? The possibility is yes, then you've lost all that. And then you get into the scenario where Durham leave themselves a full day on a flattish track to try and bowl a team out again, which they've struggled to do this year, particularly here. There's only one game here where they've actually bowled a side out twice. That was Glamorgan in May. And that only came about because Glamorgan suddenly took a load of quick Durham wickets and ended their innings earlier than I think anyone imagined Durham would have been out for, and it gave Durham that extra bit of time that they wouldn't have planned on had they declared to have a go at Glamorgan.
In comes Ashraf around the wicket bowls to Travaskis, who carves that away through the offside. Sean Hunt is very quickly round at the third man boundary. They're thinking about 2. Good fielding by Sean Hunt and a good throw as well, right over the top of the stumps, showing no ill effects of that tumble in the previous over. But certainly I think Durham have been very positive today, Martin, right through the order, and maybe this has always been the plan. I mean, the lead is over 200. I'm with you, actually. I think if I was skipping, I think there's too much skipping these days. It's just sort of, fairly negative. I like to see people who are on the front foot. Let's try something a bit different. And Durham in such a powerful position here. In fact, already a change in the field Chris Benjamin has forced, because Tom Clark has come out of second slip. So Sussex now with just the 1 slip, a third man. Backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep square and a fine leg. And that cloud is breaking up away to our left, So certainly if we do get a fair amount of play left, there's still, 30 overs left to be bowled today. In comes Ashraf, bowls, and Benjamin hit on the pads. The ball bounced onto the leg side. There is no run. Is that 30 overs left, Marty?
Yeah, 30.4.
30.4, yeah.
Liam Dutton, the Channel 4 weather presenter, has just tweeted, it's that time of year when, as usual, the first flurries of snow can appear in forecasts for the Scottish mountain tops.
Really?
And he's, because they're high and they're a long way north from here. And he said you mentioned snow in Norway about this time, didn't you?
Yeah.
Some tabloid newspapers are frantically writing stories that make it sound like winter is here once again. Meanwhile, the weather forecasters roll their eyes yet again.
Over the wicket bowls, pulled away by Benjamin onto the leg side, and that's going to go for a couple of runs. Or is in hot pursuit. He's very quick across the ground. He can't do anything about that. I've got to say, I think that's a poor delivery by Fahim Ashraf. I mean, it's halfway down the pitch, and Chris Benjamin has just tucked inside the line and pulled the ball over and moved a wicket for 4 runs. He goes to 36. Good shot, poor ball. 375 for 5.
The reason I read his tweet comes on the back of a Met Office tweet that I read during the tea interval saying, don't believe the scare stories. Yes, there can be the odd flurry of snow at the top of the highest mountains in northern Scotland at this time of year, but it's not snowy Armageddon. And it says, when reading these stories, look at the quotes and see if they're recognisable weather presenters who are saying these things and recognisable organisations.
Ashraf in bowls, and forward is Benjamin, plays 2 mid-wicket, and there is no run. Interesting here with Chris Benjamin, Martin. I mean, he's come here for a couple of games on loan. I don't know what the plan is around Durham for keepers. Is a bit of an audition. I mean, I don't know whether. I mean, he's behind Michael Burgess, isn't he, at Warwickshire?
It came out of the blue, to be honest with you. If what we're led to believe involving a certain wicketkeeper from Kent who's already been here on loan this season is to be true, then he is on his way. But I don't know, maybe that one's fallen through at the last minute. I have no idea.
Ashraf again in a bowl wide of the off stump. Well, he's going to get runs here. He's going to get probably 4 runs. Sean Hunt is racing around the boundary. Won't get that's a fortunate boundary. Looks to cut that one away through backward point. He gets a thick inside edge of the ball. goes down the leg side and runs away for 4 more runs. Benjamin goes to 40. And Durham to 379 for 5. That's 9 off the over.
Well, he had 18 at tea, and that was after 84 overs, so we're now 6 overs in. He's moved up to 40, so he's hit a number of boundaries. 4 boundaries, 5 boundaries?
5, because 3 falls off Haines.
Yeah.
And then he's hit him over mid-wicket for 4, and that's a lucky 4, but he's picked 5 boundaries since tea.
And he's now on 40, and Durham 379 for 5. So
5 boundaries actually, Martin, in the last 2 overs, because the last over from Haines he hit 3 boundaries.
Yeah. So maybe that has been the instruction: come out and go after them. Yeah, 5 boundaries in the last 2 overs.
Ashraf in bowls and played onto the others. Oh, the thing about a single was Travaskis. He was halfway down the track, was Liam Travaskis, looking for a single backing up, and Benjamin very firmly said no. He wasn't going to run for that. Sun is out. Might not need the floodlights much longer, but I don't know whether they'll leave them on, because the cloud behind this lighter patch there is some darker patches as well. So we shall see. Anyway, end of the over. The 2. Chris Benjamin and Liam Travaskis have a natter. So, as Marty was saying, this could be an interesting take on events. Another 21 runs would give Durham full bonus points from the match. It would also give them a lead of 238. And it could give Sussex a very uncomfortable sort of 25 overs tonight. With, very possibly lights on, that sort of thing. I wonder. But Tom Haines is keeping himself on, so we'll see how we go in this over. Travaskis on strike.
Comes around the wicket. It's a slower delivery. It's played up to mid-on.
Yeah, was it? It's looking at Derbyshire 83 for 5 at Cardiff. Glamorgan win that. And Middlesex don't beat Leicestershire. Leicestershire have lost another wicket, 193 for 6. It could take the second division promotion to the final round of matches. Where are you, Martin? Oh, you're at Trent Bridge, okay. Nottinghamshire might have wrapped it up by then.
Having a night out at some soul show with Bryce. Haines in. It's gone out of the covers.
A soul show?
Yeah, he booked the tickets a while ago.
Right. Well, I went to Nottingham. I went to see some football. I went to see a pre-season friendly between Notts County and Notts Forest. With Dave. That was very enjoyable. Big crowd, as you would expect. At Meadow Lane.
Oh no, it looks like Freshers week in Nottingham next week. This fall's played safely.
Yeah, you two. Yeah. They'll be thinking you two are a couple of lecturers.
Uriah Heeper on. That's October the 2nd.
Well, have an enjoyable time. We're at Hove next week. Glamorgan may come still with a sniff of promotion, you know. We shall see.
Here comes Bowles. It's played up to mid-off now and there.
Just looking how many points Glamorgan are behind. Middlesex going into this round of matches. Yeah, they were only 12 points behind. So.
Defended on around about middle and off this time by Travaskis.
So if Glamorgan and Middlesex both win, it will go to the final round of matches, and Middlesex have got a tough game. They've got to go to Worcester. They haven't picked up maximum batting points, so that gap could be closed to 10, and Glamorgan will come to Hove needing a win and hoping that Worcestershire do Glamorgan a favour. So it's still all in the melting pot. Always lucky to go here with that, isn't it?
It's gone just slightly behind the batsman there. It's come off his ankle, I think. Anyway, it's a dot ball. It's a maiden.
It is. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 34. So Martin and I were speculating that whether Durham were hastening towards a declaration. But I made no, but Travaskis and Benjamin have a little natter in the middle of the pitch. Yeah, behind this brighter spell of cloud, I'm trying to sort of crane my neck as far as I can see. And it is a lot. There's a big sort of bank of darker cloud that seems to be coming in this direction. So we'll have to see. At least we've had uninterrupted play so far. It's going to be Fahim Ashraf, who's going to bowl to Chris Benjamin, who's 49. A bit of sunshine across the ground, just as I talk about bad light.
Friday, September the 30th, which is the day I should be coming home, there's an event called Marty at the Rough Trade in Nottingham,
Right,
but that's not me. I can't find the thing we're going to. I wonder if it's been cancelled.
So, bright sunshine as Fahim Ashraf runs away from us. Figures of 1 for 87 in his 19 overs. He's in and bowls, and Benjamin is up on his toes and plays straight back down the track. The bowler fields, there is no run. There's a slip and a third man, a backward point, cover mid-off. Who's that warming off at mid-off? It's Daniel Ibrahim. Then a mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. I don't understand why Sean Hunt hasn't bowled with this new ball. It does seem a little odd. Well, he bowled... Did he bowl? Yeah, he bowled 1 over. Ashraf is back to his mark. Right along, it's shining brightly.
Now then, what day is that? 25th. Oh, that's Sunday. Whoa.
Runs in towards us, and bowls, and Benjamin is forwarding. It's a fortunate single off an inside edge down to fine leg, and the aforementioned Sean Hunt comes running into field. Sends a not very good throw into Charlie Tier, who makes it look into a good throw. That's what all good keepers do. Make a bad throw look a good one. But not before Benjamin gets his 41st run, 380 for 5.
I might go to a gig in Nottingham on Sunday night. Katie J. Pearson's singing, who's really, really good. Saw her at the Deershed Festival a few weeks ago. Kids had their photograph taken with her. Saw her last year as well.
Where's the Deershed Festival?
That's in North Yorkshire, so she was on one of the stages there. That was, mid-July? And then we had a chat with her. She's a really lovely musician, singer from Bristol. Excellent she is. She's on Sunday night at the Rescue Rooms.
In comes Ashraf, bowls, and Travascus drives down the ground and immediately goes through for the single. A good tumbling save at mid-on by Ibrahim that prevents anything more than a single. Travascus was straight off for the single. Just remind me of her name again.
Katie J. Pearson. She gets a lot of airplay on their Six Music.
Okay. Have to have a listen out to that.
She did a session a few weeks ago for Mark Riley. That was quite a nice listen. She's got a lovely voice.
Chris Benjamin is just having a look at that leg side field because he's already clubbed Ashraf away over mid-wicket for 4, and he's had a little look to see where Ali Orr was. He's at deep mid-wicket. As in comes Ashraf again and bowls, and this time he works on the offside and beats James Coles. Finn Hudson-Prentice has to race back to retrieve. There's a couple of runs to Benjamin, so it still means that Sussex have got they've got Hudson-Prentice on at the moment for Henry Crocombe. I think that's the only substitute fielder on the field at the minute, so maybe maybe Hudson-Prentice and Carter are sort of saving or sharing duties today. 383 for 5. Now that bank of dark cloud we can see is starting to edge over the pavilion away to our left. And the light again starts to deteriorate a little. Ashraf in bowls, driven by Benjamin to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 383 for 5. Deduct from that 162 and you get the lead, which is 221.
I think the rescue rooms in Nottingham are near the hotel where the team normally stays. I'm sure I've passed them a few times.
I always find Nottingham, I don't know why, quite a confusing city to make my way around.
Well, it's sort of split in about 3 different bits, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I got hopelessly lost. I decided to walk
Maid Marian Way splits the city right in half.
Yeah. In comes Ashraf and bowls, and Benjamin is forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run on the end of the over.
You've got the area around the theatre, then you've got sort of the Lace Mark area, the town hall, then up the top bit up there is Hockley. Then you drop down towards the bottom end, you've got all the bars and cafes and restaurants around the canal basin.
Bit of a debate going on out there. End of the over, 383 for 5. Benjamin 43, Travascus 6. Yeah, I drove back from Meadow Lane, where I've been out with Dave Bracegirdle, our Nottinghamshire commentator. We watched the cricket, then we went to watch the football, and I drove back to hotel and I got hopelessly lost because there's tram lanes and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, I was convinced that
if you've come out the back of Meadow Lane and you've come in round past that incinerator, sort of out the back of just on the edge of the river, And that takes you in a big loop back into the city centre, around the back of the big arena, doesn't it?
Well, I was convinced, yes, I know what you mean by the big... I was convinced that I'd perhaps gone up a road, but perhaps I shouldn't have done, but clearly it was okay. But it's very easy in these cities. In fact, Dave was saying when he was down in Cardiff, he went to the ground one day and hadn't realised he'd driven for a while in a bus lane, and of course the camera clicks, and it's not easy when you don't know a city. It's quite easy to...
This is it, the Giants of Seoul.
Oh, there you go. That's where you're off to in the week.
Theatre Royal, Nottingham.
Changing bowling, Haines out the attack, and Daniel Ibrahim is back in the attack.
Now, the last time I went in there was the night of the fire in the Durham Team Hotel in 2013. And I got up for breakfast one morning. There was this woman in the restaurant, and she said hello. And I started chatting to her. I thought I knew her, and then after a few moments realised I didn't. But I'd obviously seen her somewhere, and I was racking my brain trying to think who it was. Ibrahim comes back into the attack. Right arm round, bowls. No run there, just played by Travaskis up to mid-on. Durham are 3-8-3 for 5, so 17 away from their final batting point. Ibrahim in, defended again by Travaskis. Words of encouragement for the bowler. Come on, the big 4-0, that's the number on his back. Daniel Ibrahim coming in to bowl. Too high and going down leg side. No, it's been given. Well, I'm rather surprised by that. That has hit the thigh pad and looked to be going down the leg side. Neil Mallander's finger went straight up. Travaskis is out 4-6. I'm rather surprised that was given. My inbuilt radar letting me down on that occasion. Well, they were giving plenty of encouragement to the bowler, and then he got a wicket. So Durham are 3-8-3 for 6, and they lead by 2-1. Of course, that brings into the equation also the scenario that it might not be down to whether they declare. They might get bowled out. 92.3 overs gone, and that partnership ends on 29. Paul Coghlan, the new man. Well, if anything, he will try and insert a bit of haste into the running. He's quick between the stumps.
Yeah, the story is with Surrey. Let's begin with the race for the county championship, because Surrey made 333 today. In reply, Yorkshire bowled out for 179, meaning they trailed by 154, and that's given Surrey the opportunity to enforce the follow-on. So Surrey going for victory against Yorkshire, and if they win, they could well win the county championship this week, because Kent were out for 269 today. Hampshire needing another 363 to win, are already 15 for 1, and Hampshire the only side who can overtake Surrey in the county championship. So who knows, Surrey might wrap it up in this round of matches.
Ball defended this time by Coghlan on the off stump there.
Have a couple of wickets since you were last with us, but they're still well behind the 8th ball, because Durham are 383 for 6. That means it's a lead of 221.
Adrian was talking about the sky lightening up and improving, but it's certainly greyed over again since he mentioned that, and the floodlights are very much needed at the moment. 27.2 overs to go. As Ibrahim comes in and bowls, the ball is played back to him. So Durham leading by 2-2-1. Rob Rush has jumped back in, just writing down the...
Or does Mr. Travasky's getting out?
Yeah, just to me, instinct, I just thought, no, they were appealing. I thought it's too high. It looked to be going down leg, but it was given out. Ooh, that's a good ball as Coghlan plays and misses to a rising delivery outside the line of off stump. What do you say? Yeah, just everything looked wrong about it, and then Neil Mallender gave it out. I was rather surprised, but there you go. Does it matter in the grand scheme of things? Matters to Liam Travaskis, I suppose, but it all looked wrong. You just have instinct and you know when you feel something's worth a shout or not, and that didn't feel like it to me. Anyway, back to the the Theatre Royal, Nottingham. Quickly, most of you will have heard this story before. Breakfast, lady says hello, I think I know her, then I'm thinking I don't know her, and then I realised I'd seen her in a film and I'd never actually met her.
I know this story.
It was the actress who also featured in The Decoy Bride, and she was in The Bill, Maureen Beattie. Had a chat with her. The Decoy Bride featured David Tennant and Kelly MacDonald. Anyway, I asked why she was there, and she said, oh, I'm performing in a comedy farce called Noises Off at the Theatre Royal next door. Why are you here? And I said, oh, I'm covering the cricket. She said, well, how many nights are you here for? And I mentioned it, and she said, oh, you should come and see the play, you'll really enjoy it. But the word farce had already entered my head, and I just thought, comedy farce, I'm not sure that's my cup of tea. Anyway, I mentioned it on air that morning on the cricket, and a lot of people who were listening had been to see it. Oh, you've got to go and see it. So I went to see it that night, back in the hotel afterwards. It was very good, it was very funny. The fire alarms went off, ended up back out in the street with all of the Durham team, which included the likes of Phil Mustard, Paul Collingwood, Ben Stokes, stood in the street in the middle of the night in Nottingham as Sean Hunt starts a new over round the wicket here from the Lumley end. Also standing on the pavement alongside us, the cast of Noises Off, including Neil Pearson, who was in Drop the Dead Donkey and Bridget Jones's Diary. So Maureen then introduced me to some of the cast, and I introduced some of the cast to the players. We were told that the hotel was safe to go back into, so we went back to bed, and then the alarms went off again, and it turned out there was a fire after all, and we all ended up in another hotel. As Hunt comes round, the wicket ball played nicely by Benjamin out through wide, mid-off for one. Anyway, so didn't really get any sleep that night. Managed to get to this other hotel at about 5 in the morning, and then Durham came back to Trent Bridge, and they needed to take the final 4 Nottinghamshire wickets, which I imagined they would do pretty quickly, and Nottinghamshire batted all the way until after tea. Durham ended up in a run chase and then chased down about 189 or something, 16, 17 overs or something like that. Anyway, the thing that's on next week, and I'm meant to be going to with the boy Brace, is the Giants of Seoul. As Hunt comes in and bowls, that's gone down the leg side, and it's been missed by the keeper. Leg byes are going to be signalled here, 2 of them by the looks of things. Umpire taps his knee. Surindir and Shangmagan at the far end. So it says the Giants of Seoul will feature some of the most successful and iconic original soul performers from the late 70s through to the modern day. The bee's back. Just turned by Coghlan off towards fine leg for one. The bee's been attracted to that microphone regularly for the last 2 days. There, listen to that. What does it think it's found? A giant spider? Giant fly? The microphone's black. Anyway, there's a few people in there who look okay from the days as a teenage DJ. So we'll see what that turns out to be like next week. Just waiting for Brace to ask for the money. 387 for 6. It's really grey here now. It's Hunt comes in, defended by Benjamin, who's on 44. We've got really low dark cloud just drifting in from the southwest, and it's going to be sitting right on top of us in a moment. And I think that cloud, although it looks a bit lighter to the back, so it's not the biggest of clouds. Last night, when the cloud rolled in at around about 25 past 5, it was going so slowly, it just sat right on top of us, and the umpires took a light reading and then took the players off, and 20 overs didn't happen last night. Hopefully this will pass through quickly, because it does look brighter behind it. Hunt bowls, Benjamin plays the ball up to mid-off, no run there. And that is the end of the over. So 26 supposedly left today. Durham 387 for 6 lead by 225. Rob?
Been a bit puzzling from Sussex since tea, I think, with not bringing Sean Hunt straight back on. Tom Haines, skipper, bowling himself. If I was Scott Borthwick, I'd be telling these two to get to 400 sharpish and get yourselves back in the changing room, because if that dark cloud, as you say, it does look a bit brighter behind it, but if it sticks around for any length of time, you want as long as you can at Sussex this evening. Body language has quite frankly been poor from Sussex most of the day. It seems like a deflated side, as Ibrahim will continue as he runs away from us. 2 slips away and he's in and left alone by Coughlin. If that dark cloud sticks around for any prolonged period of time, you want as long as possible at Sussex this evening. If you can pick up 2 or 3, and as you mentioned, weather tomorrow is potentially indifferent and more rain taking more time out of the game. Durham in a very good position here, and you can't really afford to let it slip. So if I was Scott Borthwick, I'd be telling these two to get a move on to 400 and get back in. As Ibrahim again runs away from us past the umpire. Bowls, and Coughlin frees the arms and drives him through the covers. Should be cut off by Sean Hunt, and is a very long chase, but they'll come back for, I think, 3.
Yeah. Paul Bennett says, I entirely agree. We're already 200 or so ahead, so what's to be lost, especially when batting seems to be getting more problematic. And it wasn't Wormhill, it was Wormsley. He says Wormhill again, but I think he means Wormsley, which was Getty's estate, which is down near High Wycombe.
Brings Benjamin on strike. He's on 44, 6 away from a half century on debut.
Points out Katie J played at the Clooney on Sunday. Yes, she did. I had half a mind to go to that one, but
Ibrahim is in, and Benjamin just turns this into the leg side for no run.
Bernard's been back on. He said, it's good to know there are others apart from me who are cynical and negative about potential ECB proposals for 2023. He said, it's quite clear the ECB's given a massive boost to women's cricket using the 100 as the promotional vehicle.
Ibrahim in again, and Benjamin just defends up the track.
He says, while some crowd numbers attending the 100 this year were higher than last season, it appears the numbers watching on TV dropped. Yeah, well, I think the BBC reported a 20% drop. He said Australia separated the women's Big Bash from the men's Big Bash the last time.
Adrian telling us there might be a bit of rain on the way as Ibrahim is in again, and Benjamin plays this behind square on the offside for a single down to third man. Takes it to 45.
Can't see any. Yeah, we've just discussed that cloud, but it's brighter to the back of it, so hopefully it'll pass through quickly. He's got a lot of points here in this email. He says several players, male and female, dumped the 100 to play in the Caribbean Premier League. So that would suggest the UK tournament is already an inferior product in Bernard's eyes.
Ibrahim in again to finish the over, and Coughlin just turns him to mid-on for no run, fielded by Tom Haines. Durham 391 for 6 after 95, 5 overs left to get 9 runs for another batting point.
He says, in this game, Durham certainly have the upper hand, but nothing is definite, apart from first innings batting and bowling points. On a separate topic, the old pacer trains had a mention, but they created bad problems as they only had 2 axles per coach. This meant some specific locations with very tight curves caused some awkward maintenance issues. At least these hybrid trains are no more taking their problems with them. He said, finally, I do enjoy your conversations you have with each of your BBC colleagues from each county, which makes every fixture slightly different and enjoyable because of this. When were we discussing pacer trains? I can't remember that.
Yeah, that's definitely between you and Adrian.
No.
I was not a part of that conversation.
Hunt round the wicket, bowls, an edge, it's wide of first slip, it's away for 4, down to vacant third man, and that takes Benjamin up to 49 on his debut. Just go through his stats. He played 10 first-class matches coming into this one, a higher score of 127 on his debut against Lancashire last year at Old Trafford. He was averaging 24 in 10 first-class matches. He also has a 47 against Lancashire this year as well, originally with Durham Uni, and was on loan for 2 matches from Warwickshire, and on the verge of a 50 on his debut. Hunt again comes around the wicket and he flicks that away and he gets to 50. It's gone towards long leg, just the 1 run. He's played it straight to Ibrahim. So 50 for Chris Benjamin in 65 balls, 8 fours, and he came out with a bit of purpose after tea.
Get another fluid innings from Benjamin, following up from Borthwick and Jones earlier, and then Maddinson as well.
So that takes Durham to 396, so they're a boundary away from maximum batting points. Coghlan forward to this one, and now that cloud is right on top of us. The floodlights are reflecting off the stickers on Coghlan's bat and look very obvious. It's got really dark now.
Square leg umpire did just look up at the clouds as well. I wonder if he's
can't really see the shadows off the players from the floodlights even, which is strange. There must be some there.
I can see the slip ones, but they're not the huge ones that you normally see.
Hunt in. Coghlan drives. He's going to go for a quick single. He's played that up to mid-off. It's a misfield, so he'll get away with it. Ashraf couldn't take it cleanly.
I think it's Haines doing the fielding at mid-off.
Is it?
Number 20.
I thought I saw 0-0, but I'll believe you. Your eyes are better than mine. Tom Haines. Indeed it is. It's difficult to see the numbers now. They're pale blue, the numbers. Bowler in. Yorker length ball. Dug out by Benjamin. Goes towards the covers. No run there.
I wonder at one point, do the umpires call for the light meter again?
Yeah, I think we're at that stage. They're both looking up at the sky, but you see, I can see a bit of brighter sky to the west of us, but I can't see what's round the corner.
More, actually.
Adrian, do us a favour. Look out the window on the back corridor there. You can't see it from there. Don't jump out the window, Adrian. This has gone wide over mid-on. 1 run. 3-9-8-4-6. Just that's the little skylights out there will give you an idea of what's coming. It's brighter. Yeah, so it might brighten up in a minute or two. The umpires are having a chat. Now Durham wouldn't want to go off here with 2 runs away from a batting point.
Still got 24 overs left in the day, and the light reading is being taken by the umpires. So let's look at what it says, and I believe we're going off. We are indeed. So light meter has met the reading of yesterday when the poor light was first taken. That's the reading go off for the rest of the game, and players are being taken from the field. Annoying for Durham. 2, as Marty just said, 2 runs away from maximum batting points. 398 for 6. Chris Benjamin on loan from Warwickshire on 51, and then Paul Coghlan on 5.
Hopefully a shorter delay than the end of play, but they head off at 4:48. Bad light. And in theory, 24 overs are left today. The lead is 2-3-6. So Benjamin has 51 and Coughlin has 5. Now I think this might not be the end of the day. I think we'll have a few minutes to wait here until the light improves. They'll bring them out, then the next dark patch will start to slowly incur after this lighter area approaches us. They'll play till that happens, then they'll take them off, and that will be the end of the day's play. That's what I think will happen. So that's the situation here at the moment. Steve King says, really sorry about the weather, Martin, but I'm actually washing the car in Stanley. I don't know if that's with rain or indeed it's hoying it down. It is bright and shadowless in Darlow, says Paul, if that's any help. No, it's not, because the weather's not coming from there. So that's no help at all, Paul. But thanks for the message. Right, we'll leave it there for now. Then it's 10 to 5. We'll see how long it takes before we have any update for you. I'm just looking there. I was just wondering if it was drizzling, but it isn't. So hopefully the lighter sky is not too far away. The umpires have stayed out in the middle. Victor Main, the groundsman's out there with him. They haven't brought the covers on or anything. The stumps are still in place. The bails haven't been removed. Hopefully we'll see more action shortly.
My name is Darren Cook.
Right, the umpires are still out there with the groundsman. This Merc hasn't quite left us yet, so I thought while we're waiting for an update, let's bring you the interview that I did a little bit earlier on. This is the Durham Visually Impaired Cricket Club, and I've been talking to their skipper.
Hello, my name is Darren Cook. I'm the captain of the Durham Visually Impaired Cricket Club.
Explain how the cricket club works and how you play the games, Darren.
Okay, so there are a few major differences, Martin, in regards to normal cricket. Firstly, the ball we use is a lot bigger, so it's a size 3 football, which is filled with ball bearings. The stumps are also bigger, so they're around 3 feet high as well. Obviously we use normal bats, and in regards to the players that you have, we obviously have 11 players per side, but you have to have a certain amount of each visually impaired category of player.
So the categories are somebody who's fully blind like yourself, and then it's a level below that through 4 different categories.
Yeah, so it's classed as B1, which is totally blind, obviously like myself, and then we have a low partial who has a little bit more sight, and then mid partial who has obviously more sight than obviously a low partial, and then we go to the top category, which is a high partial, who are not far off being fully sighted, to be honest.
Now you've got the ball. If you just show us the ball, you say it is the size of a size 3 football, isn't it? But there's quite a lot of stuff inside it. So, I mean, this is how the batsman or the batters would hear it. So this is the ball you use.
So in the ball, we have 600 ball bearings. And obviously with you having totally blind players in the team as well, obviously they have to then rely on the sound of the ball.
And how do you know where you're bowling? Talk us through that bit.
Okay, so I mean, like myself as a totally blind bowler, what I normally do is I normally bowl around the wicket because I find it easier to line myself up. So I'll have my left hand on the stumps, and then I'll obviously line myself up with the wicket keeper at the other end, and then hopefully try and bowl as straight as possible.
And the wicketkeeper can give you some verbal signals or noises, can't they?
Yeah, they do. So what they'll say to you normally is, where do you want to clap? You say off stump, middle or leg, or outside off, and then obviously they'll clap, and obviously you line yourself up, and then try and hit that area.
And these are 20 over matches?
So no, in the regional league, in the Northern Regional League, which we play, it's a 52 over game. But if you bat first, for example, the most overs you can bat is 26.
Right, and in the Northern League, there are a number of teams, aren't there? Tell us who you play against.
There's 5 teams in total, obviously including Durham. There's also Bradford, Yorkshire, Lancashire and Wavertree, which is in Liverpool.
You play each other home and away?
Yeah, we do. So we played 8 games this season.
How did you get on?
Oh, unfortunately, we finished 3rd this year. We actually got a higher points total than we did last year, though, when we won the league. We actually only lost the league by 10 points.
But there was an extra team, so that made a bit of a difference, did it?
Well, yeah. I mean, the team who actually came in, Bradford, they actually won the league this year. But we also had a couple of results which didn't quite go our way. We had a game called off at the start of the season because I had COVID. And then we had the game against Liverpool that was abandoned as a draw because the heavens opened.
Right. Now, you, numbers-wise, it's 11 aside, and you're looking to start to recruit because you're going to begin for this year. So winter nets start in November, I believe.
It is, yeah. So the winter nets we do indoors at Belmont Community Sports College. And yeah, we need more people to come and join us. So to give the current players more competition for places, we really need to get, because we've got a squad of 14 at the moment. But yeah, we definitely need more competition.
And what nights do you meet? Is there a fixed night each week, or?
I'm not quite sure of the dates yet. Last season, for example, we did our winter training on a Sunday. We did 2 till 4. I know there is talk of doing 1 till 4 this year, and instead of doing it every week, doing it once a fortnight.
Right. And to get in touch, how do people get in touch if they want to think about coming along? How do they do it? So
there's a couple of ways you can do it. You can either contact Duncan Ewing, who's our development officer from the Durham Cricket Board, and that's at duncan.newing@durhamcricket.co.uk, or you can also have a look at the Facebook page as well, which is Durham VI Cricket.
And if somebody's not so sure about how capable they could be, you would still encourage them to come along?
Absolutely, anyone can come along. Obviously, to play in games, you have to be aged 11 and upwards. So whatever disability you've got, as long as you've got a visual impairment, come along and give it a go.
Darren Cook there, the captain of the Durham visually impaired team. So that was Duncan.Newing@durhamcricket.co.uk for the email address if you want to get in touch to see if you can join up with them, or the Durham VI Cricket page on Facebook. Update coming then very shortly for BBC Radio Newcastle. The umpires, by the way, still out in the middle with the groundsman. We've got some blue sky now coming right our way. They're just doing another light check, but there's a hole in the sky, a hole in the cloud, sorry. We can see blue sky. This is the moment where I think if they're going to get back on, they get back on. 398 for 6. Frustration for Durham, getting so close to the final batting point and probably coming off the field as well. But of course, they can't declare if they're not allowed back on. The umpires are waving them back on, so they're coming back on, so that's good news. So Durham hopefully be out there for just a few more moments, get that fifth batting point and get off again and have a go at Sussex this evening. Update now. Yes, they've just been off a bad light here. We've got a really bad bit of dark cloud just lingering above us, but we can see blue skies, so the umpires have stayed out in the middle. They're waving the players back on. Bit of frustration from Durham's point of view because they were 2 runs away from their 5th and final batting point. I'm sure at that point they may well have declared and put Sussex in with about 24 overs left to go today. They are 398 for 5. The lead is 236. Chris Benjamin on debut has got 51. Earlier 90 for Nick Maddinson before he played on a ball from Fahim Ashraf and lost his off stump. 96 for Michael Jones before he was caught down the leg side off James Cole, and 82 for Scott Borthwick, LBW, 2 Coles as well. Hopefully though they'll be back on shortly and we'll have more commentary for you. Right, they're coming back out. Players are just being encouraged out by the umpires, so we'll have some action for you in a moment or two.
Well, the good news, as Martin was saying, is that we're coming out to recommence. Players went off with the score on 396 for 6. The big question mark is whether Durham will get to 400, declare, take the maximum points and stick Sussex in. The weather forecaster we've said for tomorrow is not the best. Depending on who you talk to, it would seem that rain is going to turn up at some stage during the day. Some saying it's going to be around about lunchtime, others saying it's going to be later in the day. The Sussex lads are out, and the Durham lads aren't. I don't know whether Durham haven't realised that it's time to come. It's like Durham didn't get the message, you know, because the Durham boys are not appearing. I think the Sussex lads are out here. They're ready and waiting, and the Durham lads are not ready, so I don't know whether the message didn't get to the Durham dressing room that the players would come out. It seems slightly odd, I have to say. So we've now got a delay. We had a delay for bad light, and now we've got a delay for the players making their way back onto the field. I think the forecast here for Friday is good, in that it'll be dry. But certainly time is going to be lost. Now, who's this coming running out? Ollie Carter is coming running out onto the field, the Sussex 12th man. Now he's coming running out because well, he seems to be throwing various things to the Sussex players. I don't know what they are. Anyway, here come the Durham players, Chris Benjamin and Paul Coughlin, making their way out to the middle, and we'll get an indication as soon as they get to 400 of what the idea is about. They're now running out by the 2 bats. So I don't know if there was some confusion there about perhaps the Durham players not realising that we were going back out, but the Sussex players were waiting, and there was a bit of hanging around. But here come the Durham lads. They're running out now, and we're going to get a real clear steer now as what the policy is for Durham. Because if they hit 4 and declare, then we're going to see Sussex bat tonight. And if they don't, they're presumably just going to keep batting for the rest of the evening, you'd have thought.
I just can't see the point.
No, well, I'm with you on that, particularly because it seems to be very likely that we're going to lose
5 overs they've lost.
Right, okay, so we've still got, is that 19 overs to be bowled tonight, Martin?
Yeah, so what will happen is they should be able to claim back those 5 overs tomorrow.
Yeah.
Plus 1 over lost from yesterday tomorrow, so it'll be 6 overs longer tomorrow. So that would be 102 over day.
Yeah. So it is going to be Daniel Ibrahim who's going to come in to bowl to Chris Benjamin. He's batted very nicely for his 51. There's a slip, a third man, a sweep on the cover point boundary, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep square leg and a fine leg. And it's going to be Daniel Ibrahim whose figures of 1 for 48. He's bowled very tidily actually today. 14 overs, 3 maidens. He runs in and bowls, and Benjamin eases that one. They're running very fast. They're looking for one. They're going to come back for the second. No, they're not, because in very quickly from third man all the way down there is Tom Clark.
What I will say is, if they are going to declare, they may as well use up this over. So if they get the net, if they get the 400 with the next delivery, then you may as well use the last 4 balls.
Yep.
Then come off.
The way they ran there suggested to me they're going to declare, because he absolutely charged down the wicket for the first run. Let's see what Paul Coughlin does here. They won't want to waste time, I think, by getting out or doing anything daft, because that's just going to delay things. In comes Ibrahim running in. 2 slips in place now. Bowls to Coughlin, who's forward, plays it straight back down the track. Ibrahim fields, and there is no run. So you could say they've got 4 balls to get 2 runs here. 2 runs?
1
run. And then we'll probably get the declaration that, as Martin says, they might as well use up the over.
If they're going to declare, because I can't see any, from my point of view, I can't see any point in batting on. That might not be what they want to do. They might want to bat on, but the light is the issue now. So there's not much more to be gained by staying out there this evening, I would say, with the bat in hand.
And light could be an issue over the next 2 days as well. In comes Ibrahim and bowls and swung away through the leg side. That's going to be 4 runs. Belted away. So the 400 is up. So Durham have got to their maximum batting points in 96.3 overs. They've done them with room to spare. So the 400 is up. So Durham have taken the maximum. Sussex, as we stand, have only taken two bowling points. So we'll see what happens at the end of the over. Ibrahim, I think we might see Coughlin just swinging away here. We'll see. Anyway, he's on 9. Ibrahim is in and bowls, and Coughlin hammers that away. That's 4 more. Well, I think that tells us everything we need to know. Belted away, 4 more, and I think we are going to get a declaration here. Coughlin goes to 9. The total 403 for 6. I think the Sussex boys need to think about getting their pads on, and they're going to have a very, very tricky little spell. I mean, there is still a lot of cloud around, but it could be one of these sessions where we're sort of on and off for half an hour or so, which isn't going to make it very easy if you're batting. Coughlin goes to 13. He just belted that one over mid-on for 4. 9 off the over. Try to look towards the Durham dressing room to see if the players there are all ready to come back out. Ibrahim bowls to Coughlin, and there we are. Smashes it away again. It's gone out to deep mid-wicket, fielded by James Coles all the way out there. 1 more to the total. Coughlin goes to 14, 408 for 6.
The only reason that they wouldn't declare is if they have a policy where they take weather forecasts with a pinch of salt and therefore think there's far too much time left in this game, go off now and there's still 2 and a bit days to go, and that gives Sussex far more time. But you've got to back yourself to bowl them out again, and that should be the primary thought process.
Ibrahim bowls and forward, played into the offside does Benjamin. It's short touch to come field away, or end of the over. Are they going to declare?
Looked like Benjamin was walking off there, didn't it?
It did look. Well, they're not going to declare.
They're not declaring. Well,
there we are.
There you go. Jumped into the trap of trying to second guess declarations again.
Yeah, but
I would go off now.
No, I would. I would, because we are going to lose time tomorrow, and with
there'll
light
be more
around,
time lost tonight, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and you never know. Tomorrow they could lose time. The last day with light. You just don't know this time of the year. So I'm a little surprised, unless they've decided they've got a certain amount of overs. They're going to say, well, we'll let Sussex bat for 10 overs tonight, or maybe they're going for a lead. What's the lead, Marty? It's 240.
246.
246. So
if you. Well, then you can second guess. Do they want to come off as a 250 lead if they're coming off?
Yep, I thought. I mean, Sussex.
I've just seen Chris Rushworth over there. He's in his Durham tracksuit underneath the scoreboard, talking to his dad. Missing the last 3 games with a side injury that he picked up at Derby.
I was saying to Jokes, he sits upstairs with his dog, doesn't he? And his little dog. He's got a new little dog since the last time I was with him,
Lucy.
Well, I think the Sussex openers are probably quite relieved, to be honest, that they've because they might have been thinking to themselves, we're going to have to bat a bit here, you know, and they still might have to. We'll see, but I think maybe Durham might have missed a trick. We shall see.
Spinners on.
Yeah, James Coles.
First ball played by Coghlan out towards the covers, no run. Did you do last night then, Adrian, when you got back? Did you go straight to bed?
No, I
tired little bunny?
Well, it was my brother's birthday yesterday, so I did a call to my brother, and so we had a chat away, and then I wandered out and had a bite to eat, and then crashed out. Yeah.
Cole's in, and Benjamin looks to reverse pull and misses it.
They're playing as if they're playing for a declaration, aren't they? I mean, they're playing with a fair amount of intent.
Comes in again, and he's looked to slog sweep, and it's come off the toe of the bat and ran behind the keeper.
Don't dive.
Down towards the third man boundary. It's stopped by Hunt. He managed to just put his hand on it and stop the ball about a yard from the rope. 3 runs, buys. Oh, I thought he'd got a bit on that, actually. I'm sure he did.
Well,
I think he's been robbed of 3 runs there.
It just feels like we're looking for a declaration here, doesn't it? Just these two are just come out to be very positive again.
Balls again, and this is pushed up to wide mid-off by Coghlan for 1. This one's gone off towards point. Dot ball.
Wicket taker, isn't he, James Coles, today, picking up those 3 wickets.
Balls once more, and that's hammered out through deep square leg for 4. It's a lovely slog sweep, that one, from Benjamin. He went down on one knee and picked it up outside the line of off stump and absolutely nailed it to the pavilion.
Well, that's sort of the over. 5, 8, 9 off the over?
5, yeah. 6, 9, yeah.
4, no, looking towards the dressing room, it just feels...
Well, the lead's 2-5-5.
I wonder whether they've sort of said, well, we'll bowl at Sussex for X amount of overs tonight. I wonder if Worcestershire did this last week. They said, right, we want to set them 10 overs tonight. But as you say, with this heavy cloud around... Well, I think this is a slightly surprising decision as well, because if you're looking if you're looking for quick runs, I mean, generally, I think the middle order would prefer to have a pop at a spinner than a seamer.
Paul Bennett sent an email saying no century. Any idea what our highest innings score is without a centurion? Well, there's been 3 examples of it, and the most recent was this year, the win against Glamorgan. Durham made 503 for 8 declared, with 5 batsmen scoring half centuries, but none getting to 100. 3rd time they've done that, previously in a draw against Northampton 2014.
In comes Carson to bowl to Coghlan, who plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run.
So that answers that one, I think.
Carson back to his mark. Give you the field in a moment because Sussex are right on the defensive, casting bowls and swept again down to deep backward square for a single by Coughlin. He goes to 17, total to 4-1-8 for 6 of the field. There's a deep backward square, a fielder at cow corner, a long on, a long off, a sweeper on the cover bunch to 5 men on the boundary, then 4 men saving 1 in a square. Backward point, extra cover, straightish mid wicket, and a short fine leg. Casting bowls, reverse swept. That's going to be another boundary. I should think it's running all the way down to the far end. In fact, Clark is in hot pursuit and he'll put it up just inside the boundary. Didn't make as much of a connection as I thought. But it's 2 more to Benjamin. He goes to 58 and the total to 420 for 6. Surveys the leg side field as Benjamin. Light shining brightly. Carson in and bowls, and again he reverses in, but this time only as far as Clark, who's at backward point, becoming almost sort of a, for a left-hander that would be a backward square leg. He's tried it a couple of times, picked up 2 the first time, none on this occasion. Carson in again, bowls. This time he goes with an authentic shot, pulls the ball away, and that's going to be 4 runs. Swept away, backward of square on the leg side. Benjamin goes to 62. Well, they haven't declared yet, but you get the feeling a declaration may be imminent at any time. I just say I wonder whether Durham have set themselves a certain amount of overs to bowl tonight and see where they are lead-wise. That's what Worcester did last week. So, Benjamin goes to 62, 424 for 6. Carson in again, bowls, and again he's sweeping up one on the leg side. They've run 1, they're going to come back for the second. Coles is, yeah, well, that's what happens when you put pressure on fielders. Good running, you've got to credit the bat there, because he pulled the ball onto the leg side. James Coles came in very quickly. He knew they were looking for 2, and it's the easiest thing in the world to take your eye off the ball. And misfield, 2 more to Benjamin. He goes to 64. Durham 426 for 6, and the lead now, Marty, 264. Or maybe they want to lead a 300, then they'll declare. But it's just the way they're playing. It would just seem as if a declaration is imminent. Certainly, if the light was going to hold, I reckon they definitely would tonight. Well, James Coles is staying on. I'm a little surprised here. But Sussex going with spin from both ends.
Where's that gone?
This come down here to third man. Was a slog. Yeah. Well, and he's coming back for the second. There is no question.
Oh, he's in.
Yeah. A big attempted heave over mid-wicket, Martin. Yeah. He got a big thick outside edge. Came over the keeper's head. Down to third man for 2. And it's the way he came running back for 2. There's real intent here from Durham. So it's our best guesstimate. They want a lead of 300. And then they're going to call it a day. They're not playing as if they're playing to bat tomorrow, are they? Put it that way.
No, I think... Oh, it's difficult always trying to second guess these things, but surely they want to have a ball tonight.
Yeah.
Coles bowls, cut by Coughlin out towards the cover boundary for 1. Coles round the wicket, pulled by Benjamin up to long on for 1. Of course, you do lose 2 overs for the change of innings as well.
Yeah, they would. So if they were looking at 10 overs, then they'd have to be out with, 12 to go.
What's the sky looking like? It's actually there's some
bit of sunshine
patches,
yeah, there
isn't there?
There is.
Coles in, Coughlin with a little flick out towards mid-wicket for 1.
Yeah, there was some high banks, some darker cloud coming in again, but
cars coming in with the lights on. The lights look quite bright and against the dark setting of the tree line of the car park on the far side. Coles. Just defended by Benjamin. It spins behind him, collected by the keeper. Comes in and bowls, and an attempted reverse sweep. He's missed it.
Yeah.
End of the over.
Well, it was tidy enough from James Coles. Just the 5 runs coming off of it.
15 to go.
Yeah, and they need another 31 if they're going to have a lead of 300, which is my guess. And 3 more overs if they want to be giving Sussex 10 overs tonight. Yeah, we're just sort of craning our necks here. Right, let's have a quick look out the back here and just see what it looks like.
I'm just trying to see the pavilion to see who's positioned where, and Carson to bowl the next over. He's bowled 17, non-482.
Yeah, it's not completely filled in behind us. There are some darker clouds, but there's some lighter patches as well. So I'm not sure we're quite yet done for the day. As in comes Carson to bowl to Paul Coughlin, who's on 21. He's in and bowls full toss. Horrible delivery, really. Pulled away down the leg side, and that's going to run away for 4 runs, I think, down to the fine leg boundary. Let's wait for the signal. Is it a leg by? Yeah, it is a leg by. It was veering down the leg side. Durham don't mind how they come at the moment. It's 4 more to the total, and a partnership of 52 between these two has come up in 31 minutes in 46 balls.
Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 50 partnerships.
Coughlin waits. Carson in, and he's into the pad, and that looks very out. And he's been given, and Paul Coughlin is on his way. Jack Carson picks up the wicket, looking for a big mow across the line. And that did look out, and I wonder, is that... Well, Coughlin is walking off. I don't think that Benjamin is joining him. So there is no declaration with that wicket going down. And Paul Coughlin, who's batted very nicely, is on his way for 21.
What they don't want to do here is... well, if they lost now 7 wickets, is lose 9 and give...
Sussex another point.
They don't want to do that.
There's a good round of applause to Paul Coughlin as he makes his way up, and he's certainly done his bit. But certainly the way Durham are batting here is that they're looking for a declaration. So Ben Rain comes out. It's a handy player to coming marching out at number 9. Comes out, has a look at the sky. Just to see what it's like, but I mean there is some dark cloud away to the left. The wind has dropped throughout the day. Actually, it was you know, you could see the trees swaying at the far end of the ground earlier on today, but at the moment, so Rain probably coming out for some instructions. Well, Benjamin, I'm sure, knows exactly what the plan is here for Durham. So Jack Carson picking up his first wicket of the innings. 1 for 82 for Jack. Quite been his day. Ollie Carter and Finn Hudson-Prentice came running on with some drinks for the players. They're now disappearing in their yellow bibs. So who's the substitute fielder on at the moment then for Sussex? Oh, it's Brad Curry. He's out there at deep mid-wicket as Ben Rain takes strike. And he's going to be facing Jack Carson, who's coming in to bowl around the wicket. He's in and bowls, and Rain punches that straight down the ground to long on and picks up a single fielded by Tom Haines. So Rain is on his way to 436 for 7. It brings Chris Benjamin on strike, and he surveys that leg side field again. There are 3 men guarding the leg side boundary. He's just making sure he knows exactly where they are. There's Carson right arm around the wicket, bowling his off spinners in, and he thumps that down the ground as Benjamin, but Carson fields well off his own bowling, and Ben Rain retrieves the ball very sportingly and throws it to Jack Carson, probably to try and save a bit of time. Carson again in and bowls, and reverse swept, and good bit of fielding by Tom Clark at backward point. Hasn't quite executed that right on a couple of occasions. Chris Benjamin, he's batted very nicely. On that occasion he didn't get it right, and there is no run. Carlson again in and bowls, and he reverse sweeps again. Well taken by Charlie Tier down the leg side. So good over from Jack Carlson. 4 leg byes and a single. Any runs coming off the over. And Durham are 436 for 7 with 14 overs left today. I better go and do my last update, Martin.
Yes, discussion going on in the middle now between Ben Rain and Chris Benjamin.
Hello.
14 overs to go tonight if the light holds. Coles, left arm over to Rain, who cuts at that one but plays and misses. Keeper takes it. Left arm over to the left-hander. Got 2 men out on the deep on the leg side, 3 actually with long on deep mid-wicket and long leg. Rain down the track, plays it out to deep mid-wicket for 1. Benjamin on strike. It's a full toss. That's an absolutely awful ball, and it's pulled out towards deep square leg by Benjamin. It was high, full toss down the leg side. Perhaps just fractionally too high for him to really meet it in the middle of the bat, but ball in again. That was a leg side Yorker, which Benjamin tried to clear his front foot out the road off to play away through deep mid wicket and ended up tripping over the ball really. Well, it was never on the target with the stumps. He's got 3 on the leg side on the boundary. He's launched that one out there as well. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 2 deep mid wicket. He's calling Rain through. The ball comes back to the keeper's end, but good running from Benjamin to force the issue. Throw out from the deep from Ben Curry, who's got his back to the members' room in the pavilion. The next dark cloud drifting our way. We've got big hefty bits of cloud, but quite a bit of brightness around them. Some blue sky on show as well. 2-7 the lead. Cole's left arm round, bowls. It's another full toss. That's out towards deep mid-wicket again from Benjamin. And again he calls Rain through. And makes it as well. He's got fielders in the deep, so I don't know if this is a deliberate plan to throw a few pies up and the hope one finds its way into a fielder's hand, but another over gone then. And the scoreboard is stuck. Oh, has it? I think part of it is stuck. It says 4-3-6 on the scoreboard, but it's 4-4-3. So now we've got that scene of the sunset once more while they try to reset the scoring system here. 4-4-3. The lead is 281. New over. Spin from Carson. Played by Rain down to long on, 1 run.
Still trading by 99 runs. Meanwhile, down at the Ageas Bowl in Southampton, Hampshire are 63 for 1, needing another 315 to win that match. If they don't do that and Surrey win, then Surrey will win the county championship this week. As for here at Durham, it's been another really disappointing day for Sussex because Durham are going
Carson, right arm round, shortish ball pulled out into deep mid wicket by Benjamin, and he hammers it across the boundary at the near end of the Castle stand. He moves on to 75.
Declaration, and Sussex to face some awkward overs this evening. So things not so good for Sussex, but sorry look as if they could be heading towards the county championship.
Yes, Durham, I think, are 4-4-8 for 7 because both of the scoreboards in the ground have gone off. And Chris Benjamin on debut has 75 of those. The lead then, as a result of that, is 286. And really, I'm not sure why they're still on the field now. I think it's probably best to declare and try and have a go at Sussex this evening. We've had some pretty dark cloud. They did go off for a moment or two for bad light, but it's sunshine at the moment. A number of players getting into high scores today, but none of them getting past the 3-figure mark. Borthwick was out for 82, Jones for 96 after his 97 last week, and then Maddinson making 90. Benjamin has just smacked a big 6 into the car park, so he's clearly in one mind, and that's to get as many runs on the board as quickly as possible. Maybe if he can get to 100 quickly, Durham might come off then, but there's still about 14 overs to go this evening. Commentary on the BBC website.
I was just looking, Martin. I mean, Durham began the day 54 for 1.
Yeah.
So scored the best part of 400 runs today, you know.
Yeah, well, and now, because the scoreboards have gone funny, I'll tell you what the real score is. As Carson bowls to Benjamin, he whips that past square leg to long leg. Oh,
he wanted a second, didn't he?
He did. He wanted a second, but he's been told no. They're now 4-5-5, 4-7, so they lead by 2-9-3.
Right. So,
but here's another little fly in the ointment. He is now on 82.
Right.
So, do they keep them out there for him to get 100?
No.
That's
dear.
off the
That's buys.
toe of the bat. If there's going to be buys, in fact, he's had a right swipe at that. Ben Rain. He's played and missed it. The keeper's missed it as well because he was standing up with the stumps. 4 buys. So that takes the lead.
Are they going off?
2-9-7. So off they come.
It's the declaration.
Well, interesting. I think it could have been done a few overs ago, but
so they've taken the lead to what? Well, the scoreboard.
2-9. I reckon 2-9-7.
So they've decided.
It's the end of the over, end of the 103rd over.
Right. So it means 103 overs. They had 16 last night. 84-87. So they've scored the best part of 400 runs today.
Yeah, 10 overs remaining.
Yeah.
459 for 7. They lead by 2-9-7.
Well, super knock by Chris Benjamin. It really was. And
so you lose 2 of those overs, so they'll have 10 overs to bowl. No.
Yeah. Oh, batted beautifully, really. Well, right through the innings. I mean,
82 from 91.
Everyone has chipped in. Sean Dixon missing out, but Michael Jones 96, Scott Borthwick 82, Nick Maddinson 90, David Benningham 30. Liam Travascus missed out, he made 6. Paul Coughlin a very quick 21. And credit to Durham, they've been very positive the whole day, and now they've just set Sussex a really, really awkward little passage of play here. So 459 for 7. Ben Rain finishing not out on 3. And I'd imagine Matty Potts might be quite looking forward to bowling in under the lights again and some bit of cloud around. So 459 for 7, and as Martin was saying, the lead therefore is 297. We thought it might be 300 they were looking for, and actually it wasn't far off. Are you happy just to have a break for 5 minutes? I'm going to pop to the pop out for a minute, and I'll
quickly do the bowling figures because I can write them down.
Well, I could do those if you like.
That's
Martin.
all right. You go. Go.
Sure.
Yeah. Right. So Durham, 11 buys, 6 leg buys, 18 runs from no balls, 103 overs they batted in the end, 7 wickets down, so 35 extras in there. Benjamin then not out on 82 from 91 balls, the second highest score in first class cricket. Rain 3 not out. Fahim Ashraf took 1 wicket for 91 runs. bowled 20 overs, 3 of which were maidens. Sean Hunt took 1 for 71. He bowled 17 overs, 3 of those were maidens. Crocombe 1 over last night for 4 runs, and then he went off with a shoulder injury. No wickets for him. Tom Haines, none for 34 from 12 overs, 3 of the maidens. I haven't written Ibrahim in, so I'll have to put him in out of order. Ibrahim bowled 15 overs, 2 of which were maidens, and he took 1 for 56. The other bowlers used Carson, 19 overs, no maidens, 1 for 95, and the final bowler was Coles, who did quite well actually a little bit earlier on. 3 wickets for 91 runs in 19 overs, 1 maiden. So there you go. We'll be back with you in a few minutes for the start of the Sussex second innings. There are 10 overs remaining this evening if the light holds. The next swathe of grey cloud is drifting in, so we'll keep our fingers crossed as to how many of them will actually be bowled.
Well, welcome back to the Riverside, where the umpires are making their way out, and Sussex are going to have a very awkward 10 overs to face this evening. The openers are coming down. The Durham lads are going into a huddle just away to our left hand side. Rob Brush is with me. Rob, it's this is the worst possible scenario for Sussex, isn't it? You know, 10 overs to bat tonight. You've got Matt Potts, an England bowler, roaring in from one end. The lights are on. It's a bit cloudy and grey. And Sussex with absolutely everything to lose and nothing to gain in these 10 overs, really.
I mentioned it earlier on comms about Sussex getting the worst of the conditions, and they're getting the worst of them again.
Yeah, they are.
But I suppose they haven't helped themselves. As we mentioned, a fair few poor shots in their first innings. Giving the wickets away relatively cheaply. Durham getting contributions from Michael Jones, Scott Borthwick, Nick Maddinson, Chris Benjamin right there at the end, Paul Coughlin as well, steaming in. So, Durham have more than played their part, and they've taken advantage of what they've been given, and that's all you can really do. So, be up now to the Sussex openers to ensure that the damage is minimal, and then ideally nil.
Yeah, I mean, mitigating factors for Sussex in this game. Batting on day one was difficult. The lights were on. Good Durham attack. 2, you lose one of your bowlers, so you're a bowler down. That's not easy. So there are mitigating factors, and there have been throughout the season. But I just had the feeling against Worcester last week. I'm not saying we want the season to end, but the professional cricketers. But Sussex look pretty demoralised, I felt, in the last couple of games.
Hard to disagree.
So Ben Rain is going for the bowling, bowls to Ali Orr, lets that go outside the off stump, and there is no run. So, but there's plenty to play for. There's an inclement weather forecast tomorrow. If Sussex can battle through these overs, get to tomorrow, and who knows, but it'd be good to see some real fight now for Sussex. Really get stuck in, and let's see if they can try and get themselves out of a hole, and maybe come away from the northeast with a draw to go into the last game on a cheery note. In comes Rain around the wicket, bowls to Orr, who lets that all crubs. That didn't miss the off stump by very much. Ali Orr let that go. It was taken. To tell you how much it moved, he thought he left that outside the off stump, and Benjamin took the ball way down the leg side. He's a tall fella, Chris Benjamin, for a keeper, isn't he?
He is indeed, and that there's a saying. There are 2 types of leaves. That could have been a bad one, but ends up being a very good one indeed. Ali Orr will be talking about that one for a fair bit, but signs are there. Second ball into the second innings. It's going to do a bit, and it's going to test these 2 openers.
Yeah. In comes Rain, bowls, and Orr plays it away nicely through the offside. He's going to pick up his first boundary. Rolls away out to the covers. Ali Orr is on his way with the boundary. I thought that it's tricky when an overseas comes into a side, isn't it? For just 3 games. Fahim Ashraf has come over. I picked up a wicket, but I think I was expecting a little more from a test bowler, if I'm being honest.
Was also quite expensive in one of his spells, I think, earlier today. Just couldn't find his line of length and was being put all over the place by Borthwick and Jones. So
20 overs, 1 for 91. I think you're probably looking for a little better.
You're looking for at least 3 wickets out of that.
In comes Rain, bowls, and Orr is back and plays that to backward point. It's going to be a run out. Oh, absolute calamity for Sussex. Absolute calamity. And I've got to say, that's Tom Haines' fault. He's at the non-striker's end. It was played to backward point. I think he called Ali Orr initially. He
told him to wait.
Oh, did he say well? I thought he said 1. Okay, in that case, it's Ali Orr's fault. Okay.
Travaskis' left hand stood for him.
But he set off Ali Orr, and he was stranded mid-wicket. The throw came in, and I'm afraid that kind of sums up Sussex's season. My first feeling was that Ali Orr played it to backward point, and he'd been called through for the run. He went for the run. Tom Haines clearly sent him back. And Tom Haines was allowed to do that because the ball did go backward a square, so it would be the non-striker's call. Either way, complete confusion between the 2.
There was never a run there where it's down into the ground. It's effectively run straight to Travaskis. That's either it's an immediate call. It has to be a yes or no. It's not a wait. I don't think. For me, that's a yes or no call. And I literally said it before the second innings. Sussex have not helped themselves, and they've not helped themselves again. 4 for 1. A terrible miscommunication. Is now pressure. I think is that Tom Alsop? It should be walking out to bat at number 3. And this now, if Durham can pick up another one, then starts coming to the minds of the Sussex dressing room. Do we have to send out a night watchman? Do we trust them to survive that long? If Durham picked up the night watchman, do we then have to send out another one, or do we actually trust one of our regular batters? So it is Tom Alsop in at the crease. A disaster start for Sussex. Ali Orr gone.
Yeah. So the way the way I saw that was I thought Tom had called Ali Orr through for the single, but you guys are saying he didn't. Anyway, Sussex have lost a wicket. Rain in, bowls to Alsop, short. Rain has a look at Tom Alsop, who let that go through to keeper. In stature, Benjamin reminds me a little bit of Phil Mustard. I don't know what Marty thinks. Phil Mustard was a tall man behind the stumps.
I think just finishing off on that, like, it's dabbed down into the ground and it's rolled pretty much straight into Javasquez, who's a left up, who's predominantly whose strong arm is his left arm, and I mean, it's good work from Benjamin to get right up to the stumps and take it.
And comes Rain, bowls, Allsop lets that go outside of the off stump. There is no runs at the end of the over. Disastrous over for Sussex. Ali Orr run out for 4. Complete miscommunication between Orr and Haines. Sussex are 4 for 1, and they had a mountain to climb, and that mountain has just got a little higher as well. Those darker clouds might be the only thing that might save Sussex here tonight.
I highly doubt we're going to get the remaining 9 overs in. I think at best we might get 5 or 6. I don't think we're going to get all of them in. But it'll be Matty Potts to bowl the opening over from this end.
So if that was, if it was, I mean, it was Tom Haines' call because the ball was played backward of square. That's the rule, isn't it? That's the adage. The ball's played back. It's down to the non-striker to call. And if Tom Haines said no, then Ali already rang himself out.
As Potts runs away from us and he's in to Haines, who immediately has him playing and missing outside the off stump. Had him out in his second over yesterday and immediately on the money.
Well, he's on a pair, isn't he, Tom Haines?
Plays the ball, taps his bat to say wait, and then sets off. Watch what he does.
Right.
Just having a look on the replay.
Saying wait, then he suddenly sets off.
Potts is in again, and Haines squirts this. He's off the pair. He squirts this backward of square, and good communication this time means they get back for 2. Just having a look back on the replay. So they set off, and then Haines holds his bat out to say wait. By that time, Orr's already come down the around halfway down the track.
Orr's holding his bat out saying wait. Then he decides he's going to go for it.
And then Haines sends him back. Horrible miscommunication. Anyway, here's Potts again, and playing and missing outside the off stump is Haines.
And I think I know Matty Potts is an England bowler, Ben Rain as well, but they immediately, I mean, I know the lights are on, there's a lot of cloud around, but these two just look so threatening. Difficult days for Sussex.
As Potts in again, and a bit of extra bounce off the pitch there, and beats Haines again on the outside.
Yeah,
it doesn't look comfortable out there, has to be said. I mean, I get, again, everything's against him in his favour. New ball, everything's against him in this manner. New ball, Matty Potts steaming in, overheads, floodlights on. It's not great for a batter, as Potts is in again, and Haines is playing this out towards point, but stopped by Sean Dixon.
I would say Hampshire have lost a wicket. You won't want to hear Rob, a wicket of Felix Organ for 37, so 70.
I'm just taking the positive approach of we passed 57.
Yeah, well, they're 79 for 2, so they need another 300 to win.
Keith Barker's in at night watchman.
Yeah.
I think it's doing him a disservice, as Potts is in, and Haines again is playing and missing outside the offside. Tried to cut that one through point, and he's lucky to survive the over, and he's on 2. Allsop is yet to get off the mark, and Sussex is 6 for 1.
Yeah, that cloud is building to the left. It's the lights are on. I think if we come off again, well, that'll be it for the day. But Tom Haines at the far end. It'll be. There's no respite from these two. This is a good opening attack, isn't it? Potts and Rain.
Well, also the fact they know that they're just going to have the one spell.
Yeah.
Have the one spell tonight, give it your all, and come back tomorrow.
Rain in bowls to Allsop, who's hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal, and he's on his way. Tom Allsop is gone. A second wicket goes down for Sussex.
I thought height was an issue there. I thought that was maybe a bit high on the back pad.
Well, he was given out LBW in the first innings, Tom Allsop. He's LBW again to Ben Rain. A second wicket goes down. Allsop is gone for a duck. And Sussex are 6-2. Tom Haines is looking at the umpires as if to say, well, are we going to go off for bad light? But Tom Alsop goes.
Durham in dreamland.
Well, you almost have to think with Alsop and Orgon, who have been the two outstanding batsmen for Sussex this season, that this is going to be a monumental effort for Sussex to even make Durham bat again. And who knows if we get enough play tomorrow. So who's coming out now? It's Tom Clark. So no night watchman, and actually it's probably the right thing to do because there's still seven overs and 5 balls to go. So Tom Alsop out for a duck. And
this is I think better than Durham could have hoped for. Really, you get a catastrophic run out in the first over. You get Tom Alsop out first ball of Rain's second over. Haines hasn't exactly looked comfortable against Potts.
And you've got a very, very young, very inexperienced batting lineup for Sussex in this game. I mean, next you've got Ibrahim, who is 18, then Coles, who is 18, Charlie Tier, who was 18. Look how there's a few more. Well,
some of those guys are younger than me.
Yeah, they're much younger than me. A chance for someone to make a name for themselves, but we said Sussex were on a hiding to nothing coming out here. And they really are. Rain in, bowls to Clark, who's forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Those dark clouds, beforehand we had dark clouds that were really big. They seem to be sort of high-level dark clouds, if that makes any sense. They're not quite as threatening as before. I mean, the light isn't great, but I'm not sure we are going to come off just yet,
3-ball duck for Tom Alsop.
Thank you, Martin. And Durham are they've got their foot on the throat and they're not letting it go anytime soon. Rain around the wicket bowls and Clark drives. He was going to play that through the covers, but he was rather squared up, plays it back along the track. The great thing is he survived.
Can I open this window? Give us an idea of what the proper light looks like.
Yeah, Martin is just pulling the windows back. We're interdispersed in that darker cloud. There are some lighter patches, It's not quite as filled in as it has been at other occasions during the match. So, we may get a couple more overs. Sussex just want to get out of here, don't they, tonight? They just want to finish for today. It's not been a great day. They've been a bowler down. Durham have gone after them. Looking now, the light doesn't look great. I'm just wondering. Well, we'll get a clue. The umpires will have a little glance at each other, I'm sure. Now, the field, 3 slips. There's a very straight mid-on. And a slightly straight mid-wicket as well. Fairly close. In comes Rain around the wicket bowls. Clark lets that go outside of the off stump, taken by keeper Benjamin. And there is no run. Well, tomorrow, as we say, the forecast is not the best.
Well, it's changed, I think, in the afternoon. They've said now that it should be alright till about 5 o'clock.
Really?
If the game goes that far, which at current rate,
it's not going to.
It probably won't. We'll probably be out of here by 1 PM tomorrow.
Here comes Rain. Down the wicket bowls. Clark up on his toes. Plays down the pitch. There is no run. Now, umpire Mallender is looking skyward now. That's always a sign that.
I think there'll be another reading taken it after this delivery.
Do you? But can you see the cloud in the difference? It looks quite in the distance. Looks quite thick. This cloud away to our left-hand side, there are sort of holes in it.
Yeah.
Now Madison is going to come back in. Oh, he's coming in almost to a short leg position. The Durham players can't get around quick enough here, can they? There's 3 men. There's a silly mid. Well, there's a mid-on who's close. A mid-wicket is close, and then an orthodox mid-on. It's a strange field as Rain is in. Bowls to Clark. Clark says to the pad. Oh, he's given out. He's given out. Tom Clark goes LBW. He's gone for a duck. From his position, it looked to me as if that was going down the leg side. I'm
5-ball duck.
I'm very surprised that's been given out, but Tom Clark's been hit on the pad.
That is most. I mean, Durham are not complaining at that, but for me, that's going down leg.
Well, it looked to me like it was down leg. I'm very, very surprised that's been given out. Tom Clark's dragging it on. The only thing I was thinking is as he got himself across to the leg side, to the offside rather, a little much, but
I believe double wicket maiden for Ben Rain, and indeed the reading is coming out. Well, the light meter is out, and see what the umpires say. I think
we're carrying on, or are we going off?
They're having a word with Tom Haines, who's not exactly.
Well,
he's not happy that they're staying on.
I mean, the light's either good enough or it isn't. I mean, that's the reading. I mean, you can't say, well, you can't bowl Matty Potts, because that's not the way it works. If the lights meter suggest Tom Haines is halfway off, he's in danger here. Tom Haines of. Are they going off? Yes, they are.
No. Haines is just going over to talk to Dan Ibrahim, new batter.
Wow.
I
thought that was a poor. Even from here, I mean, we're looking over mid off. It looked to me, over fine leg to Tom Clark, the left-hander, and I was amazed when that. Sussex have dug themselves a hole here, but that looked like a poor decision to me.
I'll agree with you. I think that one is going down the leg for almost all certainty. But Potts is running in to start his second over. He's in, and Haines is defending and almost chops onto his stumps. Played it down into the ground. There's always one that bounces once and then clips the top of the bails, but he survives. Tell you what, that would sum Sussex up up if Haines went to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Durham are most definitely in dreamland here. 6 for 3, still 291 in the rears. Looking for at least one more before close, as Potts is in again, and Haines is squared up trying to turn it to leg, but ends up hitting him on the pads out to Ben Rain at cover.
That is an awful decision. He's bowling round the wicket. And when a cross,
he's hit him outside of his pad.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was out first time up. I'm very, very surprised that's been given out. That's a poor decision.
No, that's play continues as Potts is in and tests Haines with a bouncer. Not quite sure that's the right thing to do.
I think they'll come off now. I think Tom Haines is looking at the umpire saying, come on.
Well, Potts has been given 1 for the over, and the umpires are having a conflab. Light meter is coming back out again. I think, as you say, Adrian, I think this will be. I think this time they will be.
He's wound up here, Matty Potts, isn't he? He's steaming in.
So he knows he's only got one spell.
Yeah, we're going off.
And indeed, players are walking off, and I think that'll be that for the day.
Tom Haines has got a bit to say here, I think, to umpire Mallender, and he might just need to be a little careful. He's having a long chat. The umpires have decided the players have come off, but Tom Haines is engaging in a long, or taking a reading at the other end as well. Is that what's happening? I think the Durham players have decided that that's probably it for the day, and it is. So they're coming off. Daniel Ibrahim pats Tom Haines on the back, and Tom is not happy.
Looks like Potts wanted also a word from the umpire there to kind of explain the decision, but ultimately they're going off the light reading from yesterday, which dictates whether they can go on for the rest of the day.
Yeah. Well, I think that's going to be it for the day, and Sussex probably can't wait for today to end. Tom Haines marches off, followed by Dan Ibrahim. He's had a lot to take on his shoulders this season, Tom Haines, and the last thing he needed tonight was for Sussex to lose those 3 wickets.
On the Durham side of things, could not be happier.
No, absolutely, and we have to give credit to Durham because they batted very well throughout the day, and a chaotic run out. Tom also LBW decision. I can't comment on that. The Tom Clark one looked.
Tom Clark one is not out.
No,
the Tom Clark one is going down legs. So that they've been guilty of a pretty poor umpiring decision there. But no, that they are in the position they're in. 6 for 3, still 290 odd in arrears. As you mentioned, Durham with the foot on the throat, and all they've done is just added more and more pressure. So. Play is done for the day.
Okay. That's it.
Sussex end 6 for 3, and we're 3.3 overs into their second innings. We'll be back some point tomorrow, I think.
What do we have? 3.3 overs?
Yeah.
In the arrears.
Had 6.3 left. 291.
Yeah, 291 in arrears. So there we are, Martin. Rob, thanks very much. It's been an eventful day. I'm afraid another chastening day for Sussex in what's becoming just a pretty awful season, to be honest. However, thank you for listening. Thank you for your emails and your messages, and thank you to Martin, who's always a very good host here at Durham. Thank you for Rob again, and we'll be back tomorrow morning. But if we get any sort of length of play tomorrow, the chance of this game going to 4 days seem a little remote. Sussex may need some help from the weather, but there's still 2 days to go in this game. Thank you for listening, and we'll be back again tomorrow. For me, Adrian Harms, a very good night.